عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ابكي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for, but legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ابكي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for. But legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي تي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي تي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for. But legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستيتي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for, but legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي تي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي تي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for. But legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي تي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي تي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الأقوى راب مصري. اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for, but legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي تي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي تي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه الكي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 لا، مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الأقوى راب مصري. اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for, but legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Hello and welcome to Gamers8. My name is Banks and I am your host alongside Fancy, and today marks the beginning of our Fortnite Duos Battle Royale tournament here in Riyadh.
حياكم الله من جديد اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور في اليوم الاول من بطوله الباتل رويال في جيمرز 8 فورتنايت، وزي ما احنا عارفين عندنا $1,000,000 ثانيه نبي نشوف مين اللي بياخذها بنهايه يوم غدا ان شاء الله.
Yes, today we reset because our Zero Build tournament has concluded and now there is another $1,000,000 prize pool up for grabs across the next 2 days of competition.
راح يكون عندنا دووز من جميع انحاء العالم زي ما احنا عارفين، وايضا بطل العالم في الدو اكوا راح يكون متواجد، فهل يقدر يسويها مره ثانيه ولا المنافسه هالمره بتكون شيء غير وشيء مثالي زي ما احنا متوقعين؟
And like we've already mentioned before, okay, let me check this right here, but this is the largest LAN event that we've had since the World Cup, and there is a champion competing right here in Riyadh as well. So, can he do it again? There's only one way to find out. Let's hand back over to the analyst desk so they can take us into game number 1.
خلينا نروح على طول اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور الى الاستديو التحليلي نتكلم عن كل الدوز اللي موجودين معنا، ونبدا في المباراه الاولى من الباتل رويال بيلد اللي متوعدين ان كل اللاعبين انهم مجهزين لها اكثر من الزيرو بيلد تورنمنت. كلنا متحمسين نشوف على طول على الاستديو التحليلي.
Welcome Fortnite fans from around the world. This is the analyst desk for Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. I am your host, Kelly Link, and joining me here on the desk are two of my favorite people. It's Takada and Levin2K.
Feels great to be here. I mean, we've seen 2 days of no build yesterday, but now with 2 days of Battle Royale coming, I mean, I'm incredibly excited.
Yeah, I think definitely a bit more familiar ground for the two of us, right, in terms of the analysis, but certainly, you know, a similar level of excitement, hype, and entertainment as yesterday.
And we're going to be recanting what we got to see over the last 2 days, but obviously our focus right now is the focus of what most competitive Fortnite is about. Battle Royale, builds back in the game, and also it's going to be a little different because some of the items are going to be taken out.
Right, this is the Standard Battle Royale mode, right? So these players have had a lot more practice, and unlike yesterday where there was a lot of adapting, a lot of changes, I mean, the players have had an incredibly long amount of time to prepare for today.
Yeah, of course, you know, more familiar grounds in terms of it being the sort of arena playlist, right? So you do have siphons and whatnot, things that you would be maybe more accustomed to seeing if you do play competitive on a regular basis yourself. But along with that, we have players who as well are very familiar with themselves in different modes, right? Of course, maybe, or even across different regions. So an exciting opportunity to see what works.
We're getting a little ahead of ourselves though, so let's break down exactly what we're going to be seeing here at Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite, everyone. And you know, this has been an incredible esports event, like probably one of the biggest esports events in the world to date. We've already had Rocket League, and we've already had
Rainbow Six Siege, we've had Dota, we've had so many games. Fortnite was basically the halfway point within this event calendar, but I mean, with the excitement levels I'm seeing, it's also halfway through the Fortnite tournament itself, right? 2 days no build, and now with 2 more days of build upcoming, I mean, I'm speechless, Levin.
Yeah, and of course, right, when you're actually looking at the tournament format for Fortnite, we obviously have already had the 2 days of Zero Build, and so we're out onto Duo Battle Royale, where there will be another 2 days, 12 matches with the same 44 duos. Very similar point format, in fact, the same point format, and a lot of other changes along the way.
Yeah, just to remind everyone, that is going to be 32 points for a victory royale and 2 points per elimination. So what we typically see in the FNCS. And here we have it. Another typical thing is the prize pool, everyone. It is going to be a $1,000,000 prize pool for this competition, with first place walking away with $250,000.
It feels crazy to say it. $250,000, that's what Pink and Anas got yesterday, but today we'll have the first half of the build tournament. We won't be crowning the duo that's going to take home that prize yet, but we'll have a good idea of who might be able to lift up this amazing trophy that we can see in front of us.
Yeah, we got to see Pink and Anas do that yesterday, and you could tell, compared to the players, that is a gigantic trophy.
Yeah, look, to be fair, a lot of people said it was quite heavy, right? I actually asked Pink and Anas, did you struggle to pick up? They said, look, it was actually all right? They didn't struggle as much as maybe people made out to seem, but yeah, certainly a large trophy and a piece of silverware that all the players will be wanting to fight for.
Oh my goodness, I mean, it's absolutely incredible. And also you get to have the bragging rights and the pride going into it, knowing that you are the best zero build team in the competition. But also now we know that these competitors are going to be stepping it up for this mode right now. And we're going to be talking a lot about about the competitors that we're going to be expecting to do well today. But before we do that, we have to recap what we saw yesterday. You guys all know Pink and Anas came out on top, but we saw them have a great performance after day one. They came out of the competition in 3rd place. But it was in day 2 that they began to struggle, starting to slowly fall down the leaderboard, never leaving our top 10. But in the final game, grabbing 12 eliminations and that that 2nd place is what put them up on top.
They never gave up, and it's what allowed them to boost themselves to that 1st place spot. Another duo that made an incredible comeback, Hellfire Tripper, and they were in 19th place going into day 2. From 19th to 2nd place, it just shows how much of a possibility it is to make a comeback.
Yeah, look, and I want to stick on Pink and Anas for just a second, right? Because this is going to be a duo that will be big players involved in the build mode, right? And so I do want to highlight the fact that after day 1, when they were doing incredibly well, Kelly, we had Pink literally come out and say, look, people don't show enough respect to Anas, they don't give him the credit he deserves. And then in day 2, he came out with a huge clutch, which eventually contributed them to winning the whole event.
I love that. Yeah, not only during the interview on stage with our hosts, but also coming up here on our analyst desk and giving us an interview as well, just showcasing that it's not just your mechanical prowess, your understanding of the game, but the mentality that goes into it as well.
Right, and we also had Epic Whale Malibuca, a newly formed duo, right? Because Epic Whale comes from the North America West region. We have Malibuca normally doing with Merstash on the Europe region, and now they've held hands, came together as a duo, and they were dominating in the 0 build, and I'm excited to see if they can do the same here.
Yeah, it's a dream team, right? It's literally a match made in heaven where you have NA West Pro, who has been so spectacular, literally has won FNCS on that region 6 times now, right? Just such a dominant player, and one that is respected everywhere in the world in Fortnite. And then Malibuca, 2022's been his year. He's been on top of the world in EU as well, so what a combination.
They were able to grab 17 eliminations in one of the games, but there was a team that was able to defeat them out by 1 elim, and that was Hellfire and Tripper. And so we've already had 18 eliminations. I was asking for 20 eliminations, but I don't think that's going to be happening. But everyone, just to remind you all how well these teams did, here is our top 10 leaderboard right now. And you can see it was not just close. There was a tiebreaker in 2nd place.
Yeah, 2nd place literally came down to the fact that they had the 1 victory royale. Of course, they would have won it as well, even on eliminations. But the big thing about that 2nd place team, Hellfire and Trippin, they weren't happy after yesterday. What? After winning $150,000, they were not happy. They were not satisfied. I saw Hellfire in the player lounge. He was looking upset that he didn't win, right? And that just shows the drive, the passion of these players and how much they want to win it all.
Yeah, you know what? I was at first going to be a little upset about that, but that actually, makes me happy. I want to see that passion. You want to strive for 1st place.
They're competitors, right? They want to do the best they can. And although it's an incredible accomplishment getting 2nd place, you made a lot of money, you still want that trophy, right? You want to be able to say that you won. But the good news is they have another chance today and tomorrow to make that happen.
Yeah, 100%. If I was Trippin, seeing Hellfire being frustrated about coming 2nd place, I'd be happy. I'm like, that's what I want in my teammate. Somebody who has that drive, that passion to win, that's not satisfied until we're at the very top. It's a top mentality.
So speaking of the top, we have to talk about the teams that we think is going to be coming out on top today. Remember, 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow, so a 12-game gauntlet. And there's a lot of eyes going all around. There's a lot of top teams competing today.
Look, based on yesterday, there's a lot of duos that could take this spot. Seti Kami, they played incredibly consistently. They didn't have as much eliminations as the other players, but they were always in that top of the leaderboard. We have Titans like Tayson and Thomas, but I think I'm going to have to go for Malibuca and Epic Whale. Coming from the NA West region myself, seeing veterans from 2 regions combined together, I'd love to see that duo pop off.
Yeah, I think for me, it's a very difficult one because there are so many different teams all around the lobby. Teams who maybe we haven't seen players who do it in the regular Battle Royale mode for a while. But I'm not going to lie, I think I'm jumping on the hype with you, man. The combination of Epic Whale and Malibuca is one that is so special in so many different ways. Their drop spot as well towards the loot lake is the strongest POI in the game right now, especially with the surge changes. I think everything's setting up for them.
Right. We have the reigning champs from EU competing here today, Aqua and Vino. How are you guys not looking to them?
Look, it's difficult. There's literally so many options because this is one of the most, if not the most stacked tournament we've had in an incredibly long time. The best of the best from every region that you could literally just look through the player list, pick a random duo, and they could win.
Look, of course, they are going to be a strong team, a team that will battle for height every single game most likely. Aqua, literally a reigning duo World Cup champion, right? So he has that experience of winning in big moments. Vino as well, top player, but are the nerves going to get to him on the line stage? Obviously, they didn't have the best of days yesterday as well, so will that be playing on their minds? That's the big question. And of course, even Aqua, with all his finesse and prowess, coming off of an injury, right? How's that going to affect him playing in today's competition?
We also have other duo champions here as well. Hen and Queasy from Chapter 3 Season 1. I mean, Levin coming from EU. What do you think about this team?
I think people might be sleeping on them in the sense of, yes, they obviously split up eventually and because things weren't perfect within that duo. But with the new surge changes where fighting is even more important than it has been, if Queasy can keep a leash on Hen, keep him in check, that's a scary team because Hen is a crazy player. He can do things in the server I've not seen anybody ever do in Fortnite, so very much a sleeper pick.
I've actually seen a lot of people excited to see this duo in this tournament. You mentioned it, you laid it down perfectly, and seeing this duo having already the experience together, although they aren't playing together currently in this most recent FNCS, I mean, they still have the synergy, they still have the chemistry, and they can make it happen.
Well, you were just talking about, you know, these early fights going on with the new Storm Surge changes. Then we have to talk about Thomas and Tayson. I mean, Thomas being one of the best fighters in the game, in the world.
Yeah, I think most people would probably say he is literally the best fragger in Fortnite. Between him and maybe Vino, you'd give it up to them, but I think I'd even give the edge to the Danishman. And if you are Thomas HD, he has a chip on his shoulder. He always does, right? Because you know, he is just that kind of player. But yesterday, Anas became the first Danish player to win a major competition. That's a curse that has been so, you know, proficient in Fortnite and competitive EU history. Thomas would have been the one to think I was going to break that. Like, if it was going to be anyone, you would have predicted it to be Thomas to be the one to break that curse. He didn't. Is that going to be something for him now where it's like, nah, Anas, you're my guy, but let me remind people, I am the Danish prodigy.
Look, there was so many top Danish players in the top 10 of the Zero build. It was great to see, but I'm curious to see how the leaderboards are going to change from Zero build versus Battle Royale, right? Are we going to see the same names at the top or other names or maybe on the middle, bottom half of the leaderboard in Zero build saying, no, Battle Royale is my game mode, I'm going to dominate it.
There's just so many teams that can be a top contender today, and one of those teams could be Bizzle and Dubs. Let's check out what they have to say.
Welcome back to the main stage where I am joined by Bizzle and Dubs, two members of FaZe Clan. I just want to quickly start by asking Dubs, what's it like to be back at the major LAN finally?
Dude, it is so hype. I can't even explain it. It literally just like gives me so much like joy. Just literally hearing the crowd when you're playing the game is literally the best thing ever. And like, this is why I love competing and love playing Fortnite, because literally this right here. So after like World Cup, this is literally the biggest LAN, so it's sick to be here, and I'm so stoked.
Well, Bizzle, speaking of your duo, you guys live together. What's that been like? Has it built your team chemistry, do you feel?
Yeah, definitely. You know, we don't duo outside of this LAN. We're just here for this event. But I think it's definitely made it better for this event specifically. You know, we've been living together for around 6 months now, so living with Danny, living with Mega, who recently went back home to Florida. It's been a really fun trip, moving in together, doing everything, like having that moving experience together. It's cool. It definitely drew us closer than before. Like, we played squads like a whole season back in Chapter 2 and stuff like that. We haven't played together since then, but I've always been friendly with them, always talking to them and stuff like that. But you know, living in that house together just makes you guys grow closer.
Well, the casters have been telling me that historically you're actually a bit of a god on LAN. So how's it been being here and competing? And now obviously we're going into Battle Royale mode. Building is involved. What are your expectations?
You know, like you were saying, it's like Dubs was saying, it's really cool to be back at a LAN. Like, everyone's so excited to be here. It has like real ESL Academy vibes, and Gamers8, like the whole experience is really, really cool. You know, going today, everyone's excited for no builds. Everyone came here to play actual Fortnite. Yesterday was a little bit different. Everyone's excited to play no matter what, but I'm really stoked about this. You know, this is what we prepared for, this is what we're ready for, and we're going to dominate tonight.
One final question, Dubs.
Yep.
Who was taller in real life that you were expecting to be shorter, that you met here? Because you've been meeting the pro players and stuff. Who is it?
Oh, that's tough. I would say Okis. Okis is huge. Like, I did not think he was going to be this tall, so definitely Okis.
A little bit of inside information for you guys back at home, and I'm going to throw it back over to the analyst desk to discuss what we just chatted about.
I mean, Levin, as a big man yourself, do you agree? Is Okus huge?
Yeah, he's a big lad. You know, nobody quite, you know, matches the man mountain that is 11-2K, but, you know, definitely a surprise there. Look, I'm really excited about that team because, like they alluded to in the interview, Bizzle is a animal, right? He's someone that shows up, you know, rewind back to 2020 early, you know, DreamHack Anaheim, going into that competition. People are saying Bizzle was washed up, you know, not even a top player anymore. Comes out, performs electrically. He was on top of the world, and that could be very much the case again today.
I mean, it's important to have that experience, right? Because there's a lot of players here that have never competed in an in-person event like this before. This is their first time on the stage. They're not used to the lights, the sound of the crowd cheering you on while you're playing, right? So it's completely different for them. But the players that have had a lot of experience, like Bizzle, like these ones that have competed maybe even at World Cup, right? They might just have a bit of edge.
To be fair, if you ain't used to the lights after the first 2 days, maybe you do
true.
want to probably sort it out. But I get your point, right? There will be a lot of players who are still very nervous, especially the ones who are top players who didn't do well yesterday, right? Because it's like, okay, this is where I'm more comfortable. I have to perform now, or there's no excuses.
Yeah, hopefully they're used to it by now, and you guys might be used to the schedule, but just to remind you all what we're going to be looking at today, here we have it. It's going to be 45 minutes in between each match, but you can see between round 3 and 4, it is a bit of a bigger gap, and that's so that the players don't just play for 5 to 6 hours straight. They actually have time to relax, eat, maybe use the bathroom or whatever they need, maybe even recollect themselves, because as you guys were saying, not just tournament jitters can affect, but that mentality. If you go down early 3 games in a row, that can affect the rest of the 9 games.
Look, there are some players that will have more time than others, right? It really depends on how you play out your matches. If you're having an early game engagement, if you're contested and you don't come on the top side of that engagement, getting knocked out in the early game, you have to wait 45 minutes for another match. And if that happens constantly, you'll have a lot of time to think.
Yeah, and a lot of time to ponder on the mistakes and where everything has gone wrong. I'd say the big thing, right, is obviously, yep, that break is going to be good, allowing people to sort of have a mental reset as well. But even just being comfortable, right? I think one of the good things I've heard from some of the players is that they do feel like they're actually at home at time at their setup. That can often be a big problem at LAN. You know, if your desk isn't the right height, right? You know, things don't feel the chair maybe isn't the chair you're used to. But a lot of players feeling comfortable, and that goes a long way.
And I've already heard from you guys who you think is going to be coming out on top in today's competition, but I want to hear from our casters who they think is going to be walking out as the top dog. So here we have it. We got Panda and SVG. What's up, guys?
Hey, how's it going, Kelly? Hey, we got you on the predictions. Panda, I'm going to throw it to you. Who do you got?
All right, listen, you know, usually I'm the opposite of Levin, right? Him and I never agree on something.
Okay.
And that continues today. I'm going to go Seti and Cammy. That's going to be my personal prediction here. Obviously, recent performances there in DreamHack. First and second place in a solo event. I mean, come on. That just makes them 2 of the best players.
Yeah, that's a great duo. I'm going to have to stick with Hen and Queasy on day 1 of the Zero build. They were my pick. I'm going nowhere. I'm sticking with my guys. I'm very superstitious, so I hope, you know, we're not giving the caster curse here too early, but we're diving in. It is going to be game number 1 of a 12-match tournament. How are you feeling? What are you expecting here today?
Well, you know, obviously it's going to be a little bit different, right? Obviously, we love Zero Build. It's been incredible to watch. Now we get to watch the Fortnite Battle Royale, right? This is the Battle Royale we know so well, and this is going to be interesting, right? This is such a different way to play the game. Obviously, when you have these different strategies in the way that you play a Battle Royale, it's definitely going to be a change up from day to day. So I'm excited to see how that's going to look here on the Standard VR. Oh, Pilkey getting excited, beating on the chest. He's ready to go just as we are. I'm so excited here to get in game number 1.
Panda, just like everyone on the desk was mentioning, this is so cool to see a large international competition, the best of the best from around the world coming here today to compete. And we have the pleasure of watching it right here firsthand, but this is going to be incredible. If you're a fan of competitive Fortnite, don't go anywhere. For the next few hours, this will be where you want to be, watching these players proving themselves on this international stage.
Yeah, and a lot to prove, right? I think a lot of these teams, they came into the Zero Build competition very confident, right? They said, you know what? We're going to do well. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And then some of them really didn't answer that call. So now they're coming into the Standard BR and they're saying, you know what? We're here. We're ready. We know how to play this, and we're about to come out on top.
The interesting thing about this is we're having that mixture of that international player base, and there's going to be that mix of play styles. A couple of duos, Giannis, Kanata, Epic Whale, Malabuka. We're having a mix of players from multiple regions. It's game number 1. We're diving into the match here. It's going to be an interesting play. Is there one team, I know you had your prediction, but is there one team you're really looking forward to watching and seeing how they perform here?
Okay, so obviously I'm picking Cammy and Zeddy, of course, to perform very well, but I'm going back to the boys.
Okay.
You know, I've said it every day. West has a special place in my heart, so you already know Epic Whale Malabuka, the top West player, top EU player, in my opinion, here together and today in one of the strongest POAs, like Levin mentioned. So, while I didn't want to necessarily pick the same pick as him, I'll be honest. I definitely do like their odds here, especially with how strong Loot Lake is as a POI.
Yeah, I love the banter. And for me, you know, big fan of NA East. So Acorn, Edgy, going to be looking out for those guys, seeing how they perform. One of the things that I think they've struggled with throughout FNCS playing together has been that Storm Surge. But over the past couple of weeks, it's been a lot better. They've been a lot more consistent. Nonetheless, it looks like Draftel already has an elimination here. Arab's picking up a knock too. Look who just got knocked. Draftel actually is going to be picking up one of the favorites, Panda.
Thomas HD is down, but Tayson is still up as a solo player, so still in it, right? But we got to talk about something else. I see this elimination feed lighting up here early. We saw Arab get an elimination, Dubs get an elimination, so players are starting to go down. These off-spawn engagements are definitely taking place, but one engagement we have to watch closely. It's the Milan Mitro, Vico Jelty, and Falconer and Arkram show over here at Daily Bugle.
The triple con at the Daily Bugle. They're throwing around the news, and sometimes it changes depending on who's writing the story. Mitro trying to get the shots out. Jelty putting the damage right back, and that's another wipe for these two. Able to get Milan and Mitro. But like you mentioned, Falconer, Arkram still in the waiting, possibly going to look to fight this. They've, for the second day of Zero Build, really walked away from this engagement, didn't want to play this out. But this is a whole new game now that we're playing with building, and we see Falconer, Arkram already starting to show that and using these awesome vending machines.
Hey, listen, I know Levin's listening, and I want him to hear this. NA West just beat an EU pro. That's all I'm saying. It was Jelty versus Mitra there, a little 1v1 action, and Jelty came on top. All I'm going to say, but regardless here, now switching up to Rocky Reels. This is a good spot as well. I think this is one of those POIs we tuned in a lot with over the last 2 days.
Definitely.
And saw a lot of action, but this is going to be a very different pace here to that action. But it does look like it's the same teams.
Yeah, and we have Peak and Rapid, like we mentioned, some of the best fraggers from the Middle Eastern region going against a duo coming from the Asia region. And it's an awesome mix already, getting to see that battle happen, a couple of shots going back and forth. And we see Rapid, Peak looking for their opportunity to get a few more mats. Doesn't look like Malfin is going to be taking shots just yet. They're waiting for their opportunity here, playing this a little slowly. And this is how these fights will go. If you were watching yesterday, fights in early game seem to happen very quickly. Things will slow down much more now as players have builds to protect themselves.
It definitely will. And that's the interesting part, right? Obviously, Zero Build, you only have maybe the cow catchers to work with, the porta forts, and then the general stuff that's already in place on the map. But now you can create your own cover at any point in time. So that changeup is definitely going to be an advantage for a lot of these players, especially the ones that know how to use it well. But looking at Redley, Frosty here, over at Chonker Speedway, this is one of, in my opinion, the best Chapter 3 drops here on the map. And part of the reason for that, Bugamiro, we already know FNCS champs right out of Chonker Speedway.
Hey, it's different when you have it uncon though. When you're having to split this, it's not as powerful, but there are still plenty of heals. You can find those chug splashes all over the place. And we see it has been split yesterday, will be split again. Redley and Frosty going to be looking to grab as much loot. But another thing we have to mention is the time of looting is increased now that you have to get all those materials. A lot of players are going to be focusing on finding full metal or 500 metal and then farming the wood and the brick as they rotate later on. The metal is that precious material that everyone is looking to have, and the more you can have in the mid towards late game is where you're going to want to be as we start to position this early game here. 79 players up. We've seen a couple of duos fall early, and we see Doken looking down, not allowing Rapid and Peak to move out of here, but this could be a tough engagement for both these teams. Like I mentioned, you need to get those materials, otherwise you're just sitting here not being productive.
Yeah, and one interesting thing I wanted to add, right? You talked about now that they need material, it's a longer looting pattern. but also this mode with the new Storm Surge changes forces you to have to move even quicker. So while there's more to loot, you still have to move just as fast as they were in Zero Build to get positioning, get their surge tags, and get ready to go.
And we see Nutify and Okus already looking for those surge tags that you mentioned, going up, trying to find a position here, and just farming up a little extra materials. Nut and Okus, typically known as controller players, so using that burst assault rifle to try and get their surge. We see Cal and Nema are down below, some of the players that Okus and Nutify are trying to take shots on, but they're just farming up that metal, whatever's left over here over at the former fortress.
Yeah, they're doing a good job here of getting the material they need. And metal being one of those extremely difficult materials to find, it's good that they have a path where they understand where it's located and they're able to hit it quickly. But looking at this path, it's Arab and Bloomy here. Two of probably our smartest in the lobby. And when I say that, I mean more from a veteran status. Obviously, Arab, and honestly, in my opinion, probably teaching a lot of these kids how to play the game with his original series Inside the Mine. So it's kind of interesting, right? You create all this content to teach all these players how to play the game. Now you're playing against those players. So it's kind of a full circle dynamic.
Yeah, now they get to use that info against him. We see one of these engagements going on. It's FKS sitting below Lecce trying to find some opportunity for this fight. FKS, Balor, just hanging out. They don't necessarily need to go anywhere just yet. We have 2 minutes until the storm closes, and it's not going to force this fight to happen very quickly. Someone is going to have to look for an opportunity here. Right now, patience is the key.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of keys here. Patience is definitely one of them. But if they're too patient, that Storm Surge change is going to make a huge difference. Now, for those at home that don't realize, Surge was recently changed. Back in the day, when Zone 3 presented itself, when it was open, you had 70 players in the lobby, then Surge would not be active, right? But any players above 70, it would become active and force players to get into engagements if they were below a damage threshold. The only way to get above the damage threshold is to do more damage than other players, so that forces the other players down below the threshold. Now it has changed. So what used to be 70 players in Zone 3 is now 64. So that is a dramatic difference there. You might think, oh, it's 6 players, right? It's not just 6 players. It's a lot more momentum and movement that has to take place at that part in the game. So it's definitely going to impact the players pretty significantly here in a different way than we saw in Zero Build.
Yeah, we've seen that increased pacing here in the mid game. You can't necessarily just hang out and do nothing, as we see Vadil looking at Kovacs, looking at Refsguard, trying to find those shots. Amar also looking. And like you mentioned, the changes, it's not only to zone number 3, there's also changes. So there's Storm Surge that can be active from zone 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So it just used to be the odd numbers, 3, 5, and 7. Now we're currently looking at Storm Surge in every zone after 3 if we have over a certain remaining players. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out and how these players have adapted to those changes quickly.
Yeah, the way they adapt, right, is they pay attention. You look at what other players are doing great, because obviously when something new is added to the game, no one player is going to be able to master that quickly. And this has been added more recently. So what the best course of action for a lot of these players is observe, right? Observe a lot of creators, like an Aussie Antics, for example, putting out some information on how to get better, because you have to be versatile. You have to be willing to watch multiple angles to figure out how to be the best at something.
Yeah, and it takes time. You know, obviously you need to build that experience. It doesn't come normally. So the teams that were typically good on Surge will continue to be good on Surge. There might be a few changes. A couple of teams that look to fight early are going to get rewarded with that. We do see that Dokkan and Malfin have not removed themselves from this POI. They're still hanging up on that screen, and do see a couple of duos rotating by. That's Macwood Threats, that's Arab Bloomy looking to make the rotation here. And they're going to have to continue to go back into Storm to avoid getting fought or even tagged up while they make this rotate. Not a bad play to avoid being seen and put themselves in a better position.
I feel like we've seen a lot of Macwood in Storm. It's been interesting. It's not what I'm used to when I see Macwood, right? Think of the days landing north side of the map and just rushing in, getting positioning early, doing whatever he can to stay out of the storm. Now we see quite the opposite situation, but I see why. Look at that. Med mist, med kits, chug splashes. I mean, the heals are definitely on their side when it comes to staying in storm here. But remember, you definitely want to try to keep as many of those as possible in the inventory once you go into the mid and late game.
And we see Malfin, Dokkan starting to move out of here. They're going to now allow these players that we've seen on the south side to rotate out. Some other players hanging out in Storm. Our winners from yesterday, Pink and Anas, they got to be feeling good after what happened. You know, ride that momentum into this next tournament.
You absolutely have to. And again, I talked about it a little bit yesterday with you, but it's kind of exciting, right? You look at Pink, moments away from moving to NA, duoing with Clicks, right? What could have been a completely different story here for him now. He's here back with Anas, playing with an EU duo, and now not only coming off the win of Zero Builds, he's playing now in his game mode, in his comfort zone. So it's going to be interesting to see how much better he can be going into the day.
And they talked about it, how much work, effort. Nonetheless, we'll get back to that. Looks like Macwood is getting pressured here. This is another duo in Storm. Andy and Chapix, another Titan over from EU, putting pressure on, taking shots, trading damage. And it looks like Macwood is on his back foot, trying to get that HP back up. I don't see threats. There is one elimination there. He has been taken out there already by Chapix. Continuing, he does get knocked. Macwood needs to get that finish. He's got a couple of ticks left, does get it just in time, but is he going to be able to finish up Andy, or is the pressure going to stop? Andy backing on off, Macwood following the pressure, and now they're both going to take a moment, heal up, take their breath.
Man, that was not looking good there for Macwood for a second, but still in it here. Andy also in it now. Andy on the prowl, aggression in hand, ready to go, ready to dive into the box. He's just looking, trying to navigate where Macwood could possibly be. You see the chug splashes come out. Now it's all full force. Will you be able to get some shots? And he does. Macwood goes down, and Andy is going to be able to not only get an elimination, but potentially pick up his teammate.
Yeah, we'll see about that one. Looks like Zone is pulling up north, and he's going to have to continue to make that rotate. We're seeing another fight go on here. That's Falconer and Arkram right on the edge of Zone. We see Anas in the distance watching this fight take place. We hear the shots going on, and everyone just sitting, hearing this fight take place, and they're all like, all right, cool, I'll let you guys fight. This is free Storm Surge. I'm going to continue to take some shots and enjoy this. We see Falconer and Arkram now going to have to walk on out. Looks like they have been able to take out Carry, and that's big for that duo. That's one of the only duos, if not the only duo, taking place here in World Cup and now in Gamers8.
Yeah, just a full circle, right? The two biggest events, in my opinion, in Fortnite history, right? When it comes down to it. So really interesting to see the consistency there over the years. But as we talk about consistency, Arkram ends up going down. Thomas HD and Tayson still in it. But as I say that, Thomas HD now out. Tayson left as a solo player. 7 HP in the Dream is just going to immediately run for Zone. Smart play on his part. Taking less damage definitely makes sense. So he's going to be able to hit that med kit. But Falconer close by. I don't know that he realizes how weak Tayson actually is.
Yeah, I don't know that he'll still be weak by the time we get there. Now we're tuning back in with Merstash and Bad Sniper. Just took out Duke and Clicks. They're getting themselves involved in another fight here. Looks like whatever Malfin and Dokkan did earlier on, they're almost 500 up above on Storm Surge, and that's not going to be a problem for them. I did see Chapix go down as well. So another one of our top players going down. Pilkey and SJ following. Now it is time for this fight to happen here. Dokkan's trying to get some mats through the floor. That's not going to happen. And Merstash and Bad Sniper comfortable right now. They already have a couple of elims. They're looking fresh, healed up, and this fight looks like it's been disengaged.
It does look like they're going to go ahead and disengage here. You still hear the shots raining in around, but one player I haven't seen too much of yet is Kanata. So I'm interested to see what he's going to be up to, but that's definitely one of those players. Oh, of course, as I mentioned it, Kanata in the elimination beat, getting an elim. But now Dokkan immediately goes in, and both him and his teammate go down to Bad Sniper and Merstash. You got to be careful. Those pushes are so risky, especially when you're going up against 2 of EU's top players.
The bait, the inner loot goblin got to them. They couldn't avoid all that loot. They saw some of it and then had to go for the play. That was really smart by Bad Sniper and Mustache. No audio cues, not moving, allowing those players to come in and eventually taking that elimination. Actually, both of them. So 4 elims, that's got to be the most right now as we see the rotates starting to come through. This is a central map. So for our 2 top teams yesterday, or 2 out of the 3, this is a very favorable zone.
It definitely is, and we're going to definitely see some different zones here today, but Loot Lake now the center of what looks like a pretty large fight here. It's actually Leo and Polga, one of those incredible teams in the last couple days, now in the build mode, looking to make something happen. Huge shots connect there, but it's not going to be enough to convert into an elimination. Now the zone presents itself. Where will it end up? And it actually pulls back towards the water.
It's a half water zone here, and I would expect Polga and Leo to continue that pressure there onto Tayson, who I believe is still a solo. Unlikely he was able to get Thomas HD back up, and now he's gonna have to be focused on what he's doing. But Knight and Rogue Shark actually helping out Tayson on accident, taking some shots there at Polga, shooting their attention in a different direction. As we see Knight, Rogue Shark trying to figure out how they're going to make this rotation, as Jelty seems to have taken out Creo.
And Jelty feeling good. Definitely feeling good. You know, coming off the last win of the day into the games today is definitely going to be a high moment there for Jelty and Vico. Let's see if they can keep that momentum going, though, not only with the elimination of Creo, but with more to come. But Rogue Shark and Knight, this is a duo that I love seeing here, folks. They've been one of the most consistent duos to play together over the years in NA. So really excited to see them compete together yet again. But the action is unfolding now as so many players are just trying to stay positioned here and get shots where they can.
And we see 53 players still up as fourth zone is beginning to close here. Cammy and Seti, that's been a pick of maybe one guy right next to me in Panda. He's liking those 2 to play. They have been some of the top players within Europe, now looking to prove it here on the international stage. Redley and Frosty taking some shots there, a fight going on. They're trying to get some Storm Surge tags, take advantage of a fight, and hang out in their box. That's a lot of what we will see here in this fourth zone. No one really wants to risk it because you're just getting so close to those placement points. Right now, you're trying to take in information, punish players making mistakes, and take a moment to figure out your next step.
Yeah, figuring out what you're going to do next here is going to be super important. But speaking of risky, it's actually Vadil and Amar here playing box to box. It does look like Amar has gone down. Vadil now left as a solo player to clutch up here, make something happen. He's just looking to try and get that shot where he can. But no, it doesn't work out. Vadil going down here to Baylor.
He does go down, and we see Pink is also going to get knocked there in the feed. That's from Scram. So now Anas is going to have to play this as a solo. I doubt Pink is going to be able to get saved, and no, he is fully finished right there. Anas just going to be hanging out on the edge of zone. We see Fifth appear, and we're going over across the water, and Storm Surge is taking effect. I believe that was Refsguard and Kovacs getting hit by it. Andalex is going to knock Kovacs, so Refsguard has to be careful. He's now a solo, and I believe he's getting hit by a Storm, so this is going to be a tough play for him to make something special happen.
It definitely is, but Anas now playing solo, playing patient. That's what you have to do in this situation. Just find some existing builds, like let them be recycled. You know, no one knows that you're there just on the corner of the zone, but at some point you're gonna have to move. You're gonna have to make a change of pace, and soon that's what's gonna have to happen here. But Ocus looking solid here with Nut. It does look like they have 3 eliminations on the board. So a really solid game 1 here for them, but will they be able to maintain that momentum?
And they're creating their own mountain here on top of the water. Call it a volcano within, creating higher and higher builds. We see Seti and Cammy already position themselves right here on the edge of the zone and beginning to punish players that are making those late rotates. If you're late, you're gonna get set to detention, and that is what Cammy and Seti are starting to do.
And they're doing it well here, but looking at the rest of the lobby, everybody's getting positioned and set up for success. Ocus and Nut being one of those great teams here, positioning-wise. Now just looking to pressure Bad Sniper there and Mustache, keeping them at a distance, keeping them at arm's length. But no, when you're a little bit too aggressive towards a Bad Sniper and Mustache, they're quick to answer back. And they will fight back. We see Okis Nut trying to hold their high ground and push these players away, claim this space all to themselves. They're doing a good job of it, but they have to be careful because other players will start to take some shots if they're over peaking. The two are pretty much in the center of this fifth zone. We're going to see 6 now pulling over to the east. So we're going back to land, and we will be landing, docking over on this east side. It's interesting that Nut and Okis are deciding to try and maintain height starting at this zone. You know how difficult it is material-wise to be able to maintain the high ground. And based on what I was seeing, I believe that was Nut's inventory, I don't see a grapple glove or a harpoon. So to get refreshes is going to be very, very difficult for this team, and they're going to need it if they want to maintain the high ground. Yeah, we see they are playing for it, but another team that wants to play the high ground is the legend himself, Aqua and Veno, going up, but not going to look to play it even further. We see Vino is right down below. Okis still holding it for the time being, but if you see Vino and Aqua starting to position themselves near high ground, it's only a matter of time before they take their shot. Malibuca is going to be able to pick up another knock there. And Vino Aqua going front side here, using those grapple gloves, but does get chopped out. He should be able to get back to his teammate. Okis and Nut playing this slowly. Great position on this high ground, splitting it, making sure they're not getting overtaken from the front or back side, and just locking it in. They're locked in. These players are locked in. You see so many incredible players still in this game. You see Cammy there. You see Epic Whale. Malibuca still in it. And Vino just swinging along there with the grapple glove, waiting to reconnect there with Aqua. Now that they are together, they are better, right? You're always better as a team here in these final moments. The chop comes out. Looks like Nut and Okis are going to get chopped out, but reclaim the high ground. We do see Seti and Cammy locking it in there on low. They're able to hold their position very, very well, but the mid-ground is going crazy. We see Queasy getting a knock. Steno is going to go down. Vico is looking to make a play here on low. Not many materials left. Jelty is going to go down, and it looks like both players. It is going to be Edgy and Acorn looking to claim this low ground. Lots of players here on the low. The chaos is down in these builds. So much chaos, so much action, but Vico now left as a solo player, looking to mitigate as much of that action as he can. Remember, folks, when you're solo in a situation like this, it's going to be tough to hold on, but Vico doing a good job of staying ahead there. But Nutify, Okis still somehow maintaining the high ground. But as I say that, you see the materials really begin to dwindle. There's not much left for this train. It needs to be refueled. Can Nut and Okis find that? A couple of builds remaining. We do see Seti still staying alive without Cammy down there on the low. Hen and is doing that as well as a solo. Lots of solos remain in this match. Vico is one of them, looking to solo clutch. Frosty on the other side of this wall. Can he find it? But a duo still up and well is going to be Malibuca and Epic Whale continuing to move through these zones. They're doing a good job here of staying together, staying close. That's the secret here in these moments. And you see them doing it so well. Now, shots raining in. It looks like Malibuca just trying to get something. Playing so precisely. You see him not taking any kind of unnecessary risks. But as I say that, immediately trying to pressure the player above. Now, on the back foot here a little bit, looking to heal up and be ready for these next final moments. And we see they've reclaimed the low, but we're going to start to go up. You need to get up that mountain. It is inevitable, but Okis has lost that high ground. It's Edgy that's went for it, but now he's looking for hope as he's down to a couple of HP. Vico gets taken out, and now it is Okis and Nut up on the high ground with nothing to their name as far as builds go, but that could be all that matters. They're up above. Everyone's fighting down below. They're putting shots. It's Hen going for it himself. He gets cleaned up by Nut and Okis, and Edgy goes down. That's multiple elims. That's the refresh they needed, and there's 3 duos remaining. 3 teams left here, one of them being Epic Whale and Malibuca, the only full team here left in the lobby. But actually, as I say that, it's actually not there up above, but Epic Whale going down. Polga, Lelio just trying to fight it. Polga left as a solo player, ends up going down. It's Malibuca gonna be able to pick that up. Now it is just a 1v2 here. Will he be able to hold on? And oh my gosh, the elimination comes through, but it's not gonna be enough as Okis takes the victory royale. What a performance by Malibuca, but all hats off to Nutify and Okis, claiming that high ground early, locking it in, and winning the first match of today. What a start. And you know, look, I was a little skeptical. I saw them going for high ground in the 6th zone, and I was like, man, is that risky? But to see them be able to maintain that high ground for as long as they did, I'm impressed.
I am too, and it looked like a lot of times it could have been claimed from somebody else, but it's match number 1 and the nerves are there. No one wants to go make that play, stumble, and then now you're in your own head about, oh, do I go for a high ground again? We see these two, the only one in their head is Victory Royale, and it's ringing again and again.
Well, you know what? Listen, if there's any team to do it, I'd love the controller duo to be able to do it. So really exciting stuff there from them. And honestly, a really great game 1 to the Fortnite Battle Royale.
Yeah, we also have to shout out Laleo and Polga there. They were able to claim that low ground. I mean, you run into Malibuca, that's a tough wall to get past.
Yeah.
Either way, top 3, I believe they had 7 or 8 eliminations between the 2 of them. That is a huge first match, and they also have to be feeling good. All 3 of those duos locked it in game number 1.
They definitely did lock it in, so it'll be interesting to see how this continues. One name that was a little bit absent, I believe Seti potentially going down a little early there. Cammy left as a solo there in the final moments, and unfortunately just not going to be able to make something happen. But, you know, I have faith. This become Legends players, like, you know, they know what they're doing, right? So game 2 could potentially be the return of them. But, man, like, I couldn't have asked for a greater way to step into the day than watching Okus and Nut claim that VR.
Yeah, locking it in. And it was that one refresh onto Hen that gave them just a few more materials, because otherwise they have to go into that mix that is down below. They have to get into the scrum and fight everyone. It becomes much more difficult to play that, but Hen made that play. He was trying to go for the win. You have to respect that move. But when it's 2v1, you're not much HP. Not Okus take that, get that refresh, sustain themselves on the high ground, keep the train rolling, and ultimately it stops at the station of Victory Royales.
You know, I'm kind of interested, right? We saw Aqua and Vino both kind of attempt to go for high ground, but they didn't full commit at any point. Another team that is known for being on the high ground that didn't really go for it was Queasy and Hen. We did see Hen left as a solo player, left in those final moments, but Queasy is still a top team, and I definitely see them coming back. But I believe we have a special interview over there in the stage.
Welcome back to the main stage, and what a way to kick off game 1. Okus and Nutify, congratulations on your first Victory Royale. Now, I've got to ask you, what do you attribute that win to? Do you think it was team chemistry? Were you just outgunning the rest of the play? You know, what do you attribute it to?
I think we were playing height the whole game, and we had good strategy to keep the height the whole game, and we had a lot of eliminations going into the end game, so we were able to have a lot of mats and stayed on height the whole game.
زي ما احنا عارفين اعزائي المشاهدين، اوكس ونوتيفاي قدروا يخلصون الجيم الاول باتل رويال، كان جدا جميل. سالناهم على الاستراتيجيه حقتهم، كانت متركزه على انهم يكونوا متغبين طول الوقت، ما يطلعون. بنفس الوقت الحظ حالفهم شويه لانه كان في eliminations كثيره حدثت في الدوائر الاخيره، والشيء هذا ساعدهم انهم يقدرون يخلصون الجيم في المركز الاول.
Now, if we think back to, you know, the past 2 days as well, I know that Zero Build and Fortnite Battle Royale mode, you know, they have 2 very different skill sets, but given the past 2 days you've been going up against some of the best teams in the world, the best duos in the world, did any confidence or nerves carry on through to today's matches?
We were really confident going to builds because Nova was kind of like unlucky, a lot of stuff that happened. And we were just really confident knowing, you know, we can actually prevent a lot of bad stuff that happens in builds.
زي ما احنا عارفين اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور انه بالامس خلصنا بطوله الزيرو بيلد واليوم بدينا بالفورتنايت باتل رويال. كان السؤال هل اختلاف السكيل سيت اللي ممكن يجيك في الباتل رويال ولازم انك تكون موجوده عندك، هل هو فرق معكم؟ هل انتم موثقين من السكيل سيت اللي عندكم في الباتل رويال؟ وكان الجواب انه بالعكس احنا جدا موثقين فيه، والشيء هذا حتى واحنا نلعب ضد افضل اللاعبين في العالم ما عندنا مشكله، الثقه دائما بتكون موجوده لانه هذا اللي هم متميزين فيه.
So before I let you go, are you guys going to change anything up for the next matches to come? Are you going to freshen it up, or are you going to just stick with, if it ain't broke, don't fix it?
Yeah, I think we're going to stay with the same strat, because if it worked first time, it might as well work again.
Yeah.
زي ما احنا عارفين اعزائنا المشاهدين انه الجيم هذا بما انهم فازوا المركز الاول، كان السؤال انه هل لازم انك تغير الاستراتيجيه حقتكم اللي شاركتوا فيها وقدرتوا تفوزون في المركز الاول، ولا انه بيكون عندكم انه خلاص ليش ما نقدر نكمل على نفس الاستراتيجيه؟ فكان الجواب انه خلونا نكمل على نفس الاستراتيجيه، ما يحتاج ان نغيرها، والاستراتيجيه حقتنا كويسه كافيه انك تجيب المركز الاول في الجيم الاول، فخليك على نفس الاستراتيجيه لا تغيرها.
Well, Okus, Nutify, thank you so much for joining me on stage. Congratulations on the first Victory Royale, and we wish you the best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
I'm going to throw it back over to the analyst desk to break everything down before we dive into game number 2.
يعطيكم العافيه اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور. راح نروح الان على طول للاستديو التحليلي نتكلم عن الجيم الاول وندخل للجيم الثاني من بطوله الفورتنايت باتل رويال.
Thank you so much to our two wonderful hosts there, and welcome back to the analyst desk here, everyone, for Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. I am your host, Kelly Link, and we still got Takata and Levin2K with me on the desk. And you guys heard it there, Nut and Okus coming out on top.
Look, they played it correctly, right? By the books. They, in the 5th zone, had a highly elevated position, and they get first moving that 6th zone, and they said, you know what? We're going to try and hold high ground, and I mean, it worked out.
Yeah, I think if you haven't followed competitive Fortnite for very long, it's a big trend in that the first game, height is just free. Usually, a lot of the time, people aren't really looking for height the way they would be. Of course, we know there are plenty of top height teams in this lobby. And to be fair, Nut and Okus was a surprise to see them up there, but they played it well. We saw Aqua and Vino, they were looking towards it. They couldn't take it. They were holding it really strong. So props to them in that first game.
However, we do say high ground wins games, but low ground wins the tournament. And that's because on the low ground, you're able to grab a bunch of eliminations, while high ground is just kind of peeking, taking shots while they can. So although high ground is allowing you to be in a better position, low ground kind of gives you more opportunities.
Right, I mean, this is a start of a marathon, right? We have 12 total matches to be played out, and the ones that come out on top are going to be the ones that can consistently do well throughout the 12 matches. We saw Epic Whale, we saw Malibuca on the low ground. They were looking strong. Good amount of eliminations, made it to that last zone. So it's all about being able to keep it up.
Yeah, look, that is a saying that has been around in Fortnite for ages now, but it's always been one I've actually disagreed with completely.
Oh.
Yeah, well, because look at the last 2 EUF and CS champions, both height teams, right? And so, of course, yes, the consistency you can get from mid-ground via eliminations is going to be crucial. And so even when you're looking at some of the names there, we saw Malibuca and Epic Whale going off there a couple of times, right? Mustache had a bunch of elims in his own right. So we're seeing some of these mid-ground players doing very well there, but for sure, if somebody can come out and just be that dominant height team over the course of the 12 games, they got a very strong chance.
Look, it depends on the play style of the duos, though, because we have a lot of these duos that might not be too comfortable playing high ground. They're used to being more on the lower end of the elevation or maybe even mid-ground. So when they have that high ground opportunity and they get it, I mean, they can play it. But a duo like Aqua and Vino, they are incredibly dominant. They are going to know how to get these duos without as much experience on the high ground off of it, right? And we might see them doing exactly that, but it really just depends on what they want to do.
Yeah, I think that goes without saying, right? You know, you want to make sure that coming into the tournament, you have an understanding of what your play style is. If you are a mid-ground team, you don't have experience on height, you might look up and see height's free, but if you aren't comfortable taking it, you're not going to do that, right? So for sure, all these players will have an understanding of where and how they want to play, and I think we're already seeing that already in these games.
You need to make sure that you have the right circumstances as well to hold height, because we'll see teams steal height and then have no builds to continue that on. But here we have it, everyone, our match ranking for game number 1. Of course, Okus and Nutify are going to be on top with 48 points, and you know what? I'm already eating my words, Levin. You're right. The high team had 8 eliminations, the most that we see out of that game right there. Epic Whale and Malibuca are going to be in 2nd place, but not actually the 2nd most amount of points. That's going to be Polga and Loud Leo. Hidden Queasy is going to be in 4th place, Acorn and Edgy in 5th.
I mean, I love to see this, right? It's an even split throughout the top. The duo that got the Victory Royale, Okus and Nut, they did have 8 eliminations. They did get that VR, but even Epic Whale and Malibuca, they're just 7 points away. So, I mean, this is the start.
I don't want to be the Debbie Downer. I feel like I'm going to have to be that guy, though, because it is just game 1 of 12, right? When we look at the zero build competition over the past 2 days, if we look at the standings from game 1 versus where it ended as, I'm sure there are crazy amounts of differences, right? And so it's all about staying on this pace and making sure you can keep this sort of level up. Of course, some of the teams who maybe are down below here had even bright sparks, right? Of course, Mustache and Bad Sniper, 18th there. But there were some moments where Mustache looked really hot. You know, he was hitting some shots. So I'm not too worried about the teams who didn't have the best start.
Yeah, at Zone 5, he already had 5 eliminations. So being able to grab that early on, because you never really know what's going to happen in the end game. You don't know where the zone is going to be polling. So to get that early on is obviously a pivotal part of the competition. But you know what else is that once your duo mate goes down, still being able to hold out in the competition. We saw Vico do that with a really good job.
Right, Vico was able to do it. We saw Jelty and Vico in the top of the leaderboard, actually. They were in the top 10, I believe, but also I saw a duo like Pink and Anas. They just came from being the crown champions of the zero build tournament to now Pink going down and Anas having to play it alone, but it's all about the synergy, right? If it is 12 matches long, you have to play for that marathon.
And And obviously, we want to thank our sponsorship, STC, for providing us this match ranking.
For me, I am staying cool. I know my boys will be fine as the days go on. Yes, I think we did see some surprises in terms of even some of the fights we've seen mid-game for Surge, maybe not going the way people would have expected, right? When you're seeing Macwood making Chapix look like not an elite player that he is, right? You know, these are things that are going to be, you know, little surprises throughout the day, but I think it just is a sign to what we have in this lobby. We have some of the best Fortnite players to ever live, all going at it, and you almost always have a chance no matter what fight you're in.
You know, I prefer those surprises rather than a tornado going throughout the lobby. So I think I appreciate that going on. But you know, some of the surprises are actually maybe not surprises that we're going to be seeing today, is that there's going to be a lot of items from the Zero builds gone from today. So how is that going to be impacting the competition, Takada?
Right, I mean, you think it might be difficult, but seeing that these are the top tier competitors and they've had experience with FNCSs, they've been playing the Battle Royale mode for who knows how long, right? For some of these players especially that have been since the start, so they're comfortable with it, they're used to it, and even if it is a little different, this is competitive Fortnite. These players know how to adapt.
Yeah, and I think the main difference we will see is that yesterday the most important items were, you know, your shockwaves, your rift to goes. Today, the grapple gloves. The grapple gloves are such a key part of competitive Fortnite this season. We're already seeing teams, you know, prioritizing where they land to be able to play with the grapple gloves. In endgames, they're going to be such a key part of just being able to move throughout these moving zones comfortably. Grapple gloves are going to be key.
Well, just like what we saw yesterday, there's going to be a lot of adaptation going on, and that was just game number 1, so there's plenty of time for these teams to be adapting. But for right now, everyone, we're going to be taking a quick break, but when we come back, it's going to be game number 2.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back to the analyst desk once again here for Gamers8 featuring Fortnite. Takata stepped away, but we got Spaceman jumping in right here, and it was Nutify and Ocus that grabbed that VR.
Yeah, it was an impressive showing in the high ground near the end, and I was really just happy with how it seems the translation's gone from day 1 and 2 to now day 3 of this entire tournament.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like it was a surprise. Like, I was watching it, seeing them on high, thinking, okay, this wasn't what I was expecting in game 1, but they didn't disappoint, right? It wasn't like I was watching a shoddy hype performance. Like, they played really well.
And there's still so many more games for these teams to be building up their meta, learning from the other competitors that are here. Because, again, this is an international competition. We really haven't seen anything on this scale since the World Cup. So I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of duos kind of changing up their play style as the days go on.
Yeah, and there was a lot of discussion about what some of those changes, whether it was players separating themselves from another and coming back for this specific tournament. Would that have an equilibrium effect for a lot of their mentalities? And I think so far, getting back to baseline and the fact that Builds is back, it really does help being in that standard mode yet again.
And think about it even from the perspective of if you are a team that you haven't played with each other for a long time, now you're even trying to learn the new search changes. For a lot of these players, they would have only played, what, maybe 1 Cash Cup, maybe a couple scrims. Sure. And so it's not just, you know, a rejoining of 2 players, but also now trying to learn new mechanics. Very interesting dynamics all around on the map.
But Ocus and Nutify is not one of those teams. They have great communications, great synergy, and that's probably why they were able to walk away in first place with 8 eliminations, definitely giving them a bit of a lead of the rest of the competition. But again, game 1 after out of 12, you know, you only can predict so much.
I think the one thing I will say, right, is that people always give like controller players a bunch of stick, especially if it's like your double controller player team. Sure. Shout out to these guys, man. Do you know what I mean? Showing off that controller players can still rock with the best of the best, and that, you know, even if you are a double controller duo, you still got a chance to dominate high ground just like anyone else.
So we've already talked about some of the changes that we're going to be seeing from the items based off of zero builds compared to the normal Battle Royale mode. But let's talk about drop spots, because it seemed like usually in normal Battle Royale, everyone is going to the center of the map due to those rotations, but in zero builds, it was completely different. Players were trying to stick to the edge of the map to survive as long as possible.
Yeah, well, even as of late, it seems that when we go back to Standard, there's been more of a dominant push around Loot Lake. Now, a lot of players are electing to leave off that site and go either towards the west or the east to circle around, and when they hit that rotation, they run into a lot of third parties. So it seems that will continue to be a factor going into today.
Yeah, I think, of course, you're not trying to just hide around like people in zero builds, right? You are trying to look for the dominant positions where you can deal damage easily and get ahead of Storm Surge. For sure, going to be the ones to watch out for.
Well, let's watch out for our 2 casters right now. Let's bring them on into the conversation, guys. I believe it's still Panda and SVG. Welcome back, guys.
Hey, how y'all doing over there? It's been a wonderful game 1. I mean, Levin giving love to NA and controller players. I love to see it.
Right?
Why is it like I'm seen as the anti-NA guy? Like, I love NA players. I love controller players. I played controller at one point in my Fortnite career. You know, I got love for them.
Well, hey, yeah, out of our top 6, we have 3 NA players. Of course, Acorn and Edgy, but you know, Epic Whale, Panda, I'm sure you're excited about him.
Very, very excited. Look, I hear Levin talking about how he loves NA and he's putting on this act now that NA is showing EU what's up. I mean, literally look at that Chapix fight. I'm not even going to bring it up, but, you know, listen, honestly, a very, very exciting start for all regions. So many incredible regions stepping up to the plate. We saw Jelty Vico have great fights there in the in-game. We saw, obviously, Ocus and Nut take the game, which was a huge win for them. 6-zone on, holding high ground for that long is so difficult. So for them to be able to do that, honestly, it's no easy task.
Yeah, such a great representation of international Fortnite after that first match. We'll have to see if it continues. And I was talking to a few of the players, especially some of the players that are playing height, and you know, they're pretty confident in themselves. Hen was saying, oh, nobody wants to play height. It's going to be easy. I'm gonna go up there. And we see already in game 1 a team that we weren't necessarily expecting to go up and play height already looking to do that. Now it'll be that low ground, because we have a lot of really good low ground duos, and I don't feel like that's common within a single region, because typically that one team separates themselves, whereas here we have multiple teams from multiple regions trying to claim that spot.
Well, it's way more difficult to plan for players that you don't understand, right? So for EU, all these players that are so used to being able to take height at a certain point, understanding when to take high ground and go for it against the players that are within their own region, they're struggling now. We saw a lot of them, even Aqua and Vino. We talked about it before. We saw them attempt to go for it, but realistically, they just couldn't take it. They weren't comfortable with the position that they found themselves in, and They stayed there on the mid-ground, but it's time, folks. Game number 2 is underway. The battle bus is loaded, and let's see where these players begin to dive into.
We had a few contests throughout the map. Over on the east side at the islands, there was some fights happening. We know Rocky Reels, that's been happening all week. Then Chonkers, that's a contest, but not necessarily a fight off spawn. We'll continue to see how exactly this plays out. If these players decide to change things up after one match pan, I'm not switching up too much. I'm going with my game plan because whatever they did and their game plan, that got them here. So you got to stick with that.
You do. You got to stick with it. Whatever's working for them, you got to make it happen. Again, like I've said before, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So for a lot of these teams that are finding success, finding their way into the end game, keep doing what you're doing in the early mid game. Make maybe a few adjustments to the end game, right? So you can stay alive a little bit longer, and then go for those elimination points in that VR. Because remember, in the standard BR, in the Fortnite Battle Royale, really those elimination points tend to come from the end game.
They definitely do. And you pick up the elims and the placement comes. All you have to do is continue to stay up and alive. It's looking like Shuffled Shrines is also being fought. We see Hero and Spy over at these islands. Last game, they were contested by Bloomy and Arab. That fight occurred, and Arab and Bloomy got the best of that one. Looks like Falcon and Spy already in a good spot. Refscard gets a knock there on the Fatch, though. That's an early elim that might come through. Likely going to be in the distance, knowing those two drops, but we're tuning right back in. Shuffled Shrine, FHD and Yonks already getting a knock here on the Ron.
Ooh, that is a tough start there for Ronaldo, but Creo's still alive here. And if I do say so myself, the more experienced player is still in this game in Creo. So there's still a lot of potential for him to come back, make something happen here as a solo player. But now it is FHD Yonks just looking for Creo. They're hunting. They're on the prowl, just trying to finish this up here between the two of them, and it looks like they might just go by him.
Yeah, they looked right where he's at, and Creo's just sitting behind that wall, right hand peeking it, so they can't see him. He can see where they're at. And likely this is going to be a long wait for Creo to try and go get that reboot card and bring his teammate back into the game. Because, man, it is going to be the entire loot session for Yonks and FHD that he has to wait and hopefully not get seen. Now tuning over to these islands here, we have Arab and Bloomy trying to grab as much loot as they can. It's a tough place to split when you're doing a team going one area of these islands and one team going the other. It's not exactly the most condensed loot area.
It definitely isn't. I will say, while that area is nice to work with, we've seen some great players find success out of that area on the map, I still find it extremely difficult to understand and break down how these players are going to be able to not only loot that area, but rotate away. Because very seldomly do we actually see the zone pull in favor of the Sanctuary. So it's going to be a tough pull there for Arab and Bloomy, but other players finding success. It is Macwood and Threat. Great loadout here to start. I mean, that legendary striker pump shotgun. Ooh, I would love to see that in my own inventory.
I would too. Hey, that's all you can ask for to start the game. But to get back to your point about rotating out of those islands, I watched Quanti and Polarized on FNCS use the various different mobilities. So there's rifts over there. You can use the foundation statue to fly up in the air. The one problem that you can have is when players are sitting nearby, you just get beamed out of the sky and you have no protection while trying to glide. Now we see actually Yonks does get the knock there on the Creo, so that's going to be that duo fully eliminated. And this fight over here, Rapid, Chapix, and Zandy actually getting involved. So it's not just Peak, Rapid, Malfin, and Doken, but there is now 3 teams fighting over at Rocky Reels.
Several teams here just trying to survive here, get some points on the board, but oh my gosh, just immediately getting tagged there. Rapid almost getting taken out. Needs to be careful. It does look like that's potentially another team. I think that was Dubs and Bizzle there. in the distance, getting some really nice surge tags. So that's going to be huge for them. We'll see if they can maintain that consistency going into the rest of these games, because you know how important those early game surge tags are.
And you got to be loving that if you're Dubs and Bizzle. Obviously, you want the knock there and the more damage, but nonetheless, that is a massive fight that's going to consistently happen. And we're already seeing 3 duos come over there, so this could be their surge plan. Just walk over to Rocky Reels, see the fight happening, take the free tags, and continue to rotate like they are now. We do see Tripper right here with Malabuka nearby. This is going to be that fight that happens early on. Not necessarily happening in the zero build tournaments, but these two winding up closer and closer now within this mode. Malabuka already popping some heals. He did take some tags there from Tripper and Hellfire. The longer this fight lasts, the more players are going to come into the distance, because like they mentioned on the analyst desk, there's going to be all that natural mobility and movement that you can get from the center of the map and extra loot. So players are coming to this area trying to find their position and use it for extra rotations or maybe even extra heals.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. A lot of extra stuff they can pick up here. A lot of excess that they're able to kind of rotate through. But nevertheless, Hellfire, Tripper, and still finding themselves close to Loot Lake. It seems like they're pretty fond of it, right? Zero build, Fortnite BR, doesn't matter. They still find themselves close to Loot Lake, just like Epic Whale and Malabuka. A great first game, by the way, for Epic Whale Malabuka. Surprisingly enough, they do seem very calm in comparison to the zero builds. I feel like at this point, we were already seeing them run towards players. Now, they're playing a little bit more passive. Unlike Kovacs and Refsguard here, just trying to get involved.
Yeah, putting the shots on. Refsguard's gonna get the knock there onto Milan. Now it's all up to Mitro. He gets some big shots on there to Kovacs. Almost gets the knock, but no, Refsguard comes to help his duo, and Mitro gets quickly pinched. That's the end of that fight, and that took no time at all.
No time at all, but Kovacs now gonna need to heal up here before any type of rotation takes place. But looking at the map, they really don't have to go far.
This is what you asked for in this early game, getting those fights, getting that momentum, not only just for the Storm Surge tags, but just to feel good. Now we're seeing another fight take place. We have Pink and Anas going up against Arkram and Falconer. Looks like some damage was done to start this fight, but it's stalled out. Both players now healing up, getting as healthy as possible. And Arkram may be looking to disengage this, as there's not too much for him to utilize during this fight. Falconer trying to hold it down with Arkram walking on back. And Anas and Pink decide this is not worth it. We're getting on out of here. We'll fight you guys in another zone.
Another zone, another time. We'll see that engagement fully play out. But for now, Anas, Pink, just trying to stay alive here. But Jelty looking to take some shots there onto their West counterparts in Falconer and Arkram. Nothing really connecting, right? So it looks like it was more or less just the focus of some surge. But no, for Arkram and Falconer, that wasn't the case. They immediately came back and just beamed Jelty.
Yeah, the fight comes right back, and you know, Anas and Pink are standing right there as well, enjoying this third partying that's happening. When you get a zone that pulls up here, I mean, Pink and Anas land up in this area, so all these players coming through their rotation paths, and we see they're just taking tags. There's more big beams coming through. This is, again, what you're looking for here in this early game as players start to rotate out. Pink is going to need some time. We see Lecce is going to get a knock there onto Hero with the full elimination, and now other players coming from the distance taking shots. That's W, Carry, and Fatch enjoying this as well.
Yeah, the enjoyment level is high for these players all in that area. They're just exchanging shots left and right, but exchanging shots as well as Lecce picking up Spy there. A huge set of elims there for the controller king of EU. This man, time and time again, we have the conversation. Lecce, right? It's so exciting to see that name still competing at such a high level.
Yeah, known for his ability and been pretty consistently duoing with Swilliam for the past few months. So they've been playing fairly well. Obviously, you know, players of his caliber always looking for that top tier FNCS championship. It's been elusive thus far. Now tuning back in, it's Thomas Tayson. The fight that happened over at Rave Cave in the former match. Tayson going after Kai. Now both trading shots. It looks like Kai gets the best of that one. Gonna get armor walled off, and Kai is gonna have to look for a new angle here. Tayson supporting his duo, getting that damage onto Kai, and I think Kai is going to use that as his warning to get out of here. Him and Draftel now need to focus on this rotation and put themselves in a better spot within this zone.
Yeah, better spot indeed. Thomas HD, Tayson here, just still finding himself in the Rave Cave. This duo is committed to this drop, probably more than any other team in any other drop. They have consistently, from season to season, whether it was Covert, Command, or Rave Cave, they land there, and they still seem to find some success.
Yeah, I wouldn't count them out. Thomas, Tayson, two of the best players in the region, looking to prove that they're the best players in the world, as we see Kai and Draftel just get on out of there. Now tuning in with some NA versus ME action. Yonks coming out of the shuffled shrines after taking out Creo and Bucky. Now have Blake and Scoped within their sights, and we see Dukes and Clicks doing this split. Multiple towers looking for some tags here, and they're both looking down towards the south side, trying to find their surge tags.
And interestingly enough, so I only see Dukes here. I'm curious. Okay, Clicks is still up. All right, good. So this is another NA duo I really want to pay close attention to because they have a lot of potential, right? Watching their progression this season together as a team has been spectacular. We've known Clicks to partner with Day, and Day obviously being a bit of a loose cannon, right? So now that we have Duke here with Clicks, it feels like it's been a whole different dynamic and one that is way more consistent than we've seen in seasons past.
Yeah, and he actually said to me, he's like, there's been very few players that I've clicked with, no pun intended, right away. But he said him and Users and him and Clicks were one of the fastest teammates that he's found himself comfortable playing with, and that chemistry came quickly. And we saw that, just like you mentioned. It only took a couple of weeks for those two to figure it all out. And he's confident, very confident in their performance here today. But Lecce getting involved in another fight here. That's Arab and Bloomy. They're just cleaning up everybody landing over at the islands.
Wait a minute. Is Lecce and Swilliam on a warpath? What is going on here? 4 eliminations? We're only in zone 2.
Slaying out, proving themselves already. And that's what you like to see. They're not going to worry about Surge at all, as we see Acorn and Edgy positioning themselves right next to Nema and Cal. This team performed quite well in match number 1. Currently our 6th place team, and looking to do that once again, putting themselves here on the edge of zone. Need to get a little bit higher up if they're looking for surge tags. That may not be what they're looking to do. Just try and hang out in this position, knowing that teams are going to have to rotate into the edge of zone. Acorn, solid IGL, knows how to play this game and continues to prove it.
Yeah, you know, Acorn and Edgy obviously being one of the NA teams here to pay very close attention to. Obviously, we saw them consistently in the top 10. Now we see them here yet again playing consistent in the first 2 games. So this could be the tale of Edgy breaking that 2nd place curse that we know from him, Scented Commandment in seasons past. So could you imagine right here on the biggest stage of the year thus far, Edgy coming out on top?
I can see it. I like those two as a duo. I think they play very well together. They're that mid to low team that always looks to consistency. And then, you know, occasionally they'll have their massive pop-off games because Edgy is crazy himself, and Acorn will just lay down perfect tarps for him to follow and grab those refreshes with. Now we see Zone is pulling fairly central, and Storm Surge is active. Players getting tagged up with it, and they're going to be forced to take a fight. But someone that seems to be in a much better position is Nut and Okus. They're down below, don't seem to be worried. And I think that's Thomas and Tayson just trading some shots here with Cal and Nema. And it looks like right now, Cal not winning that one.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, look, that's a tough team to take a fight with, to be fair, especially at a bit of a range here with Thomas HD just literally beaming players. I don't think there's a better aimer in this lobby. I said it the other day, and I'll say it again today. His aim is just so spectacular to watch. So we're going to continue to keep a close eye on him. But no, Malibuca actually going down in the elimination feed. That is not good for the 3rd place duo from yesterday.
Yeah, and it looks like Tayson and Thomas are going to get taken out as well, as Epic is following those two. So Tayson, Thomas, Epic, Malibuca go down. Frosty, Redley now trying to make their rotate while they get tagged up from behind. That's Macwood and Threats putting that pressure on. That's going to be a tough position to be in, but they continue to put the tags on during those rotates and hope that Redley and Frosty now are not too angry looking back, putting that damage back on as Anas gets cleaned up. So that team is out, and there's some fighting going on the backside of Storm. This is Polga and Laleo, Hellfire and Trippern looking for this fight.
They're looking for a fight, and they're not slowing down. Hellfire, Trippern. You know, again, we're tuning into them. The Storm is on, and where are they at? Loot Lake. They're just like, listen, it's our home. Ain't nobody stepping here but us. But as I say that, it looks like the team they were fighting, Leo and Polga, going to be able to rotate away. Those launch pads that are structurally set in that Loot Lake area is so nice to have there as far as mobility goes, because remember, the traditional launch pad no longer in the game.
Yeah, and that's why so many players use that to rotate through. They want those launch pads to speed up their rotations. We see Tripper and Hellfire just positioning themselves right here on the edge of zone. They're going to wait to see where fourth pulls before they start to make plays. Edgy and Acorn looking to find something themselves. Not going to connect on any damage, and they'll just wait out the next few seconds, try and see where the rotate's going to come through. Lots of players here on this west side of zone, so everyone's hoping, crossing their fingers that it does go west. We'll have to see where that zone pulls as Cal, Nema, Aqua, Vino, Tripper, Hellfire, Edgy Acorn, all right in the same area.
Yeah, quite a few players on this side of the zone. Will be interesting to see how this rotation takes place, because you know players like Hellfire, Tripper, they're going to wait. They're not going to go first. They're going to let another team go ahead and begin to move and just immediately focus them. That will be their game plan, especially with the amount of players close by. But speaking of game plans, it's Redley and Frosty. Things not quite going to plan, as it looks like potentially Macwood and Threats there, kind of causing them some issues.
Yeah, and I believe Giannis and Kanata are taking shots, third-partying this in the distance. So the fight started here and then continued throughout the rest of the map as everyone sees the fights, the shots, the damage coming through and wants to get involved. We see Redley, Frosty going to begin to make their rotate over to that eastern side. They have some old builds that they can follow, and they should be able to get a relatively free rotate. Just have to avoid line of sight. As I say that, Redley gets tagged back up. Damage coming back out, though. Macwood pays for that overpeak as we see Blake does get taken out by FHD. Macwood and Threats now. It's time for them to make their rotation.
Yeah, they got to make a move here, and it's kind of one of those situations where Macwood, right, obviously very talented player from NA. He was trying to get any kind of surge tags that he can, but unfortunately, he didn't realize that this player was going to answer back. And that's really the way to play it, right? If your teammate is ahead of you and they're starting to get tagged up, you as a teammate, your goal and your job is to get that to stop, because you have more health. You're healthy, you're not in their line of sight. So you immediately turn towards them and take those tags, take those shots. That's what's going to relieve the pressure of your teammate. So really good play on him. It forced Macwood on the back foot, and now they just have to continue to rotate and try to make something happen. But Steno, Lushi, two players very, very consistent in zero build, and they're looking to come into this competition and be just as consistent on social media, all leading up to this event. You saw them talking about, hey, listen, these next 2 days, they're going to be our days.
All you can do is now try and prove yourself. You've done all you could in the zero build tournament. Now it is time for today and tomorrow to prove yourself in the Battle Royale style. We see Yonks and FHD not getting that favorable pull, but this is favorable for most players. It's actually just one duo all the way over to the east. Everyone else is almost in zone. And look at this. Nut and Okus are already up on the high ground looking to claim their space, but oh my goodness, he just gets deleted. They were dealing with surge issues, and a combination of surge and players take them out.
That is not what you want to see if you're Nutify. Though the next worst thing is having Queasy and Hen close by. You see Okus now just on the back foot, just trying to hide and survive here, but he's got Hellfire, Tripperin, Queasy, Hen, all on his site. They're looking for him. They're hunting him down to try to get that full elimination. But now it actually looks like the sights may be set on high ground yet again.
Oh my goodness. These are the two teams that I expected to be on height. It's Queasy and Hen battling it out with Aqua and Veno, but Hellfire, Tripper trying to get that final elim here. They know they've taken out Nut. Ocus is going to be the one to follow. They can't get too greedy. They have some time. You got about a minute until next zone starts to move, and you can put yourself in a decent position, try and get that refresh. Nonetheless, Queasy and Hen currently holding the high ground, although I expect that to change several times in this game.
Yeah, they're warmed up now. They're ready to go, and already starting here with Hen and Queasy, using a lot of material. Can I just mention this? Look, 41 builds remaining here for Hen, and we're only in 5th zone. So he's definitely going to need a refresh on material alone. On top of that, he does have the med miss. So if he is forced to play back a zone, if he's forced to play Storm, he should be all right. However, with that lack of material, it's going to be a struggle for them to maintain high ground or even rotate for that matter.
Yeah, and that Queasy style of high ground is investing a lot, making sure it works. As we see front side of zone, Andalex and Scram already pushing towards that bottom right corner of this zone. We see Steno and Lush actually going to get taken out there. It's going to be Scram and Andalex on this front side, controlling this mid ground, looking to put themselves on the front and force everyone out of their position. FHD, Yonks in a similar spot. And then the pressure starts to come through. Using those pre-edits, nothing gonna connect. Andalex, one of the first few players I saw use pre-edits on a regular basis seasons ago.
Yeah, and looking at the teams remaining, so many incredible duos are left. And not a lot of solos from what I can see here right now. So it'll be interesting to see how this continues to play out, but they're moving and they are going. See, this is the time to strike, right? Take advantage of some of these players like you see Falcon FHD doing right there. It's actually Edgy that he's going to be able to pick up, and now FHD, they're going to be able to continue moving forward, continuing to pressure players down below. But now, as I say that, another team causing some problems there for them and forcing them further into zone.
A great play to get on dead side of the right side of this zone. We see Kanata gonna get knocked by Kakarot. Duke is gonna be able to get Jelty, and Kanata fully taken out there by Kakarot. FHD doing a great job, tarping through, looking back for his teammate, trying to support him, and we see he is gonna go down. Scram and Andalex trying to find another refresh. That is another one right there. Put it in the bag. Grab them all. That's Giannis going down, and they're gonna fight through all these builds. We're going through some old builds, and it's gonna be a tough spot to navigate through.
A tough spot is an understatement. You look at all of these players just stacked on top of each other. Queasy and Hen attempted to go for high ground, but Kovacs doing a good job of maintaining that. Looks like he gets the full elimination there onto Queasy. Now Hen left as a solo player, just trying to survive here, but Kovacs is on a tear. Immediately finds clicks, huge tags come through with that 2-shot shotgun. This is one thing we didn't see too much of yesterday, but now we're seeing it in full effect here today.
FHD is up to him, the solo clutch, as we see high ground once again running low on the builds. Ocus goes down, somehow managed to make it this far as a solo. Kovacs and Repsguard sharing whatever leftovers they have. Vico is going to get an elimination, and we see this mid ground is where all the chaos is. Everyone fighting for the space, jockeying for that position, and it's a multitude of players dropping down, getting out of that mid ground layer. It's Andalex and Scram holding it down, locking it in. Tripper and Hellfire also doing the same. Now Repsguard looking to find that elimination to keep them on that high ground, but Tripper looking quite healthy with him and Hellfire.
So healthy here, and looking at that inventory, that health is not going to stop anytime soon as they continue here on the side of zone. But Repsguard looks like they're potentially losing high ground. Wait, is that who I think it is?
It's Seti and Cammy looking to take the high ground position. They're in a great spot now too. They don't know that there's no builds on the duo fighting them. All they can do is chop, and it looks like Repsguard is going to have to give that one up. The pressure comes through. Not any SMG here on Cammy, so it's going to be harder to pressure those teams down below. We see already splitting the builds. The tarps have been pre-made. We're going back over old builds, and this is a nice spot to play high ground from. Not going to get a ton of eliminations, but you should be able to stay up there.
They may be able to stay up there, but regardless of the case, now Repsguard end up going down. Now having to take low ground here. It's Kovacs as a solo player. 2 shots come through, but it's not going to be enough. It's actually FaZe King going to be able to pick up that elimination. Now Tripper and Hellfire here in the mid game. You see the med misplay coming out, healing up, trying to stay relatively healthy here, but Cammy and Seti on the high ground still, looking to pressure any of these players down below. Shots raining in, and actually some of that pressure returning as Cammy just holding on.
running low on builds. It's about time to get one of those refreshes because we see Tripper and Hellfire continue to look up. It's Leshy and Swilliam slaying it out on the low ground. They've claimed it all to themselves. This is open space. Seti continues to look for some shots. Some big tags come through, but it's Tripper and Hellfire getting another elimination. They're able to continue and sustain there on that mid. Time to start to make a play in that zone. It's going to be Seti and Cammy looking to close this one out. Cammy does find that refresh. Just a few more builds, and the heal off is looking strong if it goes to that.
Yeah, I mean, look, Lecce now on the low ground here with Swilliam. This could be interesting. These players are playing very, very patiently, but as I say, that King just immediately getting eliminated. It's actually Tripper and Hellfire are going to be able to pick that Elim up, and they're looking to keep it going. They're not trying to slow down anytime soon, but no, high ground. Still, Cammy, Seti pressuring down below here in the final moments.
They're using everything that they can. We see multiple duos still alive. It's three of them. It's Swilliam, it's Lecce, it's Hellfire trying to play all by himself with Tripper and doing the same. Two solos with not much to their name. He goes down. It's up to Tripper who's coming from the backside. Lecce's gonna clean that one up with Swilliam. They're able to take that elimination. They get stonewalled. It's Seti and Cammy. It's Tripper. The chaos down below has been set up for Seti and Cammy. Massive Elim game from Lecce. Can he do something special? Seti and Cammy know he's on the backside. Can they make a play? Is it going to be Lecce doing something special? His final build, he's down to nothing. He goes down. It's Cammy and Seti taking match number 2.
A11, all I'm going to say is, told you so. Seti and Cammy, the Victory Royale, the Become Legends duo here on top in game number 2, and I have a feeling it's not ending anytime soon.
Hey, that was a great performance by them, able to put themselves in a position. We saw Revsguard Kovacs up on height, had nothing. It seems to be a common trend. When you take height, you invest everything possible, but the sustain wasn't there. Nonetheless, that was 3 massive games by all 3 of those top duos. We saw it last game. Tripper and Hellfire easily had double digits.
Yeah.
Seti Cammy, they won with multiple eliminations. Same for Lecce and Swilliam, double-digit Elim. So players putting up big games, putting statements on this tournament early.
Huge statements, not just statements. Huge. And this is just the start here, folks, for Seti and Cammy. Again, one of the most consistent duos across the board. And this isn't slowing down anytime soon. Man, what a game number 2. So exciting to watch that breakdown. And we continue to look forward, right? Because there are 12 matches in total here, and this is not anywhere close to the end.
Definitely not. Hey, 2 matches. It's by no means anyone's game yet, or I should say it is anyone's game yet. It's an early start, but a couple of duos already putting themselves in great position. I mean, Hellfire, Tripper, they have been one of the best duos through these first 2 matches, obviously having a great second match. But we were talking about Lecce, you know, hasn't been able to get that elusive FNCS championship. Now putting it on here on the big stage and having a massive match.
It was massive. 9 eliminations on Lecce alone to place in second. So incredible match there from him and his teammate Swilliam. So great look going forward, but they need to maintain that, right? We talked about it before. Lecce elusively staying out of that top spot in FNCS. So it's going to be interesting to see how this continues to unfold, but so many players still hunting and vying. But we got to hop over to the stage for a nice special interview.
Congratulations for claiming the 2nd Victory Royale of the day. Cammy and Seti, you guys played extremely well throughout that. I have a question from ourselves and also from some of the casters before we began this game mode. The Storm Surge. Is that affecting the way that you guys are playing? Or, you know, is it just kind of business as usual?
Not really, I think. I mean, we're really used to like getting enough damage for the Storm Surge. And it didn't really change our playstyle, so I think we're playing very well, and it should be fine.
معنا سيتي وكامي من فريق بي ال بعد ما قدروا يفوزون الباتل رويال الثاني معنا في البطولة. سألناهم السؤال عن الستورم سيرج، هل هو أثر على البلاي ستايل حقهم؟ هل هو غير شيء من اللي هم يسوونه بالعادة ولا لا؟ لكن قالوا لا، ما تغير أي شيء، بالعكس احنا نفس البلاي ستايل، ما غيرنا شيء، ما يحتاج أن نغير شيء أصلا. حتى لو أن الستورم سيرج هذا نقدر نستعمله لصالحنا، ما راح يكون شيء يغير استراتيجيتنا.
A lot of people have mentioned that they have high expectations for you two coming into this tournament. You're arguably one of the favorite duos coming into this. Coupled with that, on top of being on here with the main stage, the lights, the crowds, are you feeling the pressure?
Not really. I don't think we feel
like
pressure.
always.
I think we're pretty confident, both of us. So yeah, that's it.
Just came here to win.
كثير من اللاعبين والجمهور ايضا كانوا يتكلمون عن كاميو سيتي انه احتمال كبير يكون هم الفيفورت في البطوله واحتمال كبير انهم يقدرون ياخذون الباتل رويال في اغلب الايام. كان السؤال هل الشيء هذا مع تواجدكم في المسرح يبي يعطيكم زي ما تقول ضغط كبير على انكم ما تأدون اداء كويس، لكن قالوا لا ما عندنا مشكله، بالعكس احنا جدا واثقين وادائنا ما راح يتغير وحنا جايين هنا عشان نفوز فقط.
Straight to the point, no messing around. I like that. Now, just the final question before you guys leave. Other than yourselves, who do you think is the duo to beat? Or who do you think is going to give you the most trouble?
Do we even need to answer that question?
I like that. Okay, I'll take that. Don't worry about it. Right, I want everyone in this room to please put your hands together for Cami and Seti. We're going to throw right back over to the analyst desk. I really enjoyed that. That was good. It's some strong words, and I love it. So back over to the analyst desk. We're going to dive into game number 3 very shortly.
شكرا لكم اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور. توجه على طول الاستوديو التحليلي نجهز للمباراه الثالثه معنا في الباتل رويال فورتنايت، وخلينا نشوف مين اللي بيقدر ياخذ الباتل رويال الثالث.
Cami and Seti grabbing the VR for game number 2, coming off of the high ground again, Levin. So it looks like high ground is going to be a pivotal part of the competition.
Well, I don't think we're actually, going crazy about this enough. Cami and Seti on high ground. What century are we in? What reality is this? This is not a team you expect to see on height. Of course, people actually may not know, but they are being coached by BloodX now in recent times, and so maybe some of the high ground influence coming in from his coaching. But to see them on height and winning games from it as well, wonderful.
But I will say, what we talked about at the start of the game, that these low ground teams are able to grab those eliminations. Cami and Seti were only able to walk away with 3 eliminations compared to Lecce's team and Trip's team, who grabbed at least 11 eliminations each.
And even that, Lecce popping off getting as many eliminations as he did in mid-ground, that is insane. Again, what chapter is it? What reality is this?
I mean, I think the most impressive part of that victory for Cami and Seti was how quickly they got the retake in the final 5 minutes. They stayed up top and they used their resources only when they got the refresh, and then took a lot of those editing challenges when they found weak players. That helped them maintain the altitude, which again helped them find the victory, and it was just really good pacing throughout.
Also, although this is just game number 2, these were teams that were not in our top 10. I believe Lecce and Swilliam were in 38th place after game number 1. But with that being said, that's just 2 games. Obviously, we can't really see an indication of which teams are the top right now because there's still so many more games to go.
Well, yeah, and if there is one thing that I would be looking forward to is that if Cami and Seti are going to have this level of dynamism where they can be elite on mid-low and also have the ability to play high, that's a scary, scary sight. You are right though, Kelly, right? Not that many eliminations on the height. It's not great. I've heard stories from teams who win games in FNCS's finals and they only have maybe 4 eliminations and they're like, oh, nah, it wasn't as good of a game, right? Because as much as it's the win, you want more lengths.
Well, yeah, I think there's only, 2 or 3 points that separate first and second place, but with 9, 8 eliminations more, that's 16, potentially 18 points?
I think that's where a duo like Hellfire and Tripper really thrive, especially on the ground. They've been so good at not only picking up eliminations, but their pace of play really helps them continue to put 3, 4, 5, 6 a game, which is going to be difficult to stop. Even if they get a victory or 2, you're looking at a quality scoreline in the stat card.
It's the chip on the shoulder, right? They ain't satisfied with second place yesterday in Zero Build. They're coming out guns blazing today.
But we do still have to talk about Cami and Seti because it was Reps and Kovacs that actually had high ground right there, but Cami and Seti able to take that away. When is the opportune moment to steal height away from a team?
Well, with some of the new surge changes, right, it can be a bit difficult in terms of just what actually happens towards the later game. But what I will say is you want to be looking to see if they are staying ahead, right? If you're the team mid-ground or second height, you see the team on height isn't quite up to par, staying ahead of the zone, then maybe they ain't holding it right. Maybe if they're only connected onto one stair or one floor, okay, we can chop this easy and take it for ourselves. There's a lot of different triggers there.
And our matchmaking is brought to us by STC, but just like we were talking about, although Seti and Cami did grab that first place spot, I mean, Spaceman, look at the difference in points.
Yeah, even with Lecce kind of being an outlier, you're still looking at 51 points regardless. Numbers don't lie, 52 right below. And it's around the mid-30s. Like, this is a stacked 3rd through 6th spot, but 1 and 2 could change ever sparingly. Seti and Cami really needed that victory to essentially give him that victory.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is, again, they're going to be happy they won the game, but that many eliminations is not going to be what you want to continue to do over the course of the day. We saw that in Zero Builds, right, with, Lucian, Steno, who were winning games and doing really well, getting deep, but they weren't getting many eliminations. Eventually, it caught up to them. So can Cami and Seti start picking up the pace in that regard.
Yeah, we also saw that from Epic Whale and Malibuca, that although they didn't grab a victory royale, they grabbed one incredible game with a bunch of eliminations, and that's what skyrocketed them and held them in our top 5.
Yeah, there's a lot of parallels here between what we saw yesterday and also Hellfire and Tripburn taking kind of a play out of Steno's playbook, staying on the ground and using that like they did in the Zero build. So it will be interesting to see, again, if the meta will evolve and players get a little bit more aggressive. But back to being standard, do you think that there is going to be more pressure for teams to capitalize on those eliminations, knowing that a victory or two might not get the job done?
Yeah, 100%. We're already seeing plenty of aggression already naturally because of some of the surge changes, and even that in itself is such an interesting dynamic, right, in terms of seeing how teams are handling that in the mid and late game, right? How you actually go about dealing your damage. Maybe are you taking these all-in 50-50 fights, and if you do take those fights, can you keep taking those fights? Can you keep rolling the dice, staying in the game in those sort of situations?
Looking at the second page of our match ranking here, and the VR winners from Game 1, Ocus and Nutify grabbing 15th place, only 2 eliminations, but still, you want to make sure that you break into that placement points because that's what's going to hold you game after game.
I think what's really surprising here is even though it's 2 games in, Hen and Queasy have had a very slow start. I mean, for a team in their region being 2 of the most aggressive players in EU, they seem to have been struggling when it comes to the pace of play, which a lot of teams at the top have been capitalizing on, and we're back to what these players know best. I expect a little bit more.
I don't know, maybe if we are looking back to their last FNCS performance playing as a duo, poor day 1, incredible day 2, right? Maybe that is the writing on the wall for that team. Of course, I'd rather it just be 2 good days, right, in terms of it being 1 bad day, 1 good day.
Right.
But nevertheless.
And here we have our third page, and I can see Threats and Macwood, although they went down in 25th, they were able to grab those 4 eliminations right there, garnering them 14 points, which again, might not be the mid-30s or 50s that we saw on page number 1, but you want to be able to grab whatever you can. And speaking about grabbing, we got 11-2K grabbing some insight for us over in our telestration.
Well, yeah, look, we talked about Surge, right, Kelly, and how teams are dealing with that. The big thing is for teams who maybe aren't quite able to deal their Surge, in some of the earlier stages of the game, how do you go about that deeper into the game? So, right, we have a couple teams who are, doing well, above, not necessarily doing too great. For this team, Triffin and Thomas, they are doing incredibly well. On our screens here, we have Frosty Redley, a team who isn't quite doing too hot in terms of Surge, and so how do they go about it? They can't take a hill now, it's too late in the game to do that kind of thing, and so what do you do with not many teams around you? How can you get that damage? You see here, right, 18 above, not a strong place to be whatsoever. That's not where you want to be in terms of Surge, but the key thing for them that is a good positive is the fact that if you look at Zone, right, they have the ability to rotate around this side, right? And so they can head into Zone in this side. They can use all these trees here as cover, line of sight to protect themselves at times if they want to get to Zone. And they realize that and they decide, cool, we're going to head to Zone early. We're not going to wait and sit around because, quite frankly, there weren't actually many opportunities for them to get eliminations or take a huge fight on the screens here. And so I think we'll see it in just quite a second as the team start to rotate in. They're not going to be able to just jump in a fight, take a 50-50 like we talked about. Look, this team here, gone, not really an opportunity. Threats and Macwood, not an opportunity to take that fight with them. And so they just decide, look, we're going to run in. And the benefit of them running in before those teams means that they can walk back into the zone and look around and take shots at those teams and hold them in. And so you see Frosty using a line of sights, making sure they're covered, nobody can really take shots at them. But then this opportunity to strike comes, 90 damage onto Macwood there. Your Surge dealt with, and you can move on into Zone, right? These are the kind of things I want to see from these teams as we head through, right? If you're not able to get your damage, be smart, be wise, get to Zone earlier, look back, hold teams, and that's how you get your damage.
Thank you so much, Levin, for breaking that down for us. And, Levin, we've only really had a few of the days of the FNCS, as well as maybe 1 or 2 Cash Cups, showcasing the new changes to Storm Surge. So how is that going to be impacting the gamers today?
Well, it means a lot of fighting, a lot of action, right? Which is obviously a bunch of fun for the casters.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, he's 500 IQ, just broke it down, absolutely.
Yeah, guys, we're going to be breaking down even more, but we got a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستيتي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Welcome back from the break, Fortnite fans. It's me, Kelly Link, joined by Spaceman and Takata jumping back on the desk once again. And what do you think about that last game?
It was incredible. I like to see Seti and Cammy popping off, right? This is a duo that I've been very excited to see how they would be performing in this Battle Royale mode. And now having 2 games down, I'm liking where it's going.
Yeah, and they're at 15th place after game number 1, so I'm sure we're going to be seeing them skyrocket our overall rankings. But Spaceman, you know, going to go into game number 3. What are your thoughts?
I think, again, the tendencies we've seen from a lot of these players so far today has been whether it's overtaking late into a zone or trying to use that Storm Surge to your advantage, it's been winning make the plays at the last minute off of the refresh. And that really comes down to the loadout situation where players like Hellfire and Tripburn have been finding success. Though they've been maintaining that lower spot, they have consistently had plenty of splashes to get themselves back into fights, and that's kept them involved in a lot of the action.
And I just want to say that they were in 13th place after game number 1, so jumping up 12 spots there into our first place spot. Nutify Anoka, the team that grabbed that first VR, is going to be holding out strong in 2nd place. Polga and Loud Leo, though, we keep talking about it, making sure that you're making it into the end game, and just grabbing a few eliminations is so pivotal to the competition. Although we do see Seti and Cammy also jumping up 11 placements.
I like the variety on this leaderboard, right? We have King Seyoon coming from Brazil, Jelty, NA West, Vico, Europe, a lot of the European teams here. Hellfire, Triprin on top, kind of reminding me of what we saw from the Zero Build leaderboard. But remember, this is the start, right? This is match 2, 12 total matches to be played out, 6 in the first day, 6 in the second day. But we still have players on the more center of this leaderboard like Janice, Kanata, Malibuga, Epic Whale. These are some of the fan favorites going in, so they still have a lot of opportunity. It is a marathon, but you want to play well.
Yeah, lots of teams jumping up around 10, if not more placements, but that's because this is just game number 2. There's not really enough of a pool to grab these stats from to really solidify it. So still, so much can be changed, and we really won't see our top teams kind of solidify themselves in our top 10 leaderboard until day number 2.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of time, and the fact that there also is kind of like a midterm break after some of the action today, it's going to give teams time to sit, think through their progressions, talk about the game plan. And again, we've talked about it before, we'll hit it on on one more time. That 45-minute break between games is tough if you drop early and fall. So there are moments here where room for improvement is available, and I think that the best teams that showed it yesterday and the day before in Zero Build will have to have that same tendency going into this weekend.
That 45-minute break is tough, but it's beneficial, especially for these teams that know how to change up their strategies. They want to know what's happening in their surroundings, where their opponents are rotating, what the Storm Surge path is, what their loot path is, where they tend to get a bit more aggressive, and they want to use that to their advantage. So when they have this time to think, to refine their strategies, it can actually be super beneficial to them.
Well, let's talk a little bit about drop spots. You know, is there a drop spot that's just key to a lot of the competition that we're seeing today?
Look, you brought this up before, Kelly. It was in the Zero Build. A lot of the players had more freedom. They had Rift to Goes, they had a lot of mobility items, but in this Battle Royale mode, especially with the new Storm Surge that hits so aggressively, the amount of damage you have to do in that third, fourth zone is incredibly high. So being more towards the center and not having to focus as much on rotates and more on getting yourself in a position to get these tags is incredibly important.
Now, do you think in that instance where a lot of players have had to make those small micro adjustments that those drop spots will change? Because we saw earlier today, before even the competition kicked off, we saw a lot of those drop maps come through, and it seemed relatively standard for some of our duos. Do you see audibles getting called on day one?
Look, to be honest, it's very difficult to change a drop spot, right? You already have a loot path planned out. You have it, so it's maximum efficiency on getting your loot as quickly as possible, getting your hard materials, the brick and metal as quickly as possible, and you have all your routes planned out. So switching your drop spot completely is a little dangerous, but we'll definitely see refinements.
But when you have an international competition where you know so many of these teams are going to be sharing drop spots because in their respective regions, they're going up against different teams, don't you have to have a backup plan?
You always need a backup plan, but you also never know what's going to happen, right? Your backup plan might be a different play style, okay? If you're getting contested, then you're not going to be able to do your standard loop path, right? You have an uncontested loop path and you have a contested one. For the contested one, you want to get the advantage in the early game, whether it be a higher elevated position, whether it be landing in the spot of your POI, that point of interest that has the most amount of loot in the smallest pace possible, so you can get loot quicker than your opponents and win that engagement, or at least have higher odds of it.
Yeah, and obviously these early engagements are very important with these new Storm Surge changes. You know, a more aggression going on, not just in the early game, but the mid game as well. So, you know, Spaceman, going into this early aggression, do you think teams are going to try and potentially go up against teams earlier on so that they don't have to worry about those Storm Surge tags?
Yeah, there probably will be more chasing because you understand the importance now of early game. Like yesterday was all about that last second, third part of the map, and then essentially when the end game kicked off, there were still, what, like 30 players alive still fighting over stuff? So in this instance, it's, again, back to standard, but also I think for a lot of teams, getting back to baseline where the early game is so important, it's going to continue to be important.
Without a doubt, we got Netify and Okus and Cammy and Seti grabbing our first 2 VRs, but who will grab game number 3? Well, let's head to our casters to find out.
We will be bringing you whoever wins that next game and making sure that we break it down, talk to you about it. It's been an incredible first 2 matches. You can't ask for any better than that. I mean, Cammy Seti, that was your prediction to win, so it's got to be good seeing them take game number 2.
Yeah, and I said it before that game started that they were going to take that game, if you recall, and I'm going to say it again. Game 3, Cammy Seti. They're going to take it back to back. You know, there's so many teams that obviously have the potential to walk away with the VR, but there's only a few teams I would actually say could walk away with back-to-back VRs. One of those teams being Cammy and Seti, and I feel like they're kind of primed, ready to go to do just that here in game number 3.
Yeah, I was really glad Levin brought it up on the desk when he was talking about, we saw them on high ground. High ground. They're normally a mid to low team, typically really well known for just dominating those lower levels. I've rarely, if ever, seen them go for those plays on high ground. It's match number 3 of the day. It's time to see where we're going. Based on the outfits, I'm guessing that's Pink and Anas going for that drop. They love the Booga skin.
Hey, man, who doesn't love the Booga skin, the World Cup champion himself? But the players diving in now. Looks like a pretty consistent drop here so far. Not seeing too many shifts here towards the north side of the map, so it'll be interesting. Regardless, though, it does look like there are quite a few players heading further south. So I'm interested to see if that zone doesn't pull south, how these teams are going to be able to rotate here further.
Yeah, this is always tough when you have to make such a far glide just to get to your POI, especially when you're contested. It's a lot harder to perfect those drops. It's more math. geometry you got to do off spawn, and we're seeing some math happen here as Arab's getting deleted to 0. Spy and Hero able to get one of those knocks, chasing down Bloomy here. That's going to be a quick 2 eliminations, and you can hear the crowd favorites drawing some applause.
Definitely drawing some well-observed applause. You love to see it here, folks. Spy and Hero walking away with the dub here on the drop. Remember, they ended up falling short here in game number 1. They were one of the first teams to go out to Arab and Bloomy. Now it seems like the tides are shifting in that fight, but now switching over to another very important engagement here off spawn, and it's gonna be the Daily Bugle. You already know Mitro, Milan, Jelty, Vico, Arkham, Falconer, all landing here within this vicinity. So interesting to see how this is going to play out, but I'm not sure that I see Milan and Mitro.
Yeah, they might have decided to do something else. Now a team that's deciding to change it up is going to be Reels and Doken getting after it here with Peak right in the sights. Able to get those elims, but our previous game winners are hearing what's going on, quickly getting over. Malfin taking shots already. He's going to get cracked. Seti and Cammy are enjoying this third party. Last game, it was Bizzle and Dubs that came in, got involved. This time, it's Seti Cammy that quickly say, hey, we're going to steal your grapple gloves. We're going to deal some damage and run away, and there's nothing you can do about it.
That is actually wild, and such a good point to bring up, mind you. The grapple gloves being so crucial to some of these teams' game plans, and Cammy and Seti just came in and stole them. They said, you know what? Listen, we're gonna get them first. We're gonna get some tags on you, and we're gonna force you to stay back. Because remember, if you think about it, right? They could have kind of attempted to fight there for the grapple gloves if they felt threatened, but because Cammy Seti were able to get such significant damage on the players ahead of time, it really kept the fight at bay. But now that replay comes through of Spy and Hero just walking there on top. You saw Spy kind of go for the pickaxe play there for a moment, but just ultimately settles for the gunfight and walks away on top.
Able to grab that one. We're tuning in here to the Tilted Towers, seeing what our two duos are doing. Hasn't necessarily been a fight throughout the past couple of days, including today. Every once in a while, these teams do get a little feisty, go for some tags and shots, but there is a place where fights have been happening. This is over at Shuffled Shrines. FHD, Yonks, Creo, and Ron taking shots here. Some damage comes through. Not going to be enough to get the crack, but enough to push Yonks on out of here. Force him to go to a different position as we see Falconer getting knocked there in the feed, so he's going to be out of this one.
You're going to be out, but not down quite yet here for the tournament. So still so many opportunities to come through, but opportunities yet again following for FHD and Yonks. They seem to keep winning this off-spawn engagement against Ronaldo and Creo.
It's been really well played by FHD and Yonks thus far. Gonna look to get the full finish here as Ron is gonna try and back on out. I can't imagine he has much left to play lift. He goes for the shot, just takes the tags. Not gonna be enough. FHD is quite healthy there. He's gonna grab that elim and put another one in the bag.
2 eliminations to start off the game is gonna be crucial. Use that momentum and keep pushing forward, but speaking of pushing forward, it's Naiad and Unhydra here looking to take this fight. You see them actually taking on Polga and Leyleo. Huge shots come through there towards Leyleo, and he's going to end up getting knocked. So now Unhydra, Naiad going to go ahead and try to fight. But no, as I say that, it looks like shots raining in from the back.
Yeah, it's the Logjam team. That's Rogue Shark and Knight. That's huge to see Leyleo go down. They're in 3rd place currently, and now Polga's going to be forced to dip on out of here, play for that card, and this is tough. Rarely, and I mean rarely, at the top tier play, do teams ever win matches after having a rebooted player. So it's happened. It's definitely happened a couple of times. It is not common, though.
It's not. You are correct in saying that. I think it'll be interesting to see how that plays out for them, but another top team here looks like struggling a little bit more. It's Hellfire and Tripperin really getting focused here as they rotate around. You see Hellfire taking quite a bit of damage here, but Tripperin does end up getting to the building. Does look like they're going to be able to kind of protect themselves, and hopefully they can use this to not only get in and cause a barrier between them and the other players, but also get a really nice refresh on material.
Yeah, you can't ask for much more than just seeing a shield keg out in the open, being able to use that without having to spend any other heals. Not many players will be holding that shield keg for too long other than those mid-game surge tags. But we see Duke and Clix have moved over to the Shuffle Shrines. They saw the fight that occurred earlier on. They wanted to get involved and put some big damage here onto FHG. Nothing coming through anymore. It looks like everyone's stalled out in this fight. We're putting this one in park and gonna find our own way out.
Yeah, and the rotates come through here for Clix and Duke. Again, one of those teams that I'm really keeping an eye on. I want them to show here on a stage like this that they are some of the best players, not just in NA, but in the world. Duke winning FNCS titles, Clix getting so close here, now finding a duo that he truly creates this special dynamic with. This could be the changing season, the tides shifting here for them on the day, but we'll see.
Could you say he clicks with Duke?
Okay, this man, but nevertheless, Steno and Lushi, two players we were keeping a really close eye on yesterday, very consistent, and hoping to see some consistency going on here in Fortnite Battle Royale.
Yeah, we were hoping to see it once again, and it looks like Clix and Duke are moving into the Shuffled Shrine. They weren't complacent with just getting a couple of tags, dealing some damage. They're going to continue to search, whether it be for players, some extra loot moving through here, getting all those mats we see. FHD not in the best position, but they've boxed up. If this fight does occur, it will be a box fight, and they feel pretty comfortable with those. Clix and Duke looking for some shots behind them. Going to be able to get a couple tags. They're trading them right now. Neither player comes out on top of that one. And everyone goes back to doing what they do best, farming up, looting, waiting for the late game.
I have a question for you.
Fire.
Think about this for a second. Remember the big break in Chapter 2, Season 1, right? Where there was a competitive event and then there was a large break. You look at Clix, right? And you think about the impact he had in that time frame on box fighting. Do you think he potentially had one of the biggest impacts on Fortnite fighting?
I don't know of him particularly. We could go into some deep history of Fortnite here. I'm going to stop myself from doing that, though, before we forget about what's going on in front of us. I do think him popularizing the box fights as much as he did definitely increased the skill and consistency of skill in players with box fights. That was huge. Whether it be like the most impact in fighting, I don't know about that.
You know, look, I respect it. I respect it. I may have a different answer, but I respect it. But now we switch over here to Coney Crossroad, a special POI here on the map. Oftenly landed at, ironically, by Arkram and Epic Whale in seasons past. So to see neither team actually take on Coney is kind of interesting. It's different for these players.
Yeah, both deciding to go elsewhere. It could be because they're not playing together. Maybe their duo prefers a different drop. I mean, when you have Malibuki, you kind of got to be like, all right, well, I guess we'll go the center part of the map and Loot Lake. It seems to be working out for them thus far. We see Siyun and King looking to make this rotate. And a zone bowling to the south of Coney. Both Siyun and King recognizing the importance of position. Now we see another player making that rotate in. That's Phantom and Gentle. As we see a knock coming through there for Queasy. So one of our top 10 teams getting active early, being able to grab one of these knocks. The rotates have been quite solid thus far for a lot of our top duos, but it gets harder and harder as we see different zones.
The difficulty continues to rise here for a lot of players, one of them being Adapter and Kakarot. This is a team that we've seen quite a bit of over the last 3 days. And Adapter now left as a solo player, looking to just hold this team out in the storm will be interesting. But what he doesn't realize, it's Amar, Vadil, just feet away, looking to take any shot that they can on Adapter.
Yeah, they're sitting there waiting for this fight to happen. I don't think it will. Adapter knows he's a solo. Already had his duo taken out earlier. I think that was from a third party from Queasy's. That's who I saw, got the knock. Now we see Vadil and Amar, like you mentioned, looking for some shots there, but Refscar and Kovacs, they're too keen. You're not going to get through on that one. And now Amar and Vadil know that those players are watching them right back. Now it's time for them to make their own rotate, look towards zone, because there is another duo up on the hill to the south looking to hold all these above.
Holding everything. It is Refsguard and Kovacs. So many incredible players still here in this lobby, but we got to talk about Vidil and Amar. So obviously a very interesting dynamic. Amar being one of the top content creators here in Fortnite, and then Vidil being one of the top EU pros in Fortnite. So an interesting combo, but another interesting combo in FHD, being able to pick up Creo and Ronaldo consistently off this drop is no easy task, yet they continue to accomplish it.
Yeah, Creo and Ronaldo felt comfortable coming in that they were going to be able to win off spawn. Thus far, it hasn't happened for them. I mean, you have to respect them. You have to be confident off spawn. I mean, if you're telling me, oh, I don't know that I'm going to be able to win that, then why are you landing there in the first place? Might be an adjustment here after this short break we have after this match, or maybe it's a day 2 adjustment. Either way, we're seeing where everyone's starting to position themselves as we see Lecce and Swilliam coming off a massive game, currently sitting in 10th place headed into this match. It's Vico and Jelty looking to take some tags on these two as they rotate.
Yeah, Jelty and Vico have also been very, very consistent in both competitions. So it's kind of interesting to see how that continues to translate throughout the day and tomorrow. But this is going to be a team that I think the public may be a sleeper pick. I see chat going. I see Jelty getting spammed everywhere. We already know the vibes. Jelty being one of those just incredibly talented, not only pro players, but the way he cycles his content into his playability is great. And that's why he remains so consistent. But another team, very consistent. It's Cal and Drafto. They're doing a good job here of kind of maintaining this fight. It does look like Kai has gone down, and it's Nema there on the back foot here as a solo player, just trying to hold on here, but the pressure's coming through relentlessly. But as I say that, it's actually Draftel. They're just gonna move.
Yeah, they decide to make that rotate. There was actually another duo that came in, an interesting play. Laleo and Polga deciding they want to get involved in that fight, looking to clean up the solo there of Nema, and they're still going for it. Nema's running out of space, running out of builds to try and get out of this fight. Laleo is down on Surge. That's why this fight is happening. They're being forced to take this fight, and not only do they need this fight, they need the damage. I don't think that's going to be enough, though, to get them above. So not only are they dealing with Storm, they're also dealing with Storm Surge. They're going to have to out-heal both of them. They have a couple of duos in the way on the path to zone, but it's going to be a difficult rotate. Now we're tuning in with Vico, who just had his duo mate taken out. Jelty fell earlier. One thing that I was talking to Jelty about is, so both players natively speak different languages. Now they're both trying to speak English. Vico, from Jelty's perspective, speaks fluent English, no problem. Jelty, trying his best. He said there wasn't any issues yesterday. He's confident that they're going to be able to play well. But the one thing he was worried about was using his English during endgame, because it gets chaotic, like you mentioned. So that language barrier could be interesting to see whether or not they can overcome that, because they played so well, like you mentioned earlier. Lucy, though, in trouble here.
Yeah, absolutely in trouble, getting just demolished there for a moment. Bravado just trying to dive in here with Mansoor. Steno also very, very weak here on the back foot. Shots rain in, but nothing's going to be official. Nothing fully connects there. So both Steno, Lucy still in this game, despite taking a ton of damage.
And it looks like Storm Surge is going to begin to get active for these guys. So if they can't get out of Storm, they will now be fighting Storm Surge and the Storm itself. Zone pulling right into Tilted Towers. That's got to be good news for the two teams that land there, and also our two teams that land over at Loot Lake, one of them being Malabuka and Epic, already beginning to claim space here. The other one being Hellfire and Trippern, and they got to be careful. Trippern gets beamed up big. That's Milan and Mitro looking to make a play here. Hellfire putting some pressure right back, and it looks like a third party is going to get involved in this fight. Hellfire continues to try and grab some pieces. He needs to be careful because it looks like Malabuka and Epic are looking to get involved. Doesn't matter who's the third party. When the third partier gets involved, there's no one that's winning in this fight. Hellfire jumps in, gets the elimination, quickly grabs some loot and tries to get out. Now it might be Epic Whale and Malabuka that get involved in this fight. Some shots come through. Malabuka gets some big tags, but now they're going to back on out of here, build themselves some space as more third party tags come through.
Yeah, so much going on here in this area. Tripper and Hellfire need to be very, very, very careful. Hellfire being the weaker one of the two, but Tripperin still involved, still available here to kind of support his teammate. But Malibuca Epic Whale deciding just to fully back off. But here it is. It looks like, is that Tripperin has gone down?
Oh no, that could be huge. Who is it that was able to get that? That's Merstash that was able to take out Tripper, and it looks like Hellfire just has to quickly get out of there. No hope to try and save his duo. We also see Queasy get eliminated as well. So same thing with Q-Jack going down there. So multiple players falling quickly in the feed. Those Storm Surge fights force those to happen as we tune in with Pink and Anas just taking some tags. Both Q-Jack and Nator are gonna fall, and Lucian Steno looking for a play here onto Pink. Do get the drop down, not gonna be enough to box them up and get some damage here, and both players go back to their respective boxes and hang out.
That they are. And respectfully, these teams are playing very, very passive because Surge is off, right? So Surge is no longer pushing them. But if you're some of the top tier pros like Anas, like Pink, you know that you just can't stop taking tags, because once Surge is active yet again, you want to make sure that you still can be above that threshold. That's why they're doing such a good job of maintaining that, even when the Surge indicator is off.
Yeah, it's such a tough thing to try and navigate. Not only do you have to deal with the other players, but you also have to understand how much damage you have. We see the knock here by Pink on the hero. That's going to be a big one. Malibuca also gets knocked just as that happens. We'll see if he's able to pick that one up. Now Pink and Anas are going to try and continue to rotate this one in the zone. FHD and Mansour doing the same side by side. It is not only a figurative hill to climb, but there is a literal hill to climb for both these players trying to get into the zone.
Yeah, both players still here, still in it, still just trying to make something happen. As they push forward though, Mansour looking to just try and find a nice little spot, but a team that's not finding a good spot here. It's actually Epic Whale and Malibuca, two teams fighting just above, but Malibuca now back in the game. So despite the knock coming through, Malibuca's still gonna be in game number 3, but a player that might not be in much longer, it's Kakarot getting absolutely pressured above.
And we see Epic already claiming some space, making sure his duo can get in the zone here. Kakarot is going to go down. That's Steno picking that one up. The fight on the backside of zone is the focus of many duos. We do see Lecce and Swilliam go down, so one of our top duos already goes down. Epic is going to make his way into zone, but Kakarot will not. It is Malibuca and Epic down below. It's Vadil picking that one up, and that is their 4th elimination of the game. This is a great start for these two.
A great start indeed, but so many great starts here in this lobby with Pink and Anas here close by. Remember, they've been doing a good job here of maintaining the pace. We've seen them time and time again with eliminations. Every time we've tuned in, there's the pressure coming from Anas and Pink, so it'll be interesting to see how they finish this out. But now Bravado, Mansour playing together, another team just above them, and you see how passive they're playing. They're looking for the surge tags. They know that they're above, right, but they're definitely not comfortable. They're only 33 damage above the threshold, and from experience in watching, right, you definitely need to be at least a couple hundred there.
Yeah, we see Kanata. This is where you're comfortable and not worried about Storm Surge. Bizzle making a rotate side by side. Both players tarping in for their duos. They're going to wind up fairly close to one another. We'll see if the fight winds up happening. Giannis is going to use some heals. Dubs looking down, trying to get some shots. It's interesting to see both the two-shot from both these teams. Dubs trying to claim a wall here, look for some plays. He gets up, tells Bizzle it's time to get back up. And now it looks like this is Giannis, Kanata right next to Bizzle and Dubs. Kanata is actually going to be able to take out Edgy during that fight. So this is a 3-way fight going on. Now Giannis is going to have to back on out of here. And Kovacs, Refsguard, once again playing a high ground position, Panda.
Yeah, I'm excited about this. Refsguard and Kovacs did a really, really good job of having high ground. Unfortunately, they weren't able to maintain it due to the lack of material, but hopefully this will be a different story told for them. But no, as I say that, high ground now being fought for. Kovacs, they're one of the teams fighting for it. And I believe, yes, it's not an Okus yet again.
They are full sending height every game. Nut has to turn quickly. Kovacs tries to get some shots. Nut's going to be able to escape for the time being, but no one wins that battle when you both crank up for height. The mats are spent, and it makes it impossible. It does look like Malibuca and Epic Whale are able to pick up a double elim. Okits and Nullify seem to have a few more builds, but spent a lot on that. And Refsguard and Kovacs going up, looking to play high ground once again. Okus and Nuttifier taking most of the pressure, seemingly holding up the high ground team on accident.
Yeah, this is the last thing you want to find yourself doing, right? That second height is definitely, it's kind of a tough spot to be in. You're the focus of both all the players below and all the players above, so have to be super careful there. But Nut there still holding on. Kovacs now dropping down there with Repscar. They know they don't have the material to maintain high ground as high as it was. They're going to need to get some refreshes here. But speaking of refreshes, it's Okus and Nut taking out Kanata and Giannis.
Call that a double elim. That's huge. We see the materials. He's almost max again. I would expect to see a high ground play. The other team on the opposite side of that was Kovacs and Repscar now with no materials, but look who it is. The ones you would know and see on height all the time. It is Aqua and Vito finally grabbing that position. Repscar's trying to jump in here on Hen. He gets eliminated and he goes down. There's a lot of action going on. Hen is able to pick up 2 eliminations there, but now he needs to make his way out of the zone. It's Lucio and Steno right here on the low ground. 4 elite elims looking good already.
Looking so good, but the high ground fight continues. Malabuka now trying to go for it. Aqua and Vino still going to be able to hold it here for the time being. Now needs to heal up here on the back foot. Aqua, though, looking to stay on ultimate height. Vino now just taking second height, looking to continue to pressure the teams down below. And looking at the way that it's structured, they actually have high ground pretty much situated. I don't think it's going to be easy for any team to try and take it from them.
And they can save materials, as you see with those grapple gloves, not having to fully build up. That knock there onto Malabuka was huge. That was a team trying to play high ground. Seti and Cammy are working their way up. This is another interesting play. Someone, somewhere has changed their play style. And now Aqua and Vino putting pressure down, trying to grab as many eliminations as possible. And with that grapple glove, if they're able to find a refresh, they don't have to go down for it.
They definitely don't, but Vino starting to run low on builds. Aqua as well. They're going to need something here to maintain the high ground. As I say that, Aqua getting knocked out. The whole high ground being chopped, but fortunately for Vino Aqua, they had enough to hold it, but it doesn't look like they're going to have enough to maintain it. So for the time being, they're just going to try to pressure anywhere they can, recycle where they can, and get some kind of refresh.
It is all the best players in Europe taking shots at one another right in that mid ground. We do see Hen is going to fall. Epic will fall as well. Bizzle goes down there to Malabuka. It's Steno on the low ground, claiming all this space, but it's going to be them versus Z Andy trying to grab that. You need to stay up though. When you go down below, you have to be careful to bounce back. Are any of these players going to drop all the way down, or are they going to look to play the mid?
Yeah, that's the question here, but Aqua now finding Tayson's refresh here, a huge material boost for them, but will they be able to get back to Vino? That's the real question, as Tayson has completely gone down. It's Seti, Cammy here now focusing on the low ground where they're more well known to play. So this could be the back-to-back. I talked about it just moments ago, and honestly, it looks like it's coming to fruition.
It could be. We see Malfin is going to go down. That's his best game thus far. Now Steno and Lush having a pop-off moment here. They are not just zero build players and are proving it right now. Able to have 10 elims and make it into this endgame. Z Andy is fighting there with Chapix taking down Thomas HD. That's a huge refresh. This low ground is now stacked with multiple teams. It's a big fight there. Seti and Cammy take down Steno and Lush. That is the refresh they need, but Chapix is on that opposite wall. That's the wrong one to knock on. Seti gets damaged big and they have to go up. He gets back with Seti and Cammy together, but now 3 duos there on the low ground. Aqua and Vino have to be loving this up above.
They absolutely do. Veno, Aqua still holding it down. Veno, no material left on him. He needs to be super careful now, dropping down and dropping in. He's trying to get the elim onto Cammy. Will he be able to do it? He does. Veno takes out Cammy. Now they build up. He has the material and resources to hold the remaining teams out. That's all you have to do to win this game.
That's all you need to do, and Aqua says, I don't need to hold them out. I'm gonna grab that elim myself and take the dub. It was only a matter of time for Veno and Aqua to grab a victory royale.
It was only a matter of time. Now Veno Aqua, the FNCS champions of Season 2, here today showing why they are still champions.
Hey, Aqua said he had an injury. The only one that got injured was everyone else in that lobby. They got sent back, and Aqua Veno reigns supreme, able to take that victory. A very clean play, what we expected from them, going for that high ground. But again, there was another team, you might have talked about them a couple of times, Cammy and Seti being consistent once more.
Yeah, just honestly, it's great to see the consistency from a lot of these players, but you can't take away from the moment Vino, Aqua, just a beautifully executed high ground take where they are most comfortable and most notably seen here in these final moments.
Yeah, I mean, Aqua's known since World Cup days for innovating on that high ground and just dominating that layer, making it popular as it should be, because we've seen so many victories come from that position. I mean, that's been the tale of the tape today. Every single game been won from the high ground, and it could have been, you know, that passive slow play while Zone just forced everyone and took them out, but Aqua said, no way, Jose, I'm taking this one all myself.
You know, honestly, a spectacular performance. This is what they needed to do. The clutch of the century there in those final moments. Aqua not settling. I literally called it, right? I said, look, all they have to do is get up on the hill and hold these other teams out. That's it, right? Aqua said, look, Panda, I understand what you're saying, but nah, I'm not waiting. I'm going, and I'm going to take out this final player, and sure enough, he does. So great play, great performance there from them. But we'll see what happens in these next 3 games.
And we also have to talk about Lucian Steno, because they had a 10-plus elimination game. I believe they finished in 4th place there. That is massive. That is how you shoot right up the leaderboard. They hadn't had such success in the first 2 matches. In game number 3, quickly putting themselves right back in contention for this tournament. We have 8 more games to play, but there is a ton to get yourself, or sorry, 9, I can't count. Nonetheless, they have proved themselves to be here and are ready for this big platform.
Yeah, this is a monumental moment for a lot of these players, right? Like thinking about it, this is one of the biggest prize pools we've seen in such a long time. So everybody competing at the top of their game, but it's time. We have an incredible interview for all of you at home.
Please just talk loud enough, okay?
Okay, all right. One more Victory Royale in the books. I'm joined on the main stage by Aqua and Vino. Aqua, is this a familiar feeling for you, being on the main stage? How are you feeling right now?
Very good, very excited to win the game here on the big stage. And yeah, just the classic high ground win.
معنا أكوا وفينو فازوا معنا في الباتل رويال الثالث. زي ما احنا عارفين أكوا هو كان بطل العالم في الدو في فورتنايت، فبغينا نسأل السؤال الأول إنه هل الشعور اللي قاعد يجيك الآن ما هو غريب عليك؟ وكان جوابه إنه إيه أنا مبسوط مرة إني في المين ستيج مرة ثانية، والشعور هذا فعلا ما هو غريب عليه.
I mean, as we've learned over the past few days, it's all about consistency at the end of the day, isn't it? So that's what you guys need to keep up. I hear that before you came to this competition, you're suffering a bit of a wrist injury. How's it looking right now?
It's going good. I mean, if I do my stretches, everything is fine, I would say. So I just need to keep doing my stretches.
ممكن كثير ما يعرف المعلومة هذه، لكن أكوا عنده إصابة في رسغه في اليد، وكان نسأله هل الإصابة هذه أثرت على لعبه وكيف الإصابة معها الآن؟ لكن جوابه يقول مجرد ما إني أنا أسوي الستريتشز حقاتي قبل ما نبدأ الجيم أنا ما عندي مشكلة، ويكون أداؤه في الجيم كويس ولا يأثر عليه الجرح نفسه في الأداء في الجيم.
Vino, we've been speaking a lot about being on the main stage and about the lights, the cameras, the crowd. Are you kind of quite calm in front of your setup when you're competing, or are you feeling the pressure?
I think I never feel the pressure until it's final zone, because we were at the final zone there and I was shaking a little because we weren't, were you too? I was shaking and I wasn't really sure whether we were going to win the game, but I always have confidence in this guy, so I knew we were going to win. So I am a bit nervous, yeah.
سألنا فينو عن موضوع تواجده في معنا في المسرح، هل الشيء هذا قاعد يحط عليه ضغط كبير، خصوصا انه قاعد يلعب دو مع اكوا، لكن كان جوابه انه انا دائما احس في الضغط في الدائره الاخيره فقط، مجرد ما نوصل للاست سيركل دائما يكون عندي توتر كثير، وكان جوابي دائما انه انا بس احاول حرفيا حتى في اللاست سيركل الاخيره كان يرتجف قبل ما يخلصون الجيم، وما كانوا متاكدين انه بيفوزون، لكن اللي خلاهم يفوزون هو ثقته في الدو حقه اللي هو اكوا.
Seems like you guys can kind of keep your cool, keep the high ground in the game. It's when you get on the main stage for the interview, that's the nerve-wracking bit, isn't it? But thank you so much for joining me on the stage. You guys have played absolutely incredibly. I hope to see you again on here throughout the day and also tomorrow. Please give it up one more time for Aqua and Vino. Congratulations, guys. Great job. We're going to hand it back over to the analyst desk to break everything down, and then we're going to be going into Game 4 shortly.
نرجع على طول للاستديو التحليلي نتكلم عن الباتل رويال الثالث اللي شفناه قبل شوي، وعلى طول ندخل للجيم الرابع.
Welcome back to the analyst desk for Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. I'm Kelly Link, joined by Spaceman and Takata, and it was Aqua and Vino, the reigning champs from Chapter 3 Season 2 FNCS, taking that VR.
It was a really impressive performance for a team that, even looking towards the most recent regionals, averaging around 3.6 elims per game, right on pace in that one with that victory. So they're really kind of hitting their stride right now in this early match.
You know, it's things you love to see. Aqua and Vino being together, reigning champs, unable to play together now because Aqua had that injury, but I'm not seeing that injury getting into effect here, right? We know how dominant they are on the high ground, and they showed it here getting that victory royale.
I love to see it. I love to see all the players here having fun. Wow, I mean, being able to flip a water bottle there, I mean, how can you not be a top contender?
It's what you love to see, right? Being skillful in Fortnite, but also, you know, in the little things.
Yeah, I mean, you know, dexterity and also just what we keep talking about, mentality going into it. I'm sure a lot of these players are feeling that tournament jitters. And we even just heard from Aqua and Vino going into the final circle there, getting a little nervous and getting a little shaky, but being able to relax yourself and have fun can definitely help your mentality.
I don't think many people realize how rare that answer really was. You don't often hear players saying, yeah, we're nervous going into the final zone. And the fact that he was so upfront meant that they're aware of the situation. When they do get into those tight-knit moments where they have to step up and clutch up, they understand they need to calm themselves down and get back into the game.
Kind of shows land nerves are a thing, right? You can get nervous in these situations that you're not used to, you're not comfortable in, you're kind of out of your comfort zone here. And when it is so important, like a tournament at this caliber, right? $1 million prize pool or $250,000 for first place. I mean, these players are playing for life-changing money. So when you're in the late game and you have a shot to get a victory royale, to come out on top in a match, I mean, the pressure, it's on.
Just watching some of the highlights from that last game. And of course, we do have to look to Refsguard and Kovacs. That looked like they potentially could have had some early height there. But if it was Vino and Aqua. And then we also saw Seti and Cammy at the end game. We saw Steno and Lush, the team to grab 3 VRs during our zero builds mode. Also having an incredible performance, grabbing at least 10 eliminations.
And again, consistency remains supreme for a lot of our top teams. And in that play style, that hyper-aggression and using those mats at the last possible moment to take some of those early challenges certainly has worked. But what stood out most was really a lot of teams struggling to get ahead of the zone early on, especially towards the late game. Were you noticing anything specific with some of that late rotation?
Yeah, I mean, the duos that will have an advantage in this sense are the ones that do have those grapple gloves, because they can use them to get ahead of the zone quickly.
Right.
Then they can look back, take shots on the people who are rotating later into it. But I want to see how the ranking has actually finished of this match. We did see Aqua and Vino up on top get that victory royale, but there's also a lot of top duos that are showing the consistency. Seti, Cammy. We have Chapik, Ziandi up here now. It's things you like to see.
And you know you got to give a shout out to Vidil and Amar, grabbing 9 eliminations in that game, getting a total of 46 points, actually tying for the most amount of points in that game.
And even look down to 5th place with Steno and Lushi, getting 46 points with 10 elims so far on page 1, leading the stat column for everybody. But this is going to be an interesting spread because now we're looking at more double digits.
And obviously this match ranking is brought to us by STC Takata.
You know what I'd like to see on this standing? It's that Amar being on top of, you know, the GOATs, the titans of Fortnite competitive. Tayson, Thomas HD, Seti, Cammy, and you got Amar on top. I know he's going to be flexing that later on socials. You love to see it.
And we got to see some new names up here too. We got Moffin and we got GW Dawkin there as well in 7th place. Not too many eliminations, but being able to grab that late placement is obviously vital.
And I think that 2nd place finish for Chapix and Zandy is huge because now, though they do sit 9th in the standings overall, they got 75 points and 39 come from that 3rd game. That's a big makeup and a chance for them to get themselves back before halftime within the swing of things.
Right, even had a duo here. They got those double-digit eliminations. I mean, Steno, Lushi, they were able to come out on top with the elim points. It wasn't that 2nd place, that 1st place, but if you're able to secure a good amount of eliminations, it can bump up your points. You can even see they had more points than the 2nd place duo, so being able to not only get to the late game, but capitalize that and get elims while you're doing it, it's crucial.
Also in that last page, down in 10th place, we saw Okus and Nutify, the team to grab the first VR, doing a good job grabbing some eliminations and that placement, and that might put them into our 1st place spot over Hellfire and Tripper, and who we see got 15th place here in game number 3.
I mean, it's surprising how quickly some of these games can change with the hot start. What from yesterday was a 19th place all the way up to around 3rd for Hellfire and Tripper, and now a quality first 2 games, but starting to struggle as they drop down the leaderboards. And they're surrounded by other duos that consistently have that 20, 25 point mark, and they're only getting a couple elims per game.
Right, I mean, at the start of this tournament, they were at the top, right? But like Levin said, this is a marathon, 12 matches to be played out, so it's still has an opportunity if you're in this mid-side, bottom side of the leaderboard. I mean, you could think it's not going well, but with so many matches, to be played out, you do have a shot. You can still do it. We saw what Pink and Anas did. They never gave up, and it really paid off.
And this is just 1/3 of the competition. 3 games down, 9 more to go here, and we really don't see our top 10 solidify until day number 2. But obviously, we can talk about the end game and how they performed, but the early game rotations is so important. I believe Takada is going to be breaking down environmental mobility in our telestrator.
100%, Kelly. So we have a lot of mobility in the zero build mode, right? Rift to goes, shockwave grenades, vehicles, but in the Battle Royale mode, the only item for mobility are those grapple gloves. So you have to make use of the environmental mobility. So if we look at the map here, there's a lot of places to make use of this. At the center of the map, you have 5 environmental launch pads to use. Even at the Rave Cave, you have 9 environmental launch pads that you can use, but not only that, you also have a slipstream that goes around the Rave Cave that you can use to rotate out into different areas on the map, which is incredibly useful. As well, on the edge of the map, you have rift to goes all over. Well, not rift to goes, but you have rifts that are part of the environment that you can use to get those rotates if you're a duo that's more likely to play on the edge of the map. Even over here at one of the newer POIs, the Reality Falls, we have that tree in the center, which has its own wind tunnel on it that you can use to rotate as well. But if you're a duo that's already on the center of the map and you don't have to use these environmental options like King and Seiyun, I want to show a strategy that they use to get Storm Surge. So they have that advantage of being a center zone already, that they can stay in their POI and they can make these little towers. So you can see Seiyun's in one of them here, and we also have Phantom and Gentle, his duo, doing the same thing here. So instead of having to rotate out of the early game, they can use the materials that they're already farming up in this building below, make a big tower, and they have vision all over the map. You can even see the hill over close to Tilted Towers. You'll have vision onto Loot Lake. You have that high ground elevation, which allows you to open up a lot more angles to get these tags.
Wow, Takada, I feel like you had a previous life as a weatherman, because that was incredible for the breakdown. You definitely know how to use that telestrator. And guys, I know that you want to see our overall match ranking, but you're going to have to wait for a quick break. But when we come back, we're going to have a quick interview.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه القي نظره لو على الحلاوه عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي، عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, everyone. I still got Takata and Spaceman joining me, but joining us here, it is Seti, the winner of game number 2. How you feeling, Seti?
I'm feeling very good. Thank you.
I mean, I'm sure you are. You had a great game 2 and also a pretty good game 3.
Yes.
And you know, what's been your thoughts about Gamers8 as a whole?
Oh, it's been amazing. It's been an amazing experience since the beginning, since we flew to Saudi Arabia. We've been treated very nicely. The hotel is nice, the stage is nice, the players are nice, meeting everyone is especially nice, and obviously competing at a big stage like this, it's really amazing.
You guys both are known for your work ethic. We know how spectacular your practices have been, and coming into this event, given kind of the stage that you're set on, whether it's been practice or zero build yesterday, how do you feel that that rep has translated to today, where you're back to kind of your standard mode?
Yeah, I mean, zero build is kind of hard for us because we don't have. Yeah, we can't obviously build. And yeah, we feel way more confident now because we have our playstyle. We stay very consistent during the games. We play for a late game. We try to get the eliminations during 6th, 7th, 8th zone, and yeah, that's it.
I have an interesting question for you. So you are the champion of DreamHack Sweden in the Battle Royale mode, right? It was solos, but what's most interesting about that is your duo was 2nd place. So you were 1st, he was 2nd.
Yes.
Do you think that benefited your chemistry as a duo? How did it impact it?
I don't know if it benefited our chemistry as a duo, but it definitely made us more experienced, more confident going into another lands. So yeah.
Awesome.
And obviously this being a LAN setting, there's so many, lights and cameras everywhere. Is that shaking up your nerves? I mean, on the leaderboard, it doesn't seem like it is.
No, not on the stage, but when I'm getting interviewed, I'm kind of...
We've asked multiple players in different esports these kinds of questions when it's an international event. I'm going to kind of ask you the same thing. What's been your favorite part so far? Is it the competition, the players, meeting faces, or kind of the atmosphere of the whole thing?
The atmosphere and playing against the best players in the world.
And I'm curious, what's next now? So you've gotten a Victory Royale, you started off strong, you're high up on that leaderboard. What are you gonna do for the rest of this tournament?
We're gonna try to be consistent as possible, and our plan is to win that whole tournament by game 11th or 10th.
Oh, okay, I like it. And one final question for me before we look at our overall leaderboard is, you grabbed that Victory Royale in game number 2. You guys held height strong. Is that just going to be your game plan from now on? You guys are going to try and go for height, or only when it is advantageous for you?
Only when it is advantageous for us, because we adapt really good during the games, so it's going to be our playstyle.
I mean, you guys are obviously doing really well. We're going to be pulling up our overall leaderboard right now, and I believe you guys are sitting in 2nd place. And yes, we have it right there, 96 points, so only 3 points that separate you and Netify and Okus. What are your thoughts on that?
We're going to close the gap in the next
Oh, yes, I love to see it.
Do you think there is some pressure to looking kind of just the count of eliminations? I mean, 1st place having 15, all the way down to 3rd, 15, 10, 14, etc. We're hitting double digits now. When we get to this stride of the tournament, do you find that you put more pressure on yourselves to start making more of those challenges?
No, we're just warming up.
Nice.
Ooh.
So I'm curious for you to explain, especially for the viewers that might not be too familiar with you, what play style do you and Cammy have?
We're really passive in the early game, and mid game we're trying to get as much surge as possible. For the late game, obviously, we try to have as many mats as possible during 50-50 zone. First moving, second moving. We're playing grapplers, and yeah.
And obviously, while we have you here, we don't really get to have much pro insight. So just looking at this leaderboard right now, what is kind of a surprise to you seeing all the teams up in our top 10?
I think Netify and Okis are a surprise for me. Hellfire and Tripper, not really. Aqua and Vino, obviously I expected them there. Queasy and Han, obviously the same. And then Malibuka and Epic, they're playing amazingly.
Now, your Victory Royale in game 2 was impressive. You guys held the high ground for what seemed like 5-6 minutes. Looking at the leaderboard, how it stands, is there a team you're expecting to run into in the end game that you have a specific idea of how you want to approach them? Is it keeping that high ground, or is it a different strat altogether?
I think we're going to be really adaptive. I think we can see how many teams there is, 10. I think the only team that plays height here, there's actually 2. It's Aqua and Vino and Queasy and Han. So we don't really want to run into them. So
yeah, and I mean, just looking at the leaderboard right now, you in 2nd and 3rd place have such a strong lead over the competition, at least 15 points between 3rd and 4th place. But then if you look from 4th all the way down to 10th, it's only an 11-point difference. But let's pull up our 2nd page right now. And again, this is just 1/4 of the way through the competition. There is still so many more games to go here. Vigo and Jelty in 11th place, Takata.
This is what I love to see, right? We have players that aren't aren't so used to competing together, right? From different regions like Epic Whale and Malibuca, Vico and Jelty. I'm actually curious, from your perspective, Seti, as a pro player, how do you feel about these duos that haven't really had that chemistry before to play together, now competing and doing well?
I think it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. Obviously, who's... I have a question for you. Well,
Okay.
What's your favorite duo?
My favorite duo?
Answer this carefully.
I talked about this in the pre-show. There's a lot of amazing duos, but I like the mix of regions, right? And how Epic Whale and Malibuca have been performing.
I wanted to say the same.
The 6X champ of NA West alongside a veteran, a titan of Europe. I mean, it's something you like to see.
They're sitting right next to us on the stage.
And I mean, obviously, there's so many incredible teams here, and this being an international competition, we always love to banter about this, but you know, EU on top over the other regions. Is that still sticking strong in this competition? Obviously. All right. Well, I mean, thank you so much for joining us here. We really appreciate you sharing your insight, and good luck in the following games. And one more thing, although everyone knows who you are, where can people find you online?
On Twitter, on YouTube, in my orgs. My org is creating content on YouTube, on Twitter as well, so you can find us there, Become Legends EU. That's it.
Thank you so much, and we can't wait to see how you're going to be competing in the rest of the competition. But Spaceman, now looking at our third page right here, we got some, you know, big names.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think some of the big ones that obviously stand out, Ghost Blake scoped at 32, Bloomy and Arab at 36, still somewhat struggling from zero build, but right underneath, Arkham and Falconer, 37th with only 2 eliminations, 3 games in. How surprising is that, Tokata?
Look, this is the start, right? We're still in the first half of the first day. A lot can happen and a lot can be learned from, but they're kind of following the path of what happened in the zero build tournament. They're having a tough early game, which is causing them to not be able to be set up for the late game, so something has to change.
And here we have it, our final page of the rankings, 41st through 44th place. And you know, obviously you don't want to be in that situation, but like Takata just said, so many more things can be changing. But just looking at some of the highlights that we have from our top 3 teams right here, obviously Ocus and Netify doing an incredible job in first place right now with 99 points, but only 3 points separate him from Cammy and Seti and Hellfire and Trippern. Those 2 teams right there having a tiebreaker, but as we know, a tiebreaker goes to the team with the most victory royales. If that's also a tie, it's the team with the highest eliminations. So these are things that you kind of need to consider, especially when there's tens of thousands of dollars that separate second from third.
And we saw that yesterday with the zero build, where we had, I believe, a team in second place that only got second because they had 1 victory royale and they were tied in points. And that's what it comes down to, right? We've harped on eliminations time and time again, but in this tournament, it does also mean if you just get 1 win, that could be the difference between second and third, which is a lot of money.
Yep, that was Hellfire and Trippern who won from that tiebreaker. And I mean, seeing that it happened yesterday, I would not be surprised if the same thing happens today.
Oh, man, I'm so excited. And just in case you guys are wondering, we are taking a bit of a bigger break right now that we've wrapped up game number 3. We want a chance for our players to be able to relax, grab some food if they need to, and, you know, maybe look over VOD review or maybe just review in general between the 2 of them what they need to change in case they are in the bottom of the leaderboard for the upcoming games.
This is much better than having to wait 45 minutes to get into the next game, because this is a neutral break for everybody. If you're on a hot streak, you can still kind of work through your progressions, talk things over. If you're struggling like Arab and company, now is time to figure out what's going wrong, and you reset yourself going into the final 3 games, because this is a last push going into tomorrow where all these points matter.
Calling out some names, Spaceman.
Yeah,
okay,
my goodness.
Respectable, but it's just going to give them that much more motivation, right? And I'm excited to see what some of these players can pull off, right? We saw Amar and Vadil in those match rankings. They're on top of some of the titans of Europe, right, of NA. And I mean, if Arab can do it as well, that'd be great.
Well, unfortunately, Takata, you are going to have to wait just a little bit longer because we are going to be going into another break, everyone. But when we come back, we're going to be talking about game number 4. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk here for Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite, and we just had an incredible interview with Seti. I mean, probably one of the best interviews that I've had with a pro player.
And it was so interesting just to kind of hear his perspective, but also as soon as he hit you with a question, I was like, I love where this is going, because you don't often get that insight.
I was literally going to say, I mean, the interview went so well, he started interviewing us, right? Like the tables got turned.
I mean, guys, we obviously have game number 4 coming up real soon, and we're going to be talking a little bit more about the players, because the best thing about having all these players together is that we were able to kind of pick their brain a little bit and even have some fun. So we actually have one of our duos, Bizzle and Dubs, with some short statements.
Oh, the strongest threat to us is probably Ronaldo and Creo. They were looking hot out there, so we're definitely concerned about them.
Ronaldo and Creo are going to be a strong duo. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows of them. But it's like a long tournament. It's 12 games, so it's more of a consistency game. And it's kind of just, it's on us. Like, if we don't do good, it's our fault. I'm not worried about any other duo. We're playing to be the best ourselves we can be. So if we play consistent, there's no reason we should be losing to anybody. We know our game. We're gonna take it home.
When we look at other competition of Gamers8, I don't think of competition. I am the competition. I'm tall, handsome, structured, best gamer here. Competition's nothing to me.
Looking at the competition at Gamers8, we're
Man, those shades from Ronaldo.
Look, might be handsome, might be structured well, might have the phase chain, but in 39th place, the gameplay, it's not looking as strong.
I didn't want to say anything, but you know what? There's 9 more games to go. Anything can happen, anything can change right now. But if they are going to be changing things up, what would they have to do, Takata?
Look, I haven't been able to see what their issue has been in the early game, but depending on that, it's normally you want to set yourself up for the end game in that early and mid game, whether it be through tags and damage or having enough loot to be set up in that late game. So maybe it's refining your drop spots, you're able to come out on top if you're being contested, or possibly it's just finding a way to get more of that damage so the Storm Surge doesn't impact you as heavily.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of changes that these teams can make, but they need to do it quite soon. We do have another fun video. You guys may have seen some of the other ones that we have. A B-ball challenge. This time it's going to be a Nos in pink.
Pick out, no? Fuck. 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 Nice. Pick out, G, pick out. Come on, quick, please, please. Fuck, man, can I start? Fuck. Nice, that's 3. Who's me? She said before. Anna, she gotta wake up. 4. 5. Bro, I'm banging this. 5. Please, hurry up. 8, 9, 7, 6. Ah, no, that's 7, man. That's 7. That's 8. That's 8. That's 10. That's 9 at least. Okay, what we learned, that was practice run.
It would have been 9 if your own duo mate didn't block you there. And Takata, has there ever been a situation like that that you've seen personally as a competitor while you're in a Fortnite game?
Look, it always happens, right? But I want to bring up, you know, we might be able to laugh at them, right? They're playing their B-ball, missing some shots, but can we really, Pink and a Nos, $250,000, $250,000 from the Zero Build tournament in their pockets? I mean, they can miss all the B-ball shots they want if they're hitting those Fortnite shots.
Oh man, I love it. This is my favorite part of the, I mean, I love the competition, but I love just how much fun a lot of these players are having too.
Yes, we don't really get to see the behind the scenes, even if it is structured content. We don't get to see the personalities too often because they are taken so seriously in game. So it's just nice to see them get a little bit looser with us.
That's what you love about these in-person events, right? Getting to see everybody together, interacting, having fun, playing along, and also playing the best Fortnite you can.
And that's exactly what Seti was talking about. It's not just one thing that he loves about it. It's everything. Everyone from the production to the people handling it to the hotel has just been so nice here at Gamers8. So thank you once again, Gamers8, for putting this on together. But we got to talk about expectations for game number 4 and what we think some changes these teams on the lower end of the leaderboard are going to be making.
Well, I think it does come back to a conversation we had earlier about what are going to be the secondary options for a lot of those drop maps. Will it change? Will we look at a team like an Austin Pink? They had an interview yesterday where they talked about sometimes we make a call and it's a complete opposite of what we were intentionally going to do, but it works out. I think more teams now need to start investing in those secondary options. They need to find ways to change up their style early game because of how important it is right now in Standard.
Right, those refinements that will set them up for the late game, where they're going to get a majority of the points. These duos on the lower end of the list are going to be the ones that have to focus on that, but it's difficult, right? The good news is they've had a bit of time now to think about it. You know, while Steady was up here doing the interview, these other players are figuring out what they can change, what they can do, and hopefully we'll see that change in the game.
Yep. And the teams that probably are not going to want to change up their playstyle are the teams at the top of our top 10 leaderboard right now. Obviously, Okus and Nutify doing a great job, although kind of surprised to see that he said he didn't expect him to be up here.
It's certainly basically pick your poison of the amount of rosters you're going to see potentially filtering through the top 10, but I think it really helped with that strong start. Granted, we're only 3 games in. We're entering game number 4. It's only day 1, but Okus and Nutify found a way to, again, maintain that high ground that eventually Seti and Kami took over in game number 2, but I think that strong start will keep them above, but how long will they tread water? Because they need to put more eliminations on the board.
That's the question, right? How long? This is the beginning. This is the start. Even though we're halfway through day 1, there is 2 days, a whole other day of 6 matches. So we'll see how, if they can continue this, right? If they can stay at the top in day 1, but the importance is doing it for the full tournament, both days, all 12 matches.
We can keep saying that there's still 9 more games to go, but we do still have a good indication of how these teams are going to be performing by looking at it. I mean, Okus and Nutify, Kami and Seti, Hellfire and Tripper are so far ahead of the competition in regards to the fact that there's only been 3 games played, that they just really need to kind of keep doing what they've been doing. And actually, we're going to be changing things up here right now. We're going to be bringing on our casters onto the talk. So, gentlemen, welcome back. We got Rome and Shia Wager back.
Hello, Kelly. How are you guys doing over there at the desk? It's been an absolute treat witnessing these first 3 games. I gotta be honest, I'm loving all this action going down.
No, absolutely. They're all just so close towards the end of the line as well. It's nice being back in build territory. We got 3 more to go, Ro.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be a good time for sure. Kelly, apologies, what were you saying?
No, you're totally fine, and you're totally right. We do have, 3 more to go today here, but I always love to ask the analysts and the casters their predictions for the competition, and you guys kind of got a little bit of a cheat going into game number 4.
That is very true. I'm a personal fan of Okus. I think that Okus is an extremely talented player, so he's going to get my vote for sure.
Okay, I'm looking at Kanata Janice type comeback at some point in this tournament. I think that's going to happen in terms of wins. Seti Kami, once it gets started, once that engine gets roaring, it never stops, Kelly.
Oh, without a doubt. But what do you think about Anas and Pink, the team that was able to win the zero builds mode, and how they're going to be performing after the second half of the day?
I mean, realistically, if you're coming in right now and you just had a great day yesterday, even though it was 0 builds, you're still going to have a ton of confidence coming in right here. So I'm expecting big things out of that duo.
They're definitely comeback kings. They kind of fell out of the top 10 a little bit and then boosted right up when everything mattered. So they do definitely have a good chance, Kelly.
Shia, we're usually on the same wavelength, and I want that to continue right now. So I want to ask you this, brother. Looking at how consistently Hellfire and Tripper have been playing on the ground and using that late zone surge to get themselves the resources necessary for a victory, do you see that trend continuing? And if so, how will it happen in Game 4?
For them, I think they're just stronger depending on how strong Height is or other teams around them. If everyone else just continues to play as good as they are, they're going to be good, especially in Game 4 too. That's where it's crazier things start to happen. More people start to take Height. So like the looks they saying, I like the entire call as well. Definite duo to look out for.
Look, I like that frequency you're on with Janice and Kanata making the comeback, and I'm kind of on the contrary with another duo that has that Europe on NA action. Epic Whale Malibuca, I like your prediction, Shio, but I don't know which one's going to come out on top.
Epic Malibuca, anything can happen. The best of the best from the West and EU. It's going to be looking so good from no build yesterday. Over here, too, they're kind of, getting things started overall. Top 10, they can only go higher, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, and they definitely have the skills to pay the bills. They showed it off all the past 48 hours that we've seen, and they're going to keep on doing it all the way through tomorrow.
Another team that just showed up was Aqua and Vino, and Rome, after coming off of an injury, not even playing in the most recent Chapter 3 Season 3 competition together, but now showing that injury is not going to slow them. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, that just shows the dedication that Aqua has to his craft right here, to be able to power through everything, take some breaks, and still come back and find himself competing at the highest of competition levels. It's absolutely incredible what he's been able to do.
Absolutely. When it comes to Aqua in general as well, it's just really nice seeing him in his, entire peak prowess on Height. I always say my day can go absolutely bad, broken up with, people perishing around me. But if I just get to go home, watch Aqua all the way on Height, everything's right in the world.
And obviously, with this being the normal Battle Royale mode, compared to what we saw yesterday during zero builds, what are some of the changes that we can be expecting, Shio?
More defense, more options, more adaptation, the end game getting crazy as well. You guys have seen it for 3 games overall already. it's really just a cluster of situations all around Rome.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful to watch, though. That's the thing, is that the in-games from yesterday and today have been very, very hectic, but in completely different ways, which is oh so beautiful.
You can also expect like certain roles to start taking forward and forth. You have people who like to frag more, they'll be shooting a lot, people just set on building. You'll see those roles just kind of reign true as the days go on.
Listen, boys, I'm a simple man. We wanted to see 20 eliminations yesterday. We didn't see it. So I'm going to ask you the really, really stupid question. Are we seeing double digits? Are we seeing 20 elims in this game?
I will say that if it does happen, it's going to be Epic and Malibuca. I think that they've shown that they can just absolutely have pop-off games. I think if it does happen, which I don't think it will, but if it does, I think it'll be Epic and Malibuca.
Either side on the Malibuca Mustache train, I think Mustache can also get it happening. He had like 7 or 8 at 1.2, so one of those guys might make your dream come true. Spaceman right there.
Well, you know what my dream come true would be? To getting into game number 4, everyone. So Shio and Rome, take it away.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Here we go. Shio gonna be kicking off the back half of day number 3 of this $2 million Fortnite event. This is going to be good.
Absolutely. I just can't wait to see exactly what these teams, what these players have for the last 3 games. This is where you start to take those pocket plan B strats out of the book, see exactly how they share up against some of the best players internationally as well. So far, though, it's kind of been EU on top in general and NA wearing the crown.
Oh, precisely. And one thing that I did notice from day 1 of competition was that in the back half, when we took over on day 1, a lot of players started to slow down. They played more defensive than they did in the first 3 games. So is that something that you think we'll be seeing yet again?
That was, I think, adaptation to no build overall. We had tense up in play as well. We had many different things that people were just getting used to. When it comes to build, they're a little bit more comfortable when it comes to plans they have, the B strats, the C strats. So I want to see things just like that, where it's a bit more defensive. This time, though, I think people will be trying so many different things. A lot of you might just actually get faster in the last 3 games.
Now, my next question for you, this one's a little bit tricky. Out of the 88 players that we have competing, how many do you believe had their sights set on this specifically, this Battle Royale, the Saturday and Sunday event?
100%. Literally 100%. That's kind of the bread and butter these guys know of. I think no build for them was a very nice step up, and we saw it yesterday. Some of the interviews as well with Steady. You can see everyone was using a lot of the things in terms of getting used to the atmosphere, the ambiance, getting in play with all these setups as well. They definitely tried their hardest for that event. There was a lot of money on the line, lots on the line here as well. So they're gonna have an entire new, fresh attitude. Anas smiling on screen right now too. He's ready to go. So many players from across the world, and they're only just halfway on day number 3.
Yeah, halfway, but I will say Hellfire and Tripper, and the fact that they right now are going to be in 3rd place, and yesterday ended up taking home 2nd place with $150,000. They're gonna be feeling pretty good, because I'm sure a lot of teams were coming in thinking, okay, we'll probably place really well in one of these events. They have the chance to do it in both. That would be absolutely immaculate.
They're the trap card duo, right? As long as they have one person they're kind of shadowing, one duo they're reacting to, they can stay alive in the game for a long time, take all the pressure Height's putting down, and just soak it up all the way on the low ground. It's huge for them. Past that, too, I see something really scary on this leaderboard. That's Aqua and Vino, mystery competitor, in 4th place. Anytime these guys are in the top 5 this early, they end up just soaring all the way to 1st. You give them a little bit of an inch, they take VR after VR after VR.
Yes, and I've actually been paying quite a bit of attention to the Twitter streets, if you will. And I have been seeing predictions left and right coming in for Hin and Queasy. Everyone has them taking this one home, at least from what I've seen. And right now they're in 5th place. They're in striking distance, but they're still down by about 20 points.
Yeah, Hen the Wonder Child. I mean, when it comes to clutch, this man is no stranger. Almost winning an entire FNCS off the back of 6 different zones by himself in one of the hardest regions. Put him with Queasy, one of the best brains. Honestly, if you go to a doctor's office, look at the skeleton picture of describing things at peak performance, they would use Queasy's brain. They'd have it there as the perfect example. Them just being with each other, being able to lead each other, work off of each other, it is huge. They always have slower starts a little bit, but they make it so close towards the end. Minimal points almost. It's gonna look so good.
Yeah, precisely. And another duo that I do want to talk about that we don't see in this top 10, and we didn't see in the top 10 in the last event, is gonna be Clicks and Duke. Now, we've seen a lot of content coming out of these guys. We've seen a lot of pictures, a lot of interviews, a lot of everything, but we haven't really seen a lot of eliminations and a lot of VRs.
Yeah, those flashing lights might just be a distraction before the game. It's tough for them, Rome. I like that you pointed that out. They're having a little bit of a tougher time making it off a spawn. I think that's going to be one of the biggest things affecting them regionally and internationally overall here today. So hope they get it figured out. The best thing for them, we got 12 total games to play inside build.
Yeah, plenty of time to get right back in the groove of things, but I will say with every single game, that clock is going to be running out. You see these players, they are just getting ready as we're almost going to be good to go for game number 4.
Absolutely. So many player storylines to talk about. Talk about the setting they're into. Look at that stage, confetti up in the air. We're about to go to a different dimension here. That's exactly where the island is at. The battle bus is flying, and we're jumping right in to game number 4 on day number 3.
Here we go yet again. Thank the driver on your way out. Let's go ahead and have a great time. See exactly where all these players are going to be dropping. See if anyone's going to be switching anything up. Yesterday, we actually saw sometimes a couple duos said, you know what? We're just going to go ahead and land on the top duo. We're just going to go ahead and try and take them out. Try and get these elims. It ended up not working out for them. But who knows? Maybe we might see some fun success doing that event.
Yeah, just a few issues overall for a few teams, but now it's time to lock back in. So far throughout the day, the biggest thing has been just being able to survive inside endgame, work around Surge as well. That 5th zone kind of being the barrier between who can get the most points of the game and who gets left out. So Okis, not a 5, they're doing a really good job of staying up on top and looking to see exactly what they can do next. Everyone else, they're trying to be in that conversation as well, really strive towards that top 5.
Yeah, for sure. And a big thing that I've noticed today, compared to yesterday already, is that the players that are on the outskirts, they're feeling very good yesterday, but now the players that are on the outskirts, they feel like they have to go for these little skirmishes a lot quicker because guess what? When that first circle pops, when you start to realize, oh man, I got to go all the way across the map, things might be a little bit sticky for you. You might find yourself in a little bit of a quagmire there if you're that far away without, you know, any mobility really. I mean, we spoke about it. The only thing you really got is the grapple gloves, and those don't exactly take you all that far.
Yeah, when you get shot by them too, just interrupted inside the air. Meanwhile, Shuffle Shrines, doesn't matter if you can build it or not. It's been a little bit of an experience for Ronaldo and Creo up against the Falcon boys. It's one of the spots on the map where if you have control, you get to make so many big bases, get to take so many shots and have control over the mid game. So they'll try to do that now. They've completed 50% of the mission. Yonk's still left over. We'll see exactly if they go for the hunt down or just move out.
Yeah, gonna definitely need to try to get that card. You don't want your duo to drop this early. That is just an extremely unfortunate situation. You see right now, doesn't really have anything to get over there, but this right here, this is a sticky situation. What do you even do? Do you just leave? Because you know that they're just gonna be waiting for you. They got plenty of time. If you wanna go get that card, it's gonna be war.
You got 5 seconds or 5 minutes actually of time to be able to just chill out and see if people go back and forth. You interrupt your game, but it's gonna be all good. One person without any interruptions whatsoever inside this format has been Hellnada. Mr. Hellfire, every single time he connects with a shot, that's usually a finished body within seconds, and they go for the double hunt. Now all the way up to Sion, they've taken a few more bullets through, but Tripper calms him down, pulls him back, more fights around the map. Arab just farming a little bit, now completely invaded by a team who does not want to have a free vacation for him and Bloomy on this island. Old Head's looking to see exactly what he can do up in the sky. It'll be both of them inside the same box. They have to stay secure because they don't have too much shield. This fight, depending on how fast it goes, just net them a bunch of free points, Rome. That's huge for them. Just consistency in moving up the rankings. And after that, then they get to play out their whole game.
Yeah, as right now they understand the Spy is going to be right above, and Spy going to be getting fully 200 health. Oh, going to stop on that one for now. Still at 150. Waiting to pop that big, and here we go. Okay, I think he's gonna go for the fight. I'm gonna be honest. I think he's gonna say, "Arab Bloomy, you're gonna have to take me out if you want to get out of this one." I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to pick up the 1v2 either. I'm gonna be honest.
It might be a possibility when it comes to defense, though. These guys do know when to edit how to shoot. In this position specifically, though, Ro, when it comes to the islands, we saw it a bit yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So sticky to be able to get out of this spot.
Yeah.
Playing the rest of your game. These guys have to finish fast. You ended up casting one of the end games here. It was so troublesome, even in just this 2v type of one. I see one more team coming in from the north side. They're definitely on a timer.
Yeah, because that pinch can start to come in. You get third party, things can go left. And this is what I'm talking about. Arab already down to 63 health. Falcon's still going to be feeling pretty good. But as you stated, there's another duo that is waiting. You can see in the bottom right corner, that yellow arrow is pointed right at these trio of players right here. So they're waiting, just waiting for their opportunity to potentially get a pick.
Spy still rocking things out. He's gone into the perspective and the position of, okay, this 2v1 gonna be too long, and if you are higher in those builds, if you're the one who's trying to control things, you're open for more shots and more fire as a solo. Not gonna be able to handle that. Malibuka Epic, they rock in, taking out one big name. That's Hellfire. Not sure if Trippern's also down, but that'll be a huge swing in terms of how the end game's gonna be played.
Oh, for sure. I don't think he was down yet. I think, yeah, Tripper is still up, so he's good to go. But, I mean, that doesn't mean that he isn't going to find himself in a big troublesome situation right now. He does have those grapple gloves. I will say that. If you're going to have anything in your back pocket right now as a solo, those grapple gloves are going to be so huge. We've seen them come into plays in late games so many times in these build modes, and now, this early, you're going to maybe need to use those to get out.
Possibly. It's going to be tough because for Tripper, it's all about the T's.
Yep.
It's tech, like the grapple gloves you're talking about, wants to make sure he has them. It's the kind of tech and dual synergy as well, having a teammate alive to get the entire endgame checklist figured out. It's also time. Now with Hellfire down, he has to waste a lot of time getting that card back, going for the reboot. A lot of the times when we see that duo specifically, even Spy right now in this situation where you're just wasting time, you end up completely losing your game before it even starts. So Spy needs to do something here. If he's locking down into this, his checklist on this being a good game is getting at least one elimination here. Up to Arab, spray after the pump, it's looking good. Striker purple, but this man, he's looking bruised and blue. Arab is gonna be able to take him down. Bloomy will wipe him out.
Yeah, beautiful trade coming out, and that's going to be an easy revive coming in for Bloomy. Arab and Bloomy, they said that they really want to put a staple here. They said, look, our combined age, it might be 48, but we're smarter than everyone. All these kids, 15 years old, 16 to 17, whatever. We might be, in our late 20s, early 20s, but guess what? We still got it. We can outsmart these players, as you just saw right there.
It'll take him some time, I think, in another fight against players who are a little bit more aggressive. They might not hold strong that hard. Over here for Dawkin and Boffin as well. At Rocky Reels beforehand, I mean, we've seen this fight break out a couple of times. They weren't actually able to place a lot of walls and traverse the POI. This time you can see defenses bolstered, rapid, peak, not gonna have easy opportunities to take a few shots. Dawkin gets to have his own field of play. Look at this too. Edits moving out of the way, getting a few tags in before he gets out. That's a big profit for them on damage before they move.
For sure, we're on with Halo King and Polga, currently across from Knight and Rogue Shark, waiting for one of these two duos to really have a nice pop-off game. Don't think that we've seen one from either one of these duos yet this weekend, but that would be massive if they're able to have it right now.
Yeah, for Polga, Laleo, I think we've seen one win overall in Zero built. When it comes to this duo as well, I just like them so much. This might be my favorite duo in terms of playstyle to watch, the way they show up inside these endgames. They're spiky. It's like I'm watching a cactus inside a desert, but every player in the endgame is forced to go and try to touch it and not take a little bit of damage. They're prickly inside these low ground situations, box to box. You never expect them to deal that damage. You knock on their door, they shove yours down. So I'm waiting to see exactly when they choose their time to strike this game. Knight and Rogue Shark, really good at just playing whatever meta is around, really good at adapting to what items are needed in the inventory, how and where to move, and so far you see Zone next to them. They go for maybe 5 seconds of pressure for tags, don't see it, immediately move.
Yep, gonna be an extremely smart play. They understand Lalelo was gonna have to move right through them, and they didn't want any of that smoke. They said, you know what, we're just gonna make sure that we're good to go, we're safe, we're getting in the zone, because you stated it, they didn't have any mobility. It wasn't a grapple gloves that they had, right there, which is unfortunate. There's no rift to goes, there's no shock waves. You gotta run, and that puts you in very, very rough situations sometimes, so it's definitely better to move early than late.
Yeah, for Baylor and Bravado, they've moved to a spot that's looking really good in Sanctuary. I think overall this experience for them hasn't been paradise entirely when it comes to the game. They're always in positions that look good. They're that kid right in front of all the ice cream flavors in the ice cream store. They've got no money though. They're never able to actually buy a scoop. They're in these spots with these huge bases. I never see them able to get those tags. As a result, suffer for surge, suffer for their overall positioning. It's not too tasty.
Yeah, they're the kids that go in and just ask for samples. So those are the ones for sure. As we're looking at Edgy and Acorn right now chilling out in a bush, they are just waiting for Valor to peek this one, but it looks like Valor knows that they're there. This is very interesting because Valor's not taking shots on them if he does know that they're in that bush.
He's going to be sticking to that spot a little bit more now too. They just pulled zone. It's right on Acorn Edgy, Baylor and Bravado. A few other teams all around it, and this is kind of troublesome for them inside the circle. They're going to be looking around for a lot of things to happen. No one in there is going to move. If the storm's outside your house, there's no point in going out, outdoors at all. So we have to wait a few minutes, or at least just a little bit, for some of those outside duos to come in. Bravado sees that. He understands nothing's going to happen. They go for the reform immediately. Steno and Luce also active today, looking good overall. They'll rock in with a really good loadout, once again, playing items to their maximum potential. And when it comes to defense, they react fast.
Yeah, and the thing about Stino and Lucy is that they are on a revenge tour today, if you ask me. They were in first place for 9 out of 12 of the games heading through the first event that we had. And then they ended up falling, I believe, all the way down to 5th by the time that it ended. So they understand they were at the top for so long. They know what it tastes like to be that close to $250,000. So they are 100% going to be coming in today with a chip on their shoulder. So if any duo is going to be contesting them, they better watch out because this duo is going to be on point.
Beforehand, they had the big Tonka trucks to be able to just get out of the way. This time, they've got that attitude. You're absolutely right, Rome. Many other teams in that position, too. We just fell off from Fahad and Mansoor. These guys have been looking really good inside box fights. Haven't been able to finish them out under their perspective and circumstances either. Going to be tough overall. I think that's kind of going as a pattern for the whole lobby as well. Things that you expect to go well, maybe getting interrupted. Clicks taking out Vino inside the feed. That might be good overall to maybe nice Aqua down, make him rethink his steps and moving towards the end game, get a reboot off onto Vino. The Clicks now slightly coming back. One high ground Titan taken down for now.
Yeah, and after winning game number 3, the fact that Vino already dropped, going to leave Aqua in a very sticky situation. Bizzle and Dubs right now are going to be trying to make the most out of this rotation, trying to move out. Aqua going to be very, very low, going up against Chapix right below him.
Reyna out again. Chapix not allowing this reboot coming through for free at all. He's got the grapples to be able to just be a little bit more, dainty in the air. He knows exactly where he needs to go. It's looking nice. Aqua, reinforced wall. You're not going to be able to bust through that one, my friend, unfortunately. He'll try to go for that reboot card again. Yeah, he's good, and he has enough time to be able to just lock this res in. The issue is zone is coming through, albeit slow. He'll have to make moves fast.
And Aqua's essentially got max mats right now, so should be good to go, as well as has those armor walls in his back pocket, so things are looking very good. Giannis and Canada gonna be looking to converge on this. Might be trying to make something happen right here. As MF Real's extremely low. The grapple gloves are gonna be there for Canada as they're making their move, and this one's spicy because they're either just trying to get closer to the circle or potentially trying to wreak some havoc on a duo.
Definitely a circle move. This is a duo that doesn't like to box fight unless they're forced to. Peek though. Force kind of there because this teammate is down. I don't think there's a van in the circle either. At this point, when you get rebooted in this season, it's from a rift up in the sky. Anyone can easily shoot you down. So he's locked in as a solo. The checklist changes. The VR is not usually available for you if you're just going to be a solo player by yourself. You have to go for the knocks. You have to go for the finishes. Peek finds one onto Arkram. Falconer, the next target. He's going to try to look under the basement to see exactly who's crawling around. I wonder if he lets this revive come through.
I don't think that that's going to happen, but he's going for it regardless. And, I mean, it's a bold move, but hey, if you're able to get up Arkram, that's exactly what you want. Oh, nope, not happening. Yeah, you see, he's still down. Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think that was going to be allowed to come through. But either way, you can see Peek and Reels. Peek is known as a very aggressive player, so I don't think he's going to be letting up whatsoever. We're going down to 29 and ends up getting taken out. Huge play going to be coming out by Falconer, and now you're going to go back, get that safe revive, and oh my goodness, a beautiful, beautiful elimination.
You think they're happy now. There's trouble because they're looming inside that storm. I know we're focused on the map currently, but for Falconer, yeah, there it is. Yonks and Fahad rolling right through, and they heard those shots really rock in. They're taking lightning, and that's going to make them even faster in terms of making a decision on what to do next. It's damage, so right to Falconer, right to Arkram. What a nice POV from Fahad to take those shots, but they are still taking so much more damage. 25 extra every second. They have to focus on the heals and the shots at the same time. Arkram, Falconer up against the back wall, but they still have some room. They have time on their side.
And they're 240 below. They need to start engaging right here and now. But this duo, they are just keeping them locked down. Only 6 HP gonna be left. Should be dropping very soon. And yes, that is gonna be Yunks meeting his makers. Arkram is just trying to stay alive right now. 18, 16, 14. They're in the storm. They're gonna need to get out of this one. That med mist, it might not be enough. As the revive, is it gonna come through again?
Yeah, Arkram's got Falconer this time. One teammate scratches your back, you help him when Storm is taking him down. Really smart from Arkram there too to focus that shield kick. That was huge. Stopped all the heals that were preventing Surge from doing the max damage over to Fahad. But once again, you can see the issues of them trying to get in, not really getting the full picture game after game. Or not Fahad, that was Yonks, excuse me. It's Fahad and Mansoor now in a very similar spot. They're gonna be locking in straight over to Macwood. Going for the damage, going for the shots, but Threats is there with the defense. Talk about playing a maximum backline. They're really just pushing back as much as possible. Threats on the top side, he's going on the offensive. buying Macwood some time to heal. He needs that desperately as these guys are so far away from zone.
Yeah, it was a solid play for sure, dropping that armor wall, getting up top, trying to get a nice peek, and now Bravado and Falcon are going to be, and Mansour, excuse me, are going to be making their way over, making sure that they're not going to be engaging whatsoever. But another thing that I noticed is Aqua, he did take surge damage. That was actually major, because we know that he's a solo currently, and if you're not above that threshold as a solo, whew,
it's so much harder to come back. It's impossible. The good thing, though, for a bunch of these teams, especially the ones moving late, Threats, Macwood in this situation, lots of extra loot. You just saw Threats pick up a few shock splashes. And at the same time, this terrain, the trees, you're able to traverse low ground just a little bit more sneakier, a little bit more safer. That's going to be huge for anyone moving in late. Huge for the second place, the top 3 team rocking into Seti, Cammy, low ground, going to be that much more incognito. They can lurk throughout the shadows, use minimal builds. That's exactly what they're doing, waiting for the next portion of their game.
Having chug splashes, minis, and grapple gloves in their back pocket, going to be feeling very, very good heading toward these later zones. So we're going to be seeing the next one pretty shortly here. Bravado is just trying to get a little peek, trying to get as much damage as possible, because now they're going to be 98 above. They were just below for a half a second. And you can see how much damage. Now they're only 18 above. That's how quickly things can change. This is going to be getting very, very dicey.
Just in a second, everyone from the south will have to move up. It's actually a very good zone for them overall. Just need to edge in just a little bit. Grapple Glove's going to be in tow there too. The Bugle teams will have domination over exactly what happens, who has a say in terms of moving in. They can get the last chance slot and moving over. No one, though, is moving out just now. Tayson and Thomas rocking back and forth against Jelty. No Vico. Jelty, minimal HP. He's going to be taken out.
Yeah, definitely going to be unfortunate dropping there, but Thomas, HD, definitely one of those players that everyone has their eyes on. There's a lot of players that people are just looking at and saying, you better perform, because the expectations are that high, and Thomas definitely going to be one of those players. We saw what he was able to do in the no-build scenario, absolutely popping off, but guess what? That's not even the bread and butter for him, so he really wants to have a great performance here today.
Saw what he could do in some of the last games as well, but super clutch Thomas has yet to be consistent. Inside Battle Royale, Knight and Shark. Once again, a team that can only be a surprise in terms of result when it comes to this game. They're going to be looking to see if they can find anything up inside these builds. It's so interesting when two teams are side by side right next to each other, especially in an advantageous portion of the zone. Whoever moves first is usually going to be the ones taking a little bit of damage. After that, that second team can go in. They'll have more of the lobby to deal with overall moving in the zone, but it's going to be so close, it won't matter that much for Knight and Shark. What these guys need to do for the moment is find a way to get a refresh on mats, find a way to maybe pick apart a team before that end game starts. They need some type of power if they want to stick around for a long time. Macwood has a lot of it for the moment. Threats picked up one elimination, and at the same time, this man, although he's burning through a lot of his builds, ammunition, everything is there in the inventory to have a solid game. He hasn't used any of those bullets, though. He's going to be low on surge, 60 above right now for Macwood. And because of the rivers and jungles, the terrain down below, it's tough for him to move in on his terms.
Oh, for sure. As you can see, that circle is closing in, and all these duos that were at the bottom, they are all converging in the same area, and that is going to be just absolutely insanity in that bottom half. Like, look at the map right now. That bottom ring is just filled with duos stacked on top of each other. If that circle draws toward the top, you better have some grapple gloves in your back pocket. That's all I gotta say.
Even then, they gotta be used with good timing. Okus now in pressure as well. Tripper and taking him out is gonna be huge for this duo to rock back into the game. Hellfire back too, gonna be nice for them. Moving through. And with grapple gloves, it looks like this man didn't even miss a beat inside this game. A few more players though under pressure towards the backside. It's gonna be tough for these guys to strive. It does pull left, and the majority of the lobby needs to move. Okus though gets to just hold on to the spot and absorb this spray. I think Tripper and Hellfire, they know exactly what's happening here. Okus is a solo, and so much easier to be put pressure on.
Yeah, and when you're a solo, the thing is that it's just so hard. You just really got to go for placement points. You can't be going for anything else. That's really the strategy that we've been seeing this weekend, and I'm thinking that these teams are just going to be sticking to that. If you're a solo, you can't be going for these miracle plays. It's just not going to work out.
Aram's trying to go for a miracle right now, a little bit of a super backside rotation. He's trying to find exactly the easiest, less contested path. You stick back a little bit, you can see a little bit of the terrain in front of you, exactly where you need to move, the traffic cones if there were any, and what to avoid. He finds a way to get in unscathed. As I say that, they take a little bit of damage and have to stop a team right beside them, giving them a tough time. Nas and Pink still alive. Tripper and actually takes out Polga and Okus at the same time. Leo going down in that situation as well, so forcing one of those 3 box fight type situations. Light and Shark end up low. Queasy right beside him too. This entire build, the entire way everyone is structured right now, because of how deep low ground goes. It's a very high vertical building. You have to not only be considerate about who's next to you in your boxes, but the diagonal pressure is going to be tough. Arab and Bloomy, they saw so much that Arab's made a call that, hey, it might be worth it to go all the way for height. When it comes to fuel for this fight, though, you can see their mats, only about just wood left. It's up against Redley and Frosty. Those guys are so strong when it comes to pushing duos down, keeping them back on pressure. You open up your head a little bit, they take easy headshot damage. So Redley, he's going to build higher towards the sky as well. Challenging Arab, calling him on this type of bluff he's making towards the skies. And yeah, they take down his builds even more. Now he's just down bad.
This is an odd situation right here because you can see Bloomy already started to build over toward next, but Redley is going to have ultimate high ground right over Arab. So the question is Arab going to be using more of these mats that he's already starting to run low on in this early game? I mean, right now, for consideration, that's pretty low for where you're at right now. If you don't have, in my opinion, at least like 1,300 mats right now, you might be in a sticky situation in a little bit.
They're going to stick to a little bit of a mid-ground situation and starting to move. Meanwhile, the teams that we're going to be paying attention to have a chance to just take first overall. Pink, Anas, they're looking for it. So strong and so focused as a team. One person up in the air, they're taken out. And just a blissful gust of wind. Past that, edgy Acorn up towards the front side down below. It is Cal that takes up a little bit of a hype position. Bloomy now left by himself, but he has a few tools to stay in the trade for a little bit. Nate Tor knows though, and Bloomy goes down.
Yeah, unfortunate for this duo for sure. Anas and Pink definitely feeling good right now. They've got very strong positioning. They've also got a couple of grapple gloves left in their pocket for these late game rotations in case they need them. You can see on the high ground is going to be M7 and Cal. They're going to be feeling very, very good up here. This is where you want to be.
So you get for them currently. Pressure from top down, but there's just so many layers to deal with. I'm not sure if M7's going to be able to find anything. A little bit of a slight bounce back too, so all these low ground teams will start to go box to box. It's there for Pink and Anas. They're looking for their next chance at the shot, but it's not going to come just yet. I just like the dynamicism for this duo. They're looking left and right. They're watching these fights with F-Squad and Kovacs just absolutely implode and break apart. They're focused on every single side of their box. Meanwhile, up top inside the sky, M7, Cal, they're looking fine, but on second height, Bizzle clashes with Queasy. It's a battle of kings, and Bizzle goes all the way down. Pink's also looking for his opportunity to be a little bit more influential inside this game. They're holding their tongue. They're not in the conversation just yet. They're taking other people out. Andelek's not going to be able to see the next light of day. After that, they go way back in the sword. Pink's looking to see exactly what he can do next, but he doesn't find much. Traffic jam. A little bit of a bumper car situation between boxes for that duo. Epic and Malibuka, though, their lane isn't free at all either. Red lights inside their boxes. Acorn looking up top at Cal. He's going to be running out of mats too. Just 2 left, and now he's Bareborn's dry.
Right now, they're going to be dropping down. Is going to be taking a little bit of damage. As right now, Cal is just looking for somebody, anybody. M7 is going to be dropping. Cal wasn't able to get to his teammate in time, but are you going to be able to clutch it up? You're able to knock 1. Was he able to knock 2? I'm not sure. Tripper is able to get the elimination, though. Dubs picks up 1 onto Pink, which is going to be massive because we all know what Pink's capable of. Cal, and right now, as the solo, trying to clutch it up, trying to be the hero for his duo.
Huge eyes for Cal to turn around when the mats runs completely down. Tripper and Hellfire, though, the X factor for this end game. Looking so good. Questions for everyone else, but they have the answers. Jumping in, box after box, getting so many eliminations. And now they have maximum low ground control. Duke on the left side. They can hear him, smell him. They're going to be pure reactionary to it. Big shots from the auto shot in here from Tripper, and Duke will go down. Hellfire playing his own game. They're winning their 1s against 3s. This is huge. The power for this duo, and now they're linked together again.
And now 3 duos and 1 solo remaining. Make it only 3 duos left. Bizzle and Dubs are going to be looking to clutch this one up as they've got the ultimate high ground over everyone right now. Are Bizzle and Dubs, the quote-unquote Lanimals, going to be able to clutch it up here in game number 4 and get their first victory royale of the weekend?
They're going to try for it, have the option for heals too, so Dubs will look back to see if that's a possible advantage. Hellfire, though, a haircut that he wasn't ready to receive. He's going to be so low, and Thomas HD's rolling around the box. Whistle sees him, though. He gets snuffed out. Now final 2v2. They've got no space to breathe. Dubs is there as well. Bizzle, Dubs. They said they'd do it, and they lock it in. a win for NA, and a win for the big boys. They're going to be feeling good about that one.
So clutch coming out right there from Dubs and Bizzle. They wanted to make statements, and that's exactly how you do it. Getting that high ground, you see it, clapping, dapping them up. Let's go. That's a big dub.
Interview after interview, they finally put their money where the mouth is. You love to see it from them too. The height retake, they had the stamina to win the race. I just can't wait to see how much more they can do, because they're only over, what, just 4 of the games?
Yeah, exactly. We still got, what, 8 left? Oh, man, this is going to be getting oh so spicy, because a team like this, they start to get that momentum rolling, and they might end up being one of the scariest duos by tomorrow night. You never know. Things could get very interesting for this squad if they keep this one rolling.
I really like to see Bizzle all around height as well. The way these guys played so patiently, somewhat silent too. A lot of the rest of the height takes we've been seeing so far throughout the day, super loud, super oppressive. They let the rest of the lobby fizzle, and that's so much fun to watch. It's the fizzle bizzle technique. I just love to see it.
Oh, precisely. And all 3 of the duos that were left were all top duos that we've seen so far this weekend. So that was an extremely clutch up by this duo right here in Bizzle and Dubs. And listen, I think that if they potentially can get one more victory royale with a solid amount of elims, they might be able to crack that top 5. And if they can get in that top 5 or even top 10 heading into tomorrow, if they have this much momentum, they're going to be feeling very, very good on Championship Sunday.
Absolutely. It's consistency for this team now, and I feel like a bunch of the teams in the top 5, it's the same situation. It's not only winning, but making sure you get as many points as possible over and over again. For Bizzle and Dubs, if they find that key first, that door's unlocked, they're ready to go for the rest of the competition. But so many other teams who were there too, I think Hellfire and Trippern specifically, they looked so good in that game. I thought they were down and out, randomly just coming from the zone by themselves on their ones, not even as a duo. They're taking out multiple teams.
And the thing is, they had so few mats remaining as well in that. We went over to Trippern, and he only had like 79 wood left in that. That's just a rough situation. So, but still able to come out. I believe that they got second. That's just huge for them.
Yeah, Queasy, Thomas HD, multiple people up for grabs. If you want to see the main 2 who won that game, let's check out an interview real quick.
A slightly longer break allowed a lot of our duos to kind of go away, collect their thoughts, maybe shake off some nerves, and it clearly worked. So, we had a bit of a longer break, like I just said. Do you feel like that gave you the opportunity to kind of reconnect and then give yourself a little bit of time to think about what you're going to do? Dubs, why don't you answer that one?
I mean, yeah, Bizzle's just a land goat, and we were at the players' lounge, and I was just telling him, I was like, you gotta send height, bro, that's what you're good at. And that game, I just saw height was free, I was like, let's go for that shit.
دبز وبيزل لأول مرة يفوزوا معنا باتل رويال، وكان سؤالنا الأول لهم إنه بعد البريك الطويل ما بين الجيم الثالث والرابع هل أعطاكم فرصة إنكم تراجعون أفكاركم، تراجعون استراتيجياتكم، ترجعون مرة ثانية؟ قال لي فعلا هذا اللي صار، كنا جالسين في المنطقة حقت اللاعبين قاعدين نتكلم إنه خلونا نركز بس على الهاي جراوند، إنه هذا الشيء اللي إحنا كويسين فيه، وفعلا طلعوا بصورة كويسة وجابوا الفيكتوري رويال لأول مرة.
Well, it may seem obvious to a lot of people at home and maybe even a lot of people in the crowd as well, but maintaining height seems to be the play for late game. Were you playing quite passively throughout that game in particular until you found height, or were you pretty aggressive throughout?
Yeah, you know, we don't have the Spider-Man grapplers, unfortunately, so we're playing a little bit more passive. We're focused on like trying to position ourselves in a good place end game and work off of that, get ready for moving zones and try to see what Height's doing. And we didn't hold Height at all that game, really. We made a good play. Danny made a great call. Height had no mats. They were just ramped in the back of zone. So me and him used that new mantle feature, jumped on top of metal cones, sprayed them down, got the eliminations, and carried on with the game.
هم بالعاده دائما تركيزهم على هاي جراوند، لكن المره هذه قرروا انهم يلعبون الجيم باسف شوي، حاولوا انهم يركزون على يكونون في بوزيشن كويس ويتابعون ايش اللي قاعدين يسوون باقي الدوز معهم في الجيم في الهاي جراوند، وبعدها قدروا يستغلون السبيس حقهم، يستغلون البوزيشن حقهم، يجيبون اليمينيشنز اكثر، وبالاخير خلصوا الجيم، مع انه الشيء هذا مو بالطبيعي اللي هم يسوونه بالعاده، الا انه نجح معهم بشكل جدا جميل في الجيم.
We've claimed the 4th victory royale, and I mean, a lot of the duos that have stood here in front of us in these post-match interviews, we've asked them the same kind of question. Which duo is currently giving you the most grief?
Well, the most grief is easy. You know, we got Chapix. They landed right behind us. They're making some plays on us, but, you know, we're working around it. Like, we're not trying to ruin their games. I hope they're not trying to do the same. We're trying to just both play our tournament, and hopefully both of us do well.
سألناهم سؤال اللي نسأله كل اللاعبين بالعادة إنه مين الدوز اللي مزعجينكم أكثر شيء في الجيم، وكانوا يتكلمون عن شابكس إنه دائما ينزل في نفس المنطقة اللي هم ينزلون فيها، بنفس الوقت هم ما حاولوا إنهم يقتلونهم يركزون عليهم، بالعكس إنه خلاهم يلعبون جيمهم، وهم بنفس الوقت يسوون نفس الشيء ويتمنون إنه الشيء هذا يستمر في باقي القيام.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure having you two on the main stage to talk to us after this Victory Royale. We hope that you guys claim a few more and have some more interviews on our stage. But for now, everyone in the arena, please give it up for Bizzle and Dubs. We're going to be heading straight over to the analyst desk to break down what we just saw, because that was a crazy end game. So back over to you guys to bring us into the 5th game of the day.
نهاية جيم كانت جدا عظيمة وغير متوقع صراحة النتيجة حقتها، فخلونا نشوف ايش اللي ممكن يصير في الجيم القادم على طول على الاستوديو التحليلي.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, everyone, and big shout-outs to Dubs and Bizzle grabbing the 4th Victory Royale. And I love the breakdown there from Bizzle, saying that they looked up this awareness that they had, that they were running back behind their builds, so that they knew that they weren't able to continue building, and that's when they knew that they just steal height.
It's all about awareness, especially in these late games when there's so much going on, being able to pick out what's the most important thing at that current time, right? And in that case, it was high ground, because high ground is going to be what grants them that Victory Royale.
Yeah, once they saw the ramp back into the zone, they made their move, and we've talked a lot about teams having those small adjustments in making moves in the late game. Though they didn't have a lot of resources, they're also worried about Tripper and Hellfire on the ground. They made the best out of the situation, and it worked out.
And going it down to a 2v2 with Thomas and Tayson, Bizzle and Dubs, it kind of felt like more of, you know, the standard Fortnite that we were expecting.
I thought I was looking back at the skirmish days, right? Seeing Bizzle and Dubs here on top, getting the Victory Royales. I mean, Dubs said it himself. Bizzle, really the GOAT of these in-person events. I mean, it's things he just likes seeing.
I love to see it, and I love to see our leaderboard, you know, kind of figuring itself out. A lot of these teams that weren't typically in our top 5 now slowly moving up the leaderboard right now, showcasing that it's a lot more even than we thought it was going to be, especially compared to what we saw from Zero Builds yesterday.
Yeah, we're starting to see teams kind of even themselves out, and that naturally happens as a tournament progresses, and the permutations just mean where are the small gaps going to be for opportunities. A lot of these teams taking advantage, but the consistency from some of our top players, Hellfire, Tripper, Cammy, and Seti as well, respectively, have been doing a good job of staying involved in the action.
And that's what's ultimately matters the most, right? These players that are going to be able to consistently compete at their max level, right? Get as many points as they can, and the ones doing that are the ones at the top of the leaderboard.
I'm excited to see exactly how far up Dubs and Bizzle jumped up, because they were in 22nd place after that last game, pretty much halfway through the pack. So I'm sure we're going to be seeing them jump up a lot, but do they get into our top 10? Well, we're going to have to wait just a moment to find that out. But also, Hellfire, I love these name changes, having a good solo run there, grabbing a lot of eliminations. I believe towards the end there, they were able to grab at least 10.
And they were taking a lot of solo fights with low mats, and they were taking most of those fights off the back end, so they're catching players in rotation as the zone moves through, but also just waiting to make those small edits that give them the slightest advantage in those peaks.
Right, and that's one of the advantages of low ground. You get a lot of eliminations because these players on the mid ground and even closer to the high ground, when they run out of materials, they have nowhere to go, so they start slowly going down, down, down until they're on the low ground, and once they're there, they don't have a lot of loot, they don't have a lot of materials, and you can capitalize on that to get those quick elims.
The team that was in that situation was Nima and Cal, and although they did a pretty good job holding high ground for a little bit, once Nima went down, Cal actually did a pretty good job as a solo player, making sure he still grabbed a few more eliminations, I think ending off in 6 eliminations there.
Yeah, without the mats, eventually you're going to have to descend. It's essentially a natural dissension, for a lack of a better term. But in that instance, you are relying on the individual skill and the ability to hit your shots, and we've talked about it before with some of the better players in the world having that accuracy on their side. This is where individual skill will carry you through those situations.
Right, so ideally, you want to both be up, right? You want to play as a duo and go down as a duo, but when that scenario happens where one player has to clutch it out, you have to be able to do it.
Wait,
look at this match ranking. You got scared there, Kelly. You thought
this
it was
the overall ranking for a second, but this is the match ranking brought to us by STC, and of course, Bizzle and Dubs did get that first placement, but not the most points overall. In fact, that's going to be going to Hellfire and Tripper, and just a 1-point difference between that first and second place team.
Yeah, that's wild. It's only 1 point, 49 to 48, but again, 10 elims, double digits, and we've seen that a couple of times from this duo. But looking down, Acorn and Edgy have been slowly rising towards the top of the competition. It's going to be interesting to see if they keep that trend moving forward for the end of today.
I mean, I saw this in the Zero build as well, especially in the first day. Acorn and Edgy were one of the most consistent duos. They were constantly racking up a decent amount of points. They didn't have that big game like Hellfire and Tripper and had with double-digit elims in a second place, but they had enough points to slowly climb up, and that's what you want to do over the 12 matches.
And we also saw Seti and Cammy's name in that first page there, the team that was currently in second place doing a great job as well. So excited to see how they're going to be performing, especially since I didn't see Okus and Notify, but maybe I just missed them.
Well, it's been rare to see teams who are sitting at 11th through 20th have more than maybe 5 or 6 elims after a game, and we're starting to see that separation. The top 10 are really finding the aggression and converting that into positive positive movement on the map. Right now, mobility might be a factor, but it just seems there hasn't been enough pace from the rest of these teams.
Looking the 19th place spot too. Arab and Bloomy with 4 eliminations. Wouldn't expect this duo to be fragging out, right? I mean, 48 combined age, but they're making it happen.
I mean, you know, with age comes experience, but also arthritis, so maybe they're having a bit struggle with the mechanics there.
Well, there you can see Okus and Nutify at 22nd, only 1 elim. So again, we talked about it a couple death segments ago, starting off really hot, but can you keep that going? Are you going to tread above water? So far, it seems to be the latter, and they are struggling to keep up.
Ooh, Hellfire and Trimpard from 3rd place jumping up into 1st place, showcasing that they don't need any victory royales with those 25 eliminations, almost 10 more than the highest or the 2nd highest eliminations that we have out of Notify and Okus there. But Seti and Cammy going to be sitting in 2nd place right now. Queasy and Hen going to be in 3rd. And then Malabuka and Epic Whale, the teams from NA West and EU, going to be sitting in 5th place.
I love this. Bizzle and Dubs with that victory royale jumped up into almost the top 5 in 6th place. But what I like is Seti and Cammy. Seti said it himself in his interview. They are not looking for a 1st place after this day 1. They want to be 1st place at the end through consistency. So in match 12, match 11, maybe even match 10 is where they want to push into that #1 spot. But they're doing it so well that, I mean, they're almost there already.
Kelly, looking to the 0 builds, we had Malabuka and Epic Whale who are rolling through their engagements and finding no victory royales. Are we going to be seeing a similar situation with Hellfire and Trippern where they're absolutely consistent across the board but can't find the victory?
Yeah, you know, yes, high ground wins games. We can say that so many times over and over and over again, but when you have Hellfire and Trippard making sure that they grab double-digit eliminations in every single game, they don't care if they don't get a VR.
That's true. Yeah, that probably helps even it out, I'd say.
Definitely. Looking down on the leaderboard a bit further, Tayson and Thomas HD in 11th, so close to that top 10. Ziandi Chapix, Aquavino. I mean, looking at these first 3 duos, it looks like this is the first page of the leaderboard.
Do you think that Tayson and Thomas are becoming victim of circumstance with some of their drops, or is it just they're getting off on the bad foot in the start of these games?
I mean, looking from what I can see on the leaderboard, 11 eliminations, it's not looking too hot, but this duo, I mean, they're very confidently, mechanically, they're confident together. And I believe that, you know, maybe they're just having a rough little start, and throughout the days, throughout the matches, they'll improve that.
And I think that's the case for a lot of these teams right here. And you can see Lecce and Squilliam, although they're able to get 12 eliminations, they're struggling making it into the end game. And that obviously we know it takes both factors of the game, making it to the end game and grabbing those eliminations to put you up in the top of our leaderboard right now. But with 4 games down and 8 more to go here, this is just 1/3 of the competition. And we saw from 0 builds, what was it, Hellfire and Trippern jumping up from 19th all the way into 2nd place. So anything can happen.
That's absolutely true. And I think that as heavy as the end game was for our 0 build, the early game has been so important for the start of Standard today. And that's where, again, the continuation of that hot streak from Hellfire and Trippern, no pun intended, they have found ways to keep themselves involved, and their early games have looked to be about as proficient as you'd want, putting multiple elims on the board and keeping that streak going.
Right, your drop spot, your early game, like you were mentioning, is one of the most important factors, and that's why these players put in the preparation to come out on top. They have those drop maps to know exactly where you have to open up your glider to have the perfect drop on getting either a chest or a floor spawn or whatever is going to benefit them in that early game engagement.
I love seeing in social media everyone kind of teasing the players that printed out their drop maps, but in reality, that is becoming a vital part of the competition and understanding where they need to be rotating, who they're going to be facing. If they go up against a team that's good at these early engagements, kind of avoiding them like what you showed in our telestration earlier on today. So many factors going into the competition right now and still so much more to go, everyone. But before we get into game number 5, we're going to be taking a quick break. We'll be right back though.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for. But legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Welcome back to the analyst desk here for Gamers8. Spaceman decided to take off into orbit, so we got Levin joining us here right now. Levin, after that game and after that interview, what are your thoughts?
Well, look, it's good to see some of the NA boys stepping up. I did call Bizzle Alanimo at the start of the show, and he's stepping up to that name. I was talking to Panda in the back, and he's like, oh, there's 2-2 between NA and EU Victory Royale today. Come on, mate. We still got plenty more to go. Stay calm, but I am excited. It's a really nice game.
This is just the beginning. You said it yourself at the start, Levin. We're just getting started, and I'm lucky to see these players that are veterans in the Fortnite scene, especially with this LAN experience, popping off. I mean, it's something you like to see.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we have, you know, so many champions between the FNCS, between the World Cup, just so many teams coming together now that used to be split apart, now joining up once again, or teams internationally joining together. There's just so much excitement.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those instances where these players can actually just sort of match their egos and sort of measure their egos in a sense, right? Look, cool, you might have won a couple of FNCSs, but did you win the World Cup? Well, you might have won a couple of LANs here, but did you win? Yeah, I mean, it's the name of the game, and of course, this will be a competition that will hold plenty of bragging rights for sure.
And that's what we like about these competitions, the interactions that these players get to have with each other, right? And especially after the tournament, right? You can see, oh, this player was contesting me here, but now you can actually see the player that was contesting you there in person, right? Say what's up, say, you know, maybe I'm going to be the one that's coming out on top next game.
Well, will we be seeing contesting again in game number 5? Our casters might have an answer to that.
Hey, Kelly. How are you doing? It's great to be here yet again. Just had a very intense game number 4, and now heading into game number 5. The question is, will we have a repeat winner on the day?
That is a hopeful thing. I think Aqua might be the one to just be in that position because they like to take control. But for Rome and me here, I think we're looking at something new happening in Game 5. In these types of formats, it's all about players rolling in and trying their best to have an impact in these last 2 games. It's about catching up for a few. For the top 10, it's about staying inside that upper echelon. We'll see which wave the zone chooses to kind of benefit, you know, the entire lobby. Is it those people down below giving them a chance to roll all the way in, or is it to keep, you know, the rich absolutely richer?
And I will say the rich are getting richer because Hellfire and Tripper, and they're currently still in first, and they're ahead by 17, feeling oh so comfortable right over Cammy and Seti, who also have a 17-point lead over third place, Hin and Queasy. But if you look at that top 3, even the top 4 with Okus and Nutify, like, it is absolutely stacked at the and then I look right below that, we got Epic Whale and Malibuka. It just keeps getting better and better.
It's just the best teams from across the world. They're here for another brand new game inside Gamers8. It's going to be fun to see exactly who drops down in Game 5. The question is, who are we looking at to climb back all the way into the top 10? You've got Aqua, Vino, who are kind of sitting outside with the win now, want to get the triple digits. You got Polga and Laleo. I think one of my favorite teams to watch this entire day. They've been looking like they've been having a lot of fun. They've been winning a bunch of fights. This last game, though, they did fizzle out. They want to have a comeback in this one.
Yeah, definitely so. And another duo that's starting to head down, in my opinion, in the gameplay right now is Andalex and Scram. I saw them yesterday. They had so many pop-off moments, so many highlight plays, and now it's just not happening as much. They're currently sitting in 9th, and they definitely have a chance to climb back up because, I mean, they're very close to cracking that top 5. The difference between 9th and 5th is, what, 14 points? That's extremely close.
Yeah, for them, they had a roaring engine of a start. 8th place overall, then in 11th. They were looking really good at staying consistent. After that, issues when it comes to choosing their layers in an end game. I like you point them out, though, because for this duo in specific, they're making a lot of these end games. They're in their favorite layer. It's just what happens inside the end game, I guess we have to keep in the end game. We'll see if they have a chance to really slap back towards the later zones. Arab and Bloomy, though, I think one of the crowd favorites to tune in with towards the start of a game. They always end up doing fun things here at Island Paradise.
Yeah, they definitely are a very fun duo to keep our eyes on. They've been giving us some pretty hilarious plays. Yesterday, we saw so many boogie bomb plays coming out of them, whether it was A-Rep trying to get them out of the truck or all types of things. I mean, this duo has been giving us some serious content. And also, he's making some content himself right now as well. Pretty sure he's streaming to his whole, whole fan base.
Yep, he's definitely having some of the best times and looking good while doing it. Leo, Polga, they're rocking too.
Now, I do have a question because some of these players are streaming to their fan bases. Do you think that that has an effect on their play style or certain things like that?
I think that's an added buff, especially for Arab, or even if Aqua was maybe streaming. Actually, there might be pressure there for those who don't as much, but for a bunch of the content creators, they're only comfortable playing the game while their stream's active, so they'll be fine with that 100%.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the case. I think that Arab is feeling oh so comfortable. Talked to him this morning. He's feeling good, looking good. He was eating a whole meal at breakfast, just confidence all on his face. Absolute beautiful stuff.
The confidence is shaking for Yonks overall throughout multiple days. This time, the seesaw will be weighed heavy towards the side of the Middle East. Yonks, Fahad, rocket in, look good. EU, they're here though. Anas walking in with pink at the Joneses. They want control of some center / right side map situations as well. Up against Clix and Duke, I think for them, their entire downfall has been off spawn, and Os will be here for the big chop too, forcing Duke down towards the ground. Big beams from the man. They always start off hot. It doesn't even matter if they can finish this one off super fast. They've done the damage that they need to. This will just be a slow burn, a nice hunt until they find their mark and take it down.
And speaking of Clix and Duke, they are starting to creep their way back up. They've cracked the top 20. They're currently in 19th place. They have 71 points, so they're not all that far behind. If this duo can start to have some pop-off moments, we might be seeing this powerhouse that a lot of people considered a powerhouse coming into this weekend really have a nice finish.
It's all about this portion of the game that allows that roam. Really nice you pointed that out, because for this duo, early game has been their downfall regionally, and it looks like internationally as well here at Gamers8. It's up against an awesome Ping 2, who we've seen game winners looking so good overall. Right now, the Rocket in 20th place. They're right there side by side. Yeah. Whoever ends up winning this one, it's 19th versus 20th. They're allowed to go and strive for that top 10.
19 versus 20, and guess what? Yonks is going to be able to get that one. You saw the highlight play coming out, and I love hearing the crowd as well. You can tell it's a little bit of favoritism. I'm not even mad about it. You know, you got your own crowd favorites. Go ahead and have some fun.
Naiad Hydra, they were definite crowd favorites earlier on in day 1 and 2. Multiple wins inside Zero built. Now rocking it again over at Rave Cave, over at Logjam sides of the map where it's snowy and frosty. They're staying cool.
And this morning, I gotta say, I was talking with our current first place duo's father, Hellfire. I actually had breakfast with him. It was a very pleasant gentleman. And, you know, I spoke with him and I said, you know, coming into today, how is your son feeling about heading into this standard mode? And he said, honestly, my son wasn't planning on getting second yesterday. He wasn't planning on that at all. That was just a blessing. He's really looking to leave a staple in this typical Fortnite mode. And right now, they're showing that because they're in first comfortably and having a very, very solid day number 3.
Hey, if Dad Hellfire's confident and happy, you have to imagine his son is definitely having the same type of wavelength in his mind. Look at them. Absolutely focused, ready to see exactly what they can do next. Meanwhile, everyone else is also mega dialed in. Tripper and Hellfire, though, I just really like the way they play. You're talking about their focus for Standard Battle Royale. For me, it's just their focus on making sure they take out the target in front of them. A lot of other teams, Epic and Malibuca specifically, they go for an entire space of the zone. They go for big, long type pressure across the map, making sure that their spot is widely known by everyone else. Tripper and Hellfire, they pick apart one team at a time, one spoonful of a bite every single time they take a little bit of a stab at the competition.
Now, you want to talk about play styles. I remember last game, you did speak about how Janice and Kanata are one of your favorite duos when it comes to their play style. So what makes their play style so much better, in your opinion, than all these other duos?
It's just a combination of like just really smart IGL type mechanics coming in from Janice's side. Kanata also kind of sharing that role at some points, and just the overall solo clutch prowess of both sides of the team. You have a very unique style of fighting with Kanata as well, who likes to go for a bunch of all-ins. Janice with the patience and just setting up an entire box fight, going for a final edit play. You're seeing both of those side by side. You don't really get to have that often here on the same type of server as well. It's really nice to see exactly what they got down, but they'll have to be playing catch up right now. Clix and Duke, their story not over yet. Still under this fight back and forth. It's up against Q-Jack now, and Nate Tor. Looks like an awesome Pink has gone way far away. Once again, very important as they lose this game, or if they lose this fight here right now and aren't able to play and get a lot of placement, they're going to be so far away from that top 10.
Yeah, it would be extremely unfortunate for sure. They want to pop off this game right here and now, and you can see they've got the high ground. They understand the situation that they're in, but they don't just want to full send it. They don't want to end up making an error because, I mean, risk versus reward, that's a real thing.
It's super huge, and why I keep stressing the top 10, right? I know a lot of the times people are focusing on, wait a minute, who's winning? You know, who has the most elims in the game? The reason I like to have a focus on the top 10 for a bunch of these teams over 2-day competitions, usually whoever's top 10 on day 1, those are the teams coming in on day 2 getting the overall championship for that 12-game format. If any of these teams want to have a good chance, a nice pedestal, you want to be playing kind of like Pink and Anas at the first start of the 3 games. You want to be in a position like Andalex, Sion, Thomas HD, Acorn, any of these teams close to the top 10. Although Pink and Anas were there, I just mentioned that they have to be able to climb back, and they're doing exactly just that. It has to be through aggression. You can't wait for the game to come to you. You have to rush these boxes. Pink on the outside looking to claim a wall of pyramid. It's there. The armor will be there to stop that line of play. He'll be looking for another angle, though. This man, he's got every single formula in the book.
Yeah, trying to find a way in right now. Pink and Anas trying to make something happen. He's able to get some peeks, but no damage going to be dealt just yet. It's right now scoped. Blake just trying to live their lives the best way, but oh man, this could get very, very dicey as we're now on with Kanata and Jonas, but here we go, right back to Blake in the action.
Trying to find a back and forth. Both Blake and Anas have traded their shield so far. Pink, though, has a chance of a little bit of damage. He's swinging from vine to vine, tree to tree. Gotta love how fast he is with the shots, too. He'll have an edit open beforehand. Almost basically pre-fire on enemy defensive edits that are coming through. They must be looking real confident after yesterday's performance as well, but they also know exactly what timing is like, what fights are worth it, what's really good to really keep harping on. This fight, definitely not it. They'll be able to move so far away faster than Blake and Scope, and that's the most important part. When it comes to speed, these guys are never slow.
Yes, they disengaged extremely well. Such a smart play. Going to be coming out of Pink and Anas, and now that they're over here on this edge, they are spotted, so they are going to be taking a little bit of fire, going to need to cover their backs very, very well. As you can see, they're still going to be in the storm, but should be good to go to get back in.
The reason they're taking a little bit of a slow time, the reason they even went for that fight and expended so many materials, this fight happened so early. We're able to just catch up with the zone and move slow. It doesn't do too much damage. You're able to just re-farm as well. So they're basically restarting their entire Fortnite game. They're playing game 5 and 6 in game 5 together. That's fine. We go back towards the top right. Now, we saw a little bit of a situation of this in the last game over at Sanctuary. When it goes towards the Bugle Roam, this is where we have multiple options. We can go into the mountains, have high ground cliff situations. You know they're so tough to traverse for the low ground teams. We go towards the beach, and it is no vacation. It's very, very tough moving on that water. You've seen it firsthand.
Oh, yeah.
And that jungle, you can never see anything. Even right now, Mansoor, Z-Andy, so close to each other, but I guarantee one team doesn't even know the other's coming. Z-Andy.
Don't eat the
There's
mushrooms.
the trap, and yeah, it's a double-type team spray. They're going to have an entire advantage on the Mansoor. We'll be dropping down. Chapix is already there. He's so fast.
Yeah, eating those mushrooms. Wrong timing. Andy going to be coming in, trying to break into this box. Is he able to get the wall? Looks like that's going to be the case. Now going to be up top, try to make something happen. Shotty going to be out. Keep on switching. He's looking for an angle. Going to be trying to get the high ground. Is he going to be able to? It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Yes, he actually did. Fahad now in a little bit of trouble. He's in a box, a little bit trapped.
Andy's going to be there to maybe finish things off. Chapix taking a lot of damage right now, so having to back off, regroup with the team.
Help him out, yep.
Yep, have the splashes, have the bigs, and it's a timeout for both sides.
Yep, just a little bit of a reset right before we get right back into the action. You can see the grapple gloves are on Z-Andy, and now the question is, are you going to rotate? Are you going to try and dip out from this fight and play for a later potential situation? Or are you just going to say, you know what, we're going now. Let's go ahead and make some action happen. Let's go ahead and try to get these 4 points.
Definite options. If they stay for the fight, it's a little bit more of the aggressive option they'll lock in with. If that happens, you might be able to throw your entire game by accident. They're probably not going to really go for that. Tayson Thomas sitting right outside the top 10 right now, 11th place. I think everyone expected a reunification of both teammates to have a confetti of a result, but it's been middling so far. They have a long ways to go, though. The longer the competition happens or goes with, the better chances they have overall.
Yeah, and with this circle right here being pretty much right over the Daily Bugle, I want to ask you, northeast, southwest, what's your favorite side of the Daily Bugle to go off?
Whatever side has water, because I want the players to suffer. I want them sad. So south side for me. We'll see exactly when it locks in. Cammy will roll towards kind of that water side. I'm serious though too. I'm not even joking around. It's so much fun watching them just be an absolute pain in the depths of the ocean, but it's not going to happen right now, Cammy. So far, they've been invisible both in our analysis and at the same time in these end games. They just end up making it all the way towards that 9th zone consistently. Looking really good all throughout the day. 4 games so far. 1st, 4th, 7th, and 12th. If 12th is your worst placement, you must be having a really good time. And I said it before, I'll say it again. They're like a sticky note. They're like silly putty. You put them on the wall, they don't really end up going down for a long time. That wall right now is that top 5. They're not going to be knocked out at any point so far. Anas and Pink, though, losing a little bit of that stickiness. They want to be able to latch right back.
Yeah, and Anas and Pink are going to be making their way all around the far right side. A smart play. Yes, we did say there's not that much mobility. There's no vehicles. We didn't say there's no boats, though.
Yeah, boats, definite option, especially when water's in play. You're going to be able to do these really, really crazy dead side rotates. Arab's looking for it, though. My man's tried to teach the community about these zone type of boat situations. When you're playing cash cups across the world and fights are not an option, you can play passive, and he knows some teams will try to be a little bit sneaky and get towards that spot. If you don't have the option to buy a boat, if you can't afford that license, you're in a spot like Q-Jack right now, and this man is drowning.
Yeah, another team that I just saw drown. I believe I just saw Bizzle and Dubs actually fall in the feed. That is very unfortunate. Our winners from game number 4 going to be dropping not even in the top 35, so they don't even get that extra 4-point buff just for placing in the top 35.
That's huge, and this is a team that we once again called, Rome, that they needed to not only be hot in one game, but then stay warm, stay consistent, if they want to have a chance of staying and holding that top 10.
And now looking at where this zone is going to be pulling, this one is going to be spicy. There is only 2 duos right now in the next zone, which means that everyone's going to need to rotate. When everyone needs to rotate and there's not a lot of mobility, what does that mean? We're going to be getting some action as Spy is going to be trying to come up here, trying to get the angle right now. They are able to knock one, and that's going to be a huge, huge pickup coming off of Chapix right there.
That'll be nice if the fight's not over inside these builds. They're going to get the loot. Like thieves, get out. Spy, though, another trap. The authorities on the walls of Arab. Oh! Lands one big shot, can't find the other side, saves himself from almost pure demise. It's fine for Spy. Arab, though, 14 HP. My man, tears rolling down the cheeks. He does not want to be inside this spot right now. Spy will be there, down below, looking for a little bit more affecting shots towards the floors. Bloom able to soak up a little bit of that pressure, but they're both really suffering inside this fight. Spy dealing so much more damage than he's taking, a few more shields cracked, and now Bloomy looking confused. Not many builds to be able to use either, so he has to traverse around. Spy's kind of climbed all the way up. They've all in on both sides, and it's Bloomy going up against a full house. Nothing can do there at all.
Yeah, Bloomy and Arab going to be dropping. Bahad and Chapix, solid plays coming out of this duo right now. Z Andy, they're on the edge of this next zone. Feeling pretty good. I mean, you look at their loot right now. They've got a decent amount of mats. They've got a decent amount of heals as well. And the weapons, pretty good too. This team, they're setting up very nicely for this end game. Now, one thing that I do want to talk about is the dispersion of using different mats. You don't just want to use all wood. Go ahead and break down why for the people.
I mean, in terms of just being able to, you know, when it comes to siphon type situations, when you're pushing teams, if you're all using wood at the same time, when you actually end up taking people out, not going to have wood to go back in the inventory.
Yeah.
Want to be able to put brick and metal up too in terms of basis, so they're a little bit more secure. Also on the beach, in terms of refarming, you can find rocks like Aqua is right now.
Yeah.
Get your mats back to action. Malabuka Epic for them. Mat management, absolutely perfect. It's looking fine overall now in their position too. I like a base like this too that you can have so many different vantage points with. It's not only horizontal, but it's down towards the bottom side of the map too. It's so hard for teams to look up into this angle, find some damage. This is a spot where Malabuka and Epic really have control.
Yeah, and we've seen that their gun skill is just absolutely incredible. The way that they're able to laser these players down. I mean, yesterday one of the casters even called it a laser. It just seems like it's a laser, and Malabuka has just been absolutely performing on LAN. I know a lot of players like to say, oh yeah, I'm a LANimal, but then they show up to LAN and it's like, okay, you got like top 25. Like, but no, Malabuka, he's really showing up, and a lot of people, they said, oh, Malabuka, he's just an online guy. No, he's proving that LAN is where he's really gonna stand out the most.
When it comes to being on site, my man makes sure everything goes down on site. So Malabuka will continue to rock and roll. Vico Jelti, when they are together as a duo, they can pack a punch. There's going to be Laleo going down. Unfortunate overall for the region because you lose kind of half the star power towards the end game. Phantom though is going to be able to take out all of Latam. Going to be unfortunate as they come rolling through. Look at all that loot, the heals available for Phantom and Gentle to be able to use for the rest of this game. have a long ways to go though, because, you know, zone 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is not the same as just diving into a box fight. A lot more cerebral thought needs to be going there.
Look at this right now. Hellfire and Tripburn. Look at this setup. They are maxed out mats. They've got pretty much maxed out heals as well, and the weaponry is superb. They, right now, are in position to potentially keep on building this first place lead that they have. I don't know. I spoke with his dad this morning. He might have been onto something. I gotta be honest.
Definite traits from the family trickling down, the confidence there for both father and son. And when it comes to their chances, every time I've seen Hellfire or Tripburn, no matter what team it is, gonna refresh at this point in the game, they look really good towards the end.
Yeah.
Nice to see a few new names looking good though, and surviving till the end game. Usually Fahad and Yonks, when they rock in, it's that third, second zone, maybe right off spawn at Shuffled Shrines where they have a problem. Now with Surge coming in once again, they're faced with another test. 534 above. They pass the preliminaries. How do they move around this map, though, when there's other teams hunting for damage?
Oh, there's a lot of duos right now. I believe that there's 9 players currently that are going to be below that threshold. That number is going to be down to 44 as we are on zone number 4. So this is going to get very, very dicey very quickly for a couple of these players. There's going to be a whole lot of shots that are going to be going down. Aqua and Vino, water and wine, I like to call them. They are going to just be trying to chill out. They are barely above that threshold, 18 above. They understand they don't really have to do anything right now, but they're very, very close to being on that verge.
Looking for one situation and just to be able to relieve all that pressure, and Seti and Cammy kind of in that same spot too. A bunch of these teams were always looking ahead. Might have forgot about the present, the situation that they're in. Unfortunately, not being able to do that damage. Tripburn down for now. All up to Hellfire after such a big bounty of loot. Losing your teammate like that, when they try to strive towards the sky, sometimes your wings get snipped. Unfortunately, for that duo, it's gonna be just a one-man show. At this point, there's definitely a chance for Hellfire to be able to clutch this out, especially with the grapplers and 6 chunk splashes, but all eyes on him, because if he goes down, that's first place up for grabs.
Yeah, the good thing that I will say, though, is that he's got a whole lot of mats, so he doesn't necessarily have to engage or have to, you know, do these things. Currently above the threshold as well, so going to be feeling okay. But look at this left side of the map. So many duos that are just lined up. Oh, and look at the pull. I just realized where we're going to have to go. We're going all the way to the right. This one is going to be a party.
All the way over to the water, and right now, Hellfire already having trouble breathing.
Oh.
Storm Surge really rocking him down. He can have a few more chances to out-heal it. About 2 people need to fall, but nothing's happening just yet. Vino, Aqua also just on the verge. They see Kanata and Janice low. Vino, a little bit too much tunnel vision trying to get into the box, and it's not going to be possible either. Aqua going to be on the other side. They just need a little bit of damage. They have it. They can just completely back off, but it is all in and knock on both sides. Kanata down. What a shot from Vino to just completely secure things out. Zone's moving, though. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get Aqua back up in time for the end game. He can't carry him, but there's some confusion with the loot in the storm. As they have situations of their own, everyone else inside the lobby, they're starting to bump it down. So many different boxes being active, so many different duels clashing. Mansoor for Hot down as Scram picks them apart. We're talking about Andalex coming back into this game. Looks like they're absolutely surviving and thriving. Kanata as well. They get that full trade. And Hellfire finally going down to Z Andy, so him and Chapix still packing a punch all the way towards the end.
Yeah, right now Mustache and Bad Sniper just gonna be moving their way around. Tarpon trying to just get to this safe area right here, putting up that armor wall for protection. And now another one for the viewers at home. How important are the armor walls in these in-game?
It's huge, and we know that Mustache and Bad Sniper are going to be using them to maximum utility. The big thing, though, right now is Mustache already has 3 eliminations. He's rocking all the way on low ground on that Enforcer-type strategy. In terms of the throne, in terms of who can be a king of this lobby, you see Zandy, Chapix, 7 elims already coming in. High ground-type position. They have pulled the zone 2, so it's up to them to see how far they can go.
This is very, very good for this duo right now, but still is going to be Malibuka and Epic Whale. As long as they're on the map, you are not going to be safe on these rotations. If they're able to get a sight line on you, it could be where you meet your demise, simply because this duo, they are so accurate, especially in these transition situations.
Cammy said he can't really shoot through that armored wall, but what they can do is shoot right past first place. If they stay alive and pick up a few more eliminations, Queasy down, Hen also in high water. This is going to be tough for him. I'm not sure if Cammy wants to dive right towards this. That is the direction they have to kind of go. Already edited down. What is this? Maybe some miscomms from Seti's part. It's fine. They were going for some loot right below. They've been able to keep riding out, but that might just be first place on a little bit of a moment. Grapples all the way up towards the sky. Cammy now is moving towards the beach. He's gonna be fine with Seti in mid-ground. Everyone around them has pressure on every other layer. Epic Whale finding some room on his side. Ziandi is not letting any solo be able to move away for free. Hen was picked apart in a moment as he tried to breathe. Fahad also taken out once again. This high ground type of hold can see everything. And Chapix using that eyesight in tandem with the aim is just picking people apart.
And they've got about 150 builds left. They are chilling in the sky right now. And look at this pull. It's going right back up. We went down, now we're going right back up. Up, down, left, right. It's going to be a good one.
Tayson and Thomas like to play with control, but right now in this spot, they don't have that much of a big voice. Chapix is the one doing all the screaming. He's making sure no one else can be heard. Another reconnect to this spot is just so powerful. A tarp all the way up forward. Teammate can do exactly what he wants to do to be able to just work off that pressure. Thomas and Tayson really churning the butter inside mid-ground, making it a smooth experience for them. Absolutely distasteful for everyone else. Wood builds, though, left for Thomas HZ. Armored wall on the left. He's able to buy a little bit of pressure, but they need something big very fast or their chances are gone.
Yes, they're going to need to get a full refresh for sure. They're going to maybe need to take low ground, try to find a duo that's a little bit weak, kind of like themselves, and try to make the most of these situations, as they're going to be pretty safe on low ground for now, as we're still on with Malibuga and Epic Whale. They've got very good positioning, but not a lot of mats left.
Yeah, lots of damage too. Must have been long range. Not much to be able to do there. Thomas HD, low HP now. Drowning. Chapix and Ziandi looking so good on height. In a different world of their own. Half of NA falling too. This is just tough.
They're just going right back over their old builds. They don't even have to use their new ones. This is exactly the situation that they want. They couldn't have dreamed of a better one. Ziandi and Chapix, this one's theirs to lose right now.
Advantage for the entire lobby, though, as they have a little bit of a chance to breathe. No pressure from high ground as you move through bounce back builds. Seti and Cammy, they'll have to find a different way to go because their builds have been taken over. Malibuga and Epic still alive on the low ground. We're stashed right beside them. Steno and Lucia also doing their little hidey strat. King on the backside of zones looking to find his way all the way in, but he's not going to be able to see it just yet. Steno now on the backside of his own walls, just being melted by Storm, and he's going to be the one to go down next. Malibuga and Epic Whale claimed absolute ultimate low ground. They're looking to keep Pink and Anas away. That's going to be a huge task as Malibuga gets absolutely headshotted down.
And there's a whole lot of gunfire going down right now, but guess what? The gunfire that matters is coming from up top. 2 more elims were able to come out as Ziandi and Chapix on these players. They are just raining down fire on all of these players, feeling oh so good and able to grab some more mats, feeling a little bit better. Pink and Anas trying to clutch this one up, are going to be able to get a little bit of a refresh. They've got 31 builds right now in the hands of Pink. They could be good to go, but guess what? Scram is gonna say, Scram, get out my lobby, get out my box. Oh, but pretty low, 25 HP in dire straits. Gonna need to move on up, and that's exactly what he's gonna do.
Scram versus Cammy, unstoppable force, an immovable object. They clash, an even trade of damage and HP on low. Forced to be able to do it again in just a little bit of a moment.
And now we've only got 4 duos remaining, no solos left. High ground is still gonna be going to Chapix and Ziandi, as right now Anas and Pink, they're gonna need to look for this one. They are able to get the knock onto Andalex, and that's gonna be a huge one as they get the full.
Taking Anas up on their own layer. Scram and Andalex fall down. It'll cost Cammy the low ground team type position. Seti left in that solo spot. Ziandi and Chapix making it a little bit more close and personal all the way on low, but they are running a little bit lower on Ziandi's match. Chapix looking good. They'll have enough to wrap up this entire game. Pink now in trouble, down below, in the dirt. Another player that he can't really see. Seti having trouble getting up. It's up against Anas and Pink. Yeah, there's no chance. And now we have that 2v2 spot to see who wins this game. Andy and Chapix looking so good. Ziandi with even more of a suffocation strat, putting down the builds. Pre-edits also ready. A surprise from the backside though as he goes down. Anas and Pink might be able to do it. Team shot with Chapix, he's good. Anas bounced up in the sky. Jack in the box, and it's a big surprise. Chapix secures game number 5.
Chapix and Ziandi were able to clutch it up from the high ground. At the end, they dropped down and said, we're gonna win this. They traded it first, but in the 1v1 situation, Chapix reigns supreme.
Talk about control from the 5th zone all the way to the end of the game. Chapix, Ziandi at one point looking slightly down on Surge, but past that, they reign supreme over game number 5. That's just absolutely huge.
Yeah, I mean, this squad, this duo right here and now, that was the game that they needed to get that confidence built right back up. This is exactly the type of plays that you want to see these teams make in game number 5. 5. Now we're going to be heading into the last game of the day. Oh my goodness. This is where really a lot of pressure starts to fall on these players' heads.
Yeah, no pressure on Chapix and Zandy though over there. They were just undisturbed, unchallenged whatsoever all the way on high ground. They had anything and everything up for grabs for them on how they wanted to play that game. Chapix building out so far. Zandy, I don't think he stopped shooting or let go of his left click button the entire time that end game was just around. That was huge for the team. Big things though with Kemi and Seti being alive third place. Making Anas now back in the business. That top 10 roam, it has to change.
And I will say that they got extremely lucky at the end there with the way that those circles were pulling. The fact that they had the high ground, they tarped on over, and then they said, oh, wait, the circle's going right back over the other one. It went back 4 times. It went right back over. They didn't have to do any other extra builds. That was a dream scenario.
Absolutely a dream scenario, but you want to be able to have even more than a dream scenario for you if you want to end up winning tournaments like this. When a bounce back happens, it's tough to get eliminations. Somehow Zandy still found a way to penetrate every single build. Chapix was there too, helping him out on every single avenue. So the fact that there was a bounce back, like what I'm saying, they got to stay comfortable, but they didn't. They got closer, more personal, got more elims, some frags. That's huge for the team, and that will set them apart. Maybe even boost them above Kemi Seti, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, we just got to wait and see. These updated leaderboards are always so spicy because after every single game, it seems like when we hit that refresh button, we just go, oh, that's what ended up happening? Because you really can't tell exactly how many points these duos are going to be racking up. And, oh, man, this is so spicy.
I just want to see exactly what's going on in those two heads, those brains. Let's toss it over to the stage, see exactly what it felt like to win that game from Chapix and Zandy.
We are fast approaching the halfway point of our Battle Royale tournament. Some would say a crucial point in order to make a statement moving into the rest of this tournament. And what an amazing Victory Royale it was. With the crowd behind you, Chapix, I've got to come to you first. How did that feel for you? It clearly meant a lot to your organization as well. How was that win for you?
Hello. Feels good. Thank you to all the boys right there.
شابكس وزاندي فوزهم كان جدا غير متوقع حرفيا. كان بلوت تويست في نهايه الجيم وتفاجئنا كلنا من فوزهم بعد البلايز اللي سووها في السيركل الاخيره. كنا السؤال الاول بس نقول له شعوره عن تواجد الهوم كراود، الشباب من فريق فالكونز جايين يشجعونه، وكان قاعد يقول جدا مبسوط على تواجدهم معنا.
Well, it must feel good to hear the crowd cheering when you manage to get limbs throughout the game and stuff, but also it must be quite a fun thing to be able to meet a lot of the pro players that you maybe haven't met up to this point. Has that been a good addition to your experience out here?
The experience has been good here. It's a lot of friendly pros, and it's there hasn't been LAN events for a lot of time, so it's nice to meet up with the pros, and the LAN experience is nice. The atmosphere here is good, and I like it.
سألنا عن شعوره بتواجده معنا في بطولة Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite، وكنا نتكلم عن تواجده معنا، مقابلته لكل اللاعبين المحترفين من انحاء العالم، ايش احساسه بالشيء هذا؟ كان يقول ان الاكسبيرينس كانت جدا جميله، وبالعكس انا مبسوط اني متواجد هنا، وكان شيء جميل ان قدرنا نقابل اللاعبين المحترفين مع انه لنا فتره طويله ما كان عندنا بطولات لان صارت في فورتنايت.
Well, Chapix and Zandy, a lot of the casters and the analysts just over the road from here, they've all been talking about how you like to play very aggressively. Now, it seems like that would suit the style of play for this tournament as it currently stands, because eliminations seem to be the way to claim as many points as you possibly can. Are you playing a bit more aggressively now?
I mean, at the start of the tournament, we didn't really play aggressive. We played more passive. And this game, I just said to Zandy, let's just kill everyone. And then we just got comfortable and we just killed everyone, and then it was the rhythm was there already, so we just kept going,
في بداية الجيم كانوا الشباب يتكلمون على موضوع انهم يلعبون باسف في بداية البطولة اليوم، لكن بنفس الوقت حبوا انهم يغيرون البلاي ستايل حقهم اكثر، وتشابكس قال لزاندي خلينا نلعب اجريسيف، خلينا بس نركز على الاليمينيشنز ونحاول ان نفوز بهالطريقة. فعلا هذا اللي سووه، وقدروا انهم باللعب هذا انهم يصيرون مرتاحين اكثر، زيادة على كذا يجيبون الفيكتوري ريال مع الاليمينيشنز الكثيرة اللي جابوها في الجيم.
Well, thank you so much for joining us on stage for your post-Victory Royale interview. It really has been amazing, and we wish you continued success throughout the rest of this Battle Royale tournament. Please, everyone, put your hands together one more time for Chapix and Zandy. Listen to that crowd. I'm going to be handing it over back to the analyst desk before we go into our final game of the day.
نروح على طول اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور الى الاستوديو التحليلي عشان نتكلم عن الجيم الاخير اليوم من بطوله الباتل رويال فورتنايت. بالتوفيق لكل اللاعبين، لا ننسى انه ورانا جيم كثيره بكره، بس على طول على الاستوديو التحليلي.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, everyone. Game number 5 wrapped up, and it was Chapix versus Z-Andy, again with Anas and Pink on the low ground, but high ground wins games and looks like could potentially win the tournament.
Yeah, that was a really nicely executed high game from that team, and what a surprise, right? Realistically, it's Chapix, Z-Andy. We know what they can do up on high. It's been a while since we've seen this duo together, but what a pleasant surprise they've been able to put on for us.
The duo's feeling good. The crowd is hype. I'm hyped. I mean, it's what you love to see before a final match of the day.
Also, to see not just a high team win or high ground team win, but with 13 eliminations, they were in 12th place before that game, so I'm not going to be too surprised to see them in our top 5.
Yeah, I think even with like a lot of zone pulls backs like that, when you're on height, sometimes it can be harder to find eliminations, but I think the water zone probably helped out a lot with that, right? There were a lot of shambles teams down below. Even in the final battle against Pink and Anas, those guys, they basically had nothing. Like, it was a 2v1 or it was a 1v1 or whatever, but realistically, they did have the upper hand, right? And so always looking like it was going to go their way.
And that's what I love about this, right? You can be a duo that's not even in the top 10, and if you get one very big match, a double-digit elim, not even victory royale, just the top 3, it can escalate you so far up the leaderboard.
And we saw Seti there as well as a solo player who is currently in 2nd place, so probably going to be sitting strong in our top 5 leaderboard.
Yeah, for sure. I thought, throughout that whole end game, it literally felt like, just the who's of competitive Fortnite. There was so many of the top names in that final sort of moment, and for the most part, a lot of them literally were just taking blows at each other, right? It was getting real exciting just seeing who was going to clash heads and then who would come out on top of that.
We were saying it in the back, we were like, oh, this duo could take it, this duo could take it, just kept switching to perspective after perspective, and all the players that were popping on this screen were literally the best of the best.
Yeah, these two almost actually missed our analyst desk because they were so excited with that game. That's why I'm calling you guys out right now.
No, we did.
But I mean, gosh, this is just game number 5. There's still so much more to go. But now, with one game left of the day, I'm wondering what teams are going to be doing, or are they just going to stick to their game plan?
Well, I think we've already seen some switch-ups around the map, right? We've seen maybe people landing at different spots, realizing, hey, we might have come into the Battle Royale mode with a set game plan. It isn't quite working out. It's not like Zero Build where everyone came in with a plan. They realized that Lucian Stunner had the best plan, so everyone's trying to copy that. People are still trying to establish what it is they want to do and how they want to do it.
Look, but it is working out for some duos. For example, Pink and Anas, they started landing in the Jonesies. They weren't doing this before, and even though they're contested, the Jonesies is their original drop spot for FNCS. They're comfortable with it, and they got 2nd place in that last match, so it's working.
You need to have a backup plan, especially after having such a great game. I mean, $250,000's nice, but what about $500,000?
Yeah, for that team, right, the potential for the back-to-back would be huge, right? Especially not just because of the amount of money that they're winning, right, but actually just being able to say, the biggest LAN event we've had in so long, there were 2 competitions, and we just won both.
Unheard of. It would be history if this duo was able to secure the Zero Build tournament and also the Battle Royale, but looking at this match ranking, we brought it up. Chapix, Z-Andy did get that Victory Royale with 13 eliminations, but Pink and Anas right behind them, 7 eliminations and 43 points just from that match.
And this match ranking brought to us by STC, but I said it earlier, Seti and Cammy having a great performance there as well. Only grabbing 4 eliminations, but with that 3rd place spot, definitely going to be solidifying themselves in our rankings. And Andalex and Scram, another top team, finally showing up into the competition.
Yeah, one of the teams that is more of a mix and match of players, right? Not necessarily, the duo we're accustomed to seeing, but nevertheless, right, they were making it deep through that game. They were traversing through those mid-ground layers relatively well, and, they paid the rewards for that.
I also saw a King and a Seiyun up in that top 5. I mean, this is a duo that I love to see performing well. We'll have to see how that affected them on the overall leaderboard, but seeing them do so well in these matches, it's exciting.
And they've done well game after game. Maybe not grabbing the eliminations, maybe not making into the top 5, but when you're able to make it into the top 10 every single game, that's why they're in our top 10 leaderboard right now. And we're going to be looking at the overall rankings now. Seti and Cammy jumping up from 2nd place into 1st place, switching with Hellfire and Tripper, and we can see it's only a 5-point difference. That's just 3 eliminations from 1st and 2nd place. And Z-Andy and Chapix jumping from 12th all the way to 3rd place right now. But as we can see, as we go down the leaderboard from 1st place all the way down to 6th place, it's about a 40-point difference.
Yeah, it's looking real intense going into the last game. I'm going to hit you guys with some more EU Fortnite lore, right? I've been doing it all day. Seti and Cammy historically were known for being a team that day 1 of tournaments, on 2-day tournaments, do phenomenally. They are the team that will just win the first day, but sometimes they've had trouble keeping on that track, keeping on that pace in day 2. So to see them doing well in day 1 is definitely a good thing, but can they carry that on through tomorrow?
Look, Seti said it himself in the interview. He wanted to get in that first place spot in game 11 or game 12 because he wanted to hold the consistency throughout both days, not just one day, but also doing the same day too. So, I mean, hopefully the curse can be broken.
And they're doing just that. During the interview, we heard how he was able to take height, just that awareness, not just from what's going on around him, but his opponents as well, seeing that they aren't having builds, that they didn't have any more mats left, and using that to their advantage. Again, it's not just mechanics, it's not just communication, but so many factors go into being a top player for Fortnite.
100%. You have to evolve as a team. They were known and established as the best mid-ground, low-ground players. You can't just be satisfied with that. You have to evolve. Of course, I mentioned the fact that they've now been receiving some coaching, right? And part of that coaching has meant that they are more aware and akin to those situations where height can be advantageous to them. But it's often one of the reasons why Tayson was always revered in the like he was, right? Where it's like top height player, top mid-ground player, top low-ground player. He can do it all, and having that ability sends you so far.
That's the difference with the GOATs of Fortnite, right? These players that are able to adapt and have those choices. Cammy and Seti, you said it yourself, they're more of a mid to low ground duo, but if they see the chance for high ground and they know it's the best option, they can take it and they can play it correctly.
But of course, we do have to talk about Chapix and Zandy there after that great performance that we saw in game number 5. I mean, just what a solid performance.
Yeah, and look, this is a duo who clearly there's a lot of respect there. You know, Zandy is someone who obviously quite, you know, looks up to Chapix in a sense. He's helped him out quite a bit. Actually changed his name in game to 0 without Chapix when they stopped playing with each other, right? Just to literally just symbolize just how much Chapix has been influential in making his career somewhat successful. So to see them doing well together on this stage, really happy for them.
Look, 0 without Chapix, but with Chapix, it looks like they're doing a great job so far. So hopefully they can keep that momentum forward.
Definitely a 10 out of 10 with Chapix there. Hopefully they'll have some better performances going on, just like what we saw here in game number 5. But everyone, I know what you want. You want the final game. We're going to be coming back with it after this break. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk once again, everyone. We got Spaceman coming down from the stratosphere. What are your thoughts from game number 5?
I think it was a fantastic almost conclusion to today's entire action. I've been very impressed with Cammy and Steady's resilience, but I've also been very impressed with the continuation of Hellfire and Tripper and just finding more ways to contribute.
Would it be fair to say you're over the moon?
I'm so tired of this.
Well, too bad. You got another game to deal with us on the desk, everyone. And I know you guys really want to get into game number 6, and we're just going to chat real quickly before we hop into there. But, you know, again, Chapix and Zandy showing us what they can do. 13 eliminations with a VR, but can they do it again?
Certainly, right? This is a team that is known for their ability to sort of be a height team and come through and actually just maybe surprise the sort of the apple cart in that regard, and they certainly did that last game.
They had some really clean conversions from the mid ground to the high ground, and it really paid off in the end. And for a team that also jumped up in the rankings like we've seen other duos do, now is the time to do it.
Oh my goodness, now is the time to do it, because after this game, it's the halfway point. It is the finalization of day 1, and then there's only one more day, 6 more games remaining tomorrow. But everyone, let's actually pull in our casters right now, Rome and Shio Wager, to get their thoughts on that game. What's up, guys?
I'm doing it, Kelly. How are you? How's the desk going? I know that Sean kind of over the moon here and there. Hopefully he's back on the
Watch
earth.
yourself, buddy. Come on now.
I mean, guys, we saw that game right there. Obviously, Chapix and Zandy showing us what they're made of. But Rome, you were talking about it specifically, that they got kind of lucky with their zones pulling over their already builds.
Yeah, and really that was just massive because they only had about 120 builds left, and that was, or excuse me, about like 60 builds left. It just wasn't a lot to work with that they had left. So the fact that they were able to just run back and forth 4 different times, they were just having a jolly old time up there, just laying down so much fire. And that's the thing, is when everyone's down low, they have to be worried about each other on the low ground. You can't just spend all your time worrying about Chapix and Zandy, and they were perfectly fine with that.
Yeah. Shia.
Yeah, we're running back and forth over here too. The bounce back on the desk versus the casters. Yeah, for them it just seems like it was very fortunate for them to be in that spot. But as I mentioned too, they dived down for elims. Sometimes when you have that bounce back, it's not the best because you lose a lot of points. But Zandy kept on top of it, so that's the best part about it, Kelly.
Levin, I mean, with us being here with our, I mean, Shio's your boy, man.
Is he?
Oh.
Is he? I mean, you know, me and Spaceman been getting real close to the desk.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow, okay, yeah, I thought you could ask a question there, but never mind.
Sorry, I mean, how was the game? Good there, bro. Look, going into this last game, you guys have been calling the action, it's been crazy or whatever, but are there any teams who you really feel like have an extra gear to hit in this final endgame?
Listen. Let's say Mars has like a laser beam pointed at Earth, and I need one team to make a comeback, right? All the way from the bottom of the depths. I want Mitro and Milan. That's the duel that I'm looking at going straight to the top. They're winning game number 6. You heard it here first.
I mean, currently sitting in 44th place with a total of 8 points. I don't know if that is necessarily possible, but you know, Spaceman, what about you?
Shio, it's my turn, all right? Listen, you know it and I know it. Players on the ground have been successful all day. I want to get your opinion, man. We talked about it in the Green Moon earlier. The players were struggling to catch up with the zone. Do you think that factor has been more of a detriment for players later in the day? Have you seen players making that adjustment as today's continued?
I think people are making the adjustment more to do it for some reason. Maybe it's like a lack of damage, a lack of awareness of how fast the zone's coming in. Really good question, by the way. Holy moly. But for a lot of these teams, they have to stay on top of that, especially in this next one. I think we saw Arkham and Falcon or Rome get into that spot. Maybe one too many fights, maybe the zone. This right side, man, it's so tough with the water and the hills. It's tough, man.
Yeah, the pulls that they've been getting are just not in their favor whatsoever. It's so stacked on the bottom left curve every single time. That game was absolutely absurd. So many duos just stacked on top of each other. And I mean, it always ends in an exciting game when things are like that. So yes, the players might say that wasn't all that great for them, but it was great for us as casters and viewers. So it was all good with me.
I mean, you can only accuse RNG so much as a pro player, a top player, in one of the biggest Fortnite events we've ever had in years. You have to be able to be capable of handling any situation that you're given. So out of all the teams that we have right here, which is the top team that just regardless of what is thrown their way can handle it in stride?
I think statistically right now it's Steady Cammy, but I need to shout out BloodX real quick, because if he hears any player talking about, you know, RNG being a factor, that man's bringing some type of worse to the conversation. Thomas and Tayson, as a result, should be the ones to be able to adapt to every situation, and we saw Thomas inside some of these end games. I want them to keep leveling up, just being there inside that top 5 looking good the entire time.
You know, for me, with the fate of the universe on the line. If I got one duo to take the dub, I want Hellfire to go ahead and clutch this one up with Trippin.
Let me tell you something, Ro. Let me tell you something, Ro. Going into this last game, I can guarantee Cammy and Seti gonna be all the way there. All the way there.
See, my question on all that is, how does all of this affect Hen's legacy as a player? That's my question, you know, depending on who wins, who loses, because my man, the clutch man in general, the GOAT of all time right now, you know, that's what some people like to say, Levin. I know this is saying you really love. It's a definite question, Kelly.
Listen, we can speculate all we want, but the answer is in the game. So, gentlemen, take it away with Game 6.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Game number 6 is some of the favorite type of action to watch because there's everything on the line for a lot of these players. Only the halfway point, though, because there are 12 games in this format. It's only day 3. We got one more after this.
Yeah, and right here we saw a whole lot of interesting things happen in game number 6 of the Zero Build tournament. So in game number 6 of the typical Fortnite, let's see exactly how this Battle Royale is going to be playing out. Are we going to be seeing a little bit of madness? Are these zones going to keep on pulling in unfavorable positions for the players, giving us great content? We just got to wait and find out.
Yeah, Chapik Zandy had the driver's seat of the actual battle bus last game when it comes to high ground, when it comes to having some of the biggest point jumps inside the tournament so far. But in this one, it could be anyone. Epic will rocking in again. Him and Malabuka, their classic Elim type low ground strategy. We could have Seti Cammy being less than invisible, being that much more so in the foreground of these final games, or even Hellfire and Trippern, a lack of a trap card in that last game. This time, they might have to actually put pedal to the metal, become the people to push first rather than get pushed and adapt fast. So many different stories on the line. One of the biggest jump ups that I've seen so far, though, is Bizzle and Dubs going all the way towards the top and then fizzling out a little bit. Sion and King now top 8 overall. And then, yeah, after that last game, Chapix and Ziandi, they look so good.
Yeah, and really all 3 duos, Bizzle and Dubs, Anas and Pink, Lucy and Stino, all 3 were in the top 7, and after that last game, they all fell to 13, 14, and 15. And also, if you look at the points, the difference between, let's see, the difference between 7th place and 16th place is literally only 12 points.
That's a few elims, that's a few seconds of time inside that 8th zone. That's basically what Rose's trying to say, is that this one's going to be a banger. When it comes to people trying to live, when it comes to people trying to have an effect on how day 2 looks, everyone's going to be trying their hardest here. No more experimentation. It's all about surviving and getting to that end game. Before that, though, you have to be able to deal with Surge. You have to be able to deal some damage before you take a lot of damage, and that happens off spawn. You can expect that Middle East NA battle to continue all the way over at Shuffle Shrines. You can expect Rave Cave to be a little bit of a situation for a bunch of teams, and that Bugle always to have a box fight in tow. We tune in, though, here towards the left side of the map. Arc and Falconer, Aqua, Vino up against each other head-to-head. Aqua, Vino now going down. Falconer at 1 HP. Vino has to make this a possible clutch. He might go for the Siphon. He doesn't have any bills to be able to work with, but then picks up 150. Falconer has the spray. Vino from across the way. What a 2-shot from the sky.
That was a beautiful play, but I got to ask you, was that a mistake from Falcon not going for the Siphon himself?
He had no other chance. I think Aqua was just a bit too far, and if he goes straight into that house and looks for it, maybe Vino would have too much control. So Falconer, understanding, just needs a few shots of that SMG to hit. Doesn't get enough. Vino, you can always count on him in a clutch.
Oh yeah, clutching up for sure. This is where you got to clutch up, Buttercup. Game number 6 of day number 1 of Battle Royale. Oh, another duo, Macwood and Threats. They were actually performing very, very well in the Zero build, and now coming into today, they are struggling a little bit. So what specifically with this duo do you want to see them step up and do?
I want them to just have a positive mindset coming into day 2 and just trying whatever they can at this section of the game. It is just a little bit of a difficulty when it comes to zones, a difficulty when it comes to Surge. I guarantee when it comes to Macwood, the day 2 performance, the day 4 performance in this circumstances, this is a 4-day overall tournament here at Gamers8. He'll be able to review and see exactly what to do next. For Janice and Kanata, they definitely want to keep vibes high, definitely want to just keep rolling in and making sure these games go their way. Unfortunately, sometimes there's just one solo straggler, one team low on Surge that comes in and really just nices them down.
Oh, for sure. Another duo that I'm looking at that just needs to start getting some momentum heading into tomorrow is going to be Peak and Rapid. They're currently sitting at 41st, and Vino and Aqua currently are going to be in a little bit of a sticky situation, as you can see from that highlight. But Rapid, we're on with him right now. I called for it.
Yeah, Dawkins Often they're done being just passengers, stand-by individuals over at Rocky Reels. They want to be a part of that movie, but Peak, this is the director's cut. This man does not want any type of funny business inside this POI. He wants a slow, patient, nice vibe from games 1 all the way to 6. Moffin does not want this to stop, though. They're really going for every single shot. Peak, usually up top on the billboard, is not going to be there this time. Down towards the sands in this low ground box fight type situation. He's in Moffin's world. Big pot right in front of him. He wants that to be able to drink or buy some time with. Moffin just says no. Picks it up. That could have been a huge chance for a shot, but he misses. So Moffin, he's got advantage now. Look at the moves, I guess. Maybe it's Peak missing. I'm not sure, but Moffin hasn't taken a single inkling of damage whatsoever this entire fight.
Yeah, and if Peak is somehow able to come out on top, which is going to be oh so hard, that would be absolutely huge, but that's not going to be the case whatsoever.
That seemed silly on one side, just such low fire rate, trying his best. That was nuts. Good job from Moffin for finally ending Rocky Reels instead of having it be split the whole start of the game. Let's see exactly what they do with that power.
And for Peak, that is just oh so unfortunate. I said that they want to get some momentum in this game number 6, this final game on day number 1, currently in 41st place heading into this game number 6. The fact that they dropped off this early, that is just extremely unfortunate. So hopefully tomorrow they'll be able to bounce back in much better fashion.
Now, the best part about teams that end up losing 50-50s like that off of spawn is they can really go back in the VODs and see exactly what went wrong when it came to the 2v2. Was it a comms issue? Was it just, you know, a little bit better of a drop map on one side? Was it the glide in? You can really not have to blame much but yourself, so they'll be new and improved tomorrow. Amar, Vidil, they're not done today. Looking for this fight fast. Vidil trying to get into the box, not going to be possible for the first time. Jelty and Vico, they have a chance still. These guys are game winners sometimes and they end up surviving off of the bugle, but News always isn't that good up inside this POI.
Yeah, extra. They're not trying to read all about it right now. There's a lot of damage. Gonna be taken down. Amar trying to get in this build, finish off this player. Extremely low. That is gonna be Vico. That is gonna drop Jelty now, trying to get the angle. Might have to go up top to get into this one. He's gonna be going for it. He's whiffing that shot, I believe. Now Jelty gonna need to drop on down and reset.
There's a third party somewhere inside the POI, or Vidil just had godlike positioning to be able to just rattle down Vico that much. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. 6 shots of the burst in the back, and Vico goes down, siphoned out as well. Should be fine for them for control. We will be seeing Jelty come back for that card within the next 5 minutes. Going to be looking fine for both players, for Amar and Vidil at least on the other side. We tune in with Tripper up against the fight. Hellfire on one side, looking for his chance to block off the box. It's Baylor, who's teammate-less for now. Bravado nowhere close by. And he's kind of far away. It'll give a chance for Tripper to be able to heal up, and if he commits to this fight, there's another free 2 points for Hellfire and Tripper. And right now, that is huge because, overall, so close to first place, it's a 5-point game.
Yeah, extremely close. They are just 3 elims away. Make that actually 2 now that they just picked up that one. So they're going to be feeling oh so good at the start of this game number 6. We stated it, if you have that number 1 spot heading into day number 2, your chances of at least getting in the top 10 are just oh so good. And we saw it yesterday, the fact that Anas and Pink were able, or excuse me, the fact that, their names are completely tripping my mind. I apologize.
Take your time.
Gotta get back to it.
We'll talk about Carry and Fash for now, while you figure out who the GOAT is in the conversation. You're bringing to the table. They've had a little bit of a rough spot overall when it comes day after day. Who were the individuals we were talking about? Maybe it was the overall no build dominators, 0 build dominators, Lucia and Steno?
Yeah, it was definitely that duo. They went into day number 2 with a 34-point advantage. We can't forget. And then they ended up getting 5th. So yes, you're going to be feeling good going into game number 2, but that doesn't guarantee anything. You still have to come out and have a very, very good performance.
Yeah, Levin talked about it on the desk, said he Cammy, just really good day 1 individuals when it comes to racking up scores, when it comes to holding on to first place. Day 2, tough for them to be able to adapt to the rest of the competition, mimicking exactly what they did on that first day, so we'll see if that's a possibility. 7 here with Cal. Been tough back and forth. Them fighting a multitude of duos, one of them sometimes being Shark and Knight. Shark on the backside now. 1v2, he's no stranger to it, but this man is not comfortable inside all these builds. They're next to zone, so this fight can go on for a hot minute. Lots of loot to be able to be got as well from whoever ends up winning this. The advantage that Shark's gonna have in this situation is that he is the one really turtled up inside these builds. Cal and M7 have to really work their way all the way around. The more they expose themselves, the higher chance a third party might be able to shoot them out. That could help Shark really, really a lot. But I guess that's going to be a fight that's going to take too long. We move on to Refsguard and Kovacs, a team, when they're alive in the end game, can control so much as well and make things look super different. When it comes to defense, no stranger, Mitro Milando, the best Fortnite players of all time, rocking it.
Yeah, and they're right above them right now, right above Kovacs and Refsguard, Mitro and Milan. The question is, are they going to engage on this duo? Both of these duos right here, they can both pack a punch. So if they end up going after it, which right now they're fine with being in a stalemate, that is going to be very interesting. But it seems like Mitro and Milan, they're just going to be going to get these extra tags in, make sure that they're going to be good to go when that Storm Surge approaches.
I know I like to toss jokes around a lot when it comes to this team specifically. The last time I was looking at them in EU, it looks so, I just had a feeling they would clap back, win a qual. It happened. This time I get it, all the way down in last place. We're having fun. At the same time, when you're talking about day 2 and having a potential comeback, when you don't just want to leave with that 5,000 in 44th, it's all about this game, game 6.
Yep.
On that first day of Battle Royale, the 3rd day overall of Gamers8. You want to be able to have a comeback type situation up at the Bugle. They're gonna have zone. I've seen this happen before on the north side. Anytime Mitro has to move north to south over and over again, doesn't matter what form he's in as a player, he's able to control the game a lot more, so we'll see exactly what he's able to do. I thought they were over at the Bugle. It doesn't look like that's super exactly true. It's even more ahead of that all the way up north, so I mean, it's gonna be a big challenge. All Mitro wants to do right now is just get points on the board, get out of that 44th place. Refsguard, Kovacs, they want to keep leveling up. At one point, they were a little bit sky high in the boards, dropped down to 17th right now, 92 points. But as Rome mentioned, it's very close, almost a 12, 15, 20-point game. That's the difference of just 2 zones towards the end of this game. These guys also just need to survive. For a majority of the teams in the lobby that we keep talking about, Rome, it's possible for them to really shoot for top 5 this game. That is huge.
Yeah, right now, top 5 is looking like 129 points if you want to get there. And the fact that we right now have 16 teams already above 100, this could go absolutely any way for any of these teams that find themselves in that top 16 area right now for sure.
Also not sure exactly who's messing with the code right now inside the zone decider in the back room. But we're up towards one of the most difficult ones to traverse again.
Yeah.
This water type of river jungle combination near the Sanctuary and the Joneses, anywhere near the Bugle, it's really, really tough if you don't have height to maintain control. It's also tough if you're like Epic Will, look at his POV, to see anything on the map, trees everywhere. Can't really throw a Firefly anymore, any of them to burn them down, so in terms of getting surge tags, you have to elevate your base completely to get sight lines, then people can just, you know, rat on by. It's tough to keep up on damage, but that team's so good at it. We're stashed Bat Sniper. I love going between Malabuka and this man over and over again, seeing the juxtaposition of where they're at inside the zone. Epic kind of based up. Bat Sniper still moving about. Kanata, Janice, lost in like 24th place right now. This is a huge game for a majority of these 20th, 30th place teams. If they pop off here, the competition is so close up top, the points so evenly distributed, they can easily catch up with just one good performance.
And I know one of the biggest updates that people are talking about is the Storm Surge update, but so far today, we haven't really seen the Storm Surge come all that much into play in a major way. Why do you think that is?
Look at the top left right now, 88 players rolling in, 44 duos. The fact that we have, what, 10, 12 less players on the map, don't really need the biggest and hardest portions of Surge to be active, right? They're just not going to exist as much.
Yeah.
We still have fights off spawn as a result that'll just rattle people down. The tough spot that we've seen Surge really affect these players is that 5th, 6th zone where we need to go all the way down to 40 players. That is still troublesome for some of the best players even in the lobby, but the early portions, because of the lower lobby size, is not going to matter as much.
Whatsoever. Look at Epic and Malabuka. They've still got that high ground looking over everybody right here and now. And we stated it, when the zone is pulling over toward the water, this is where things can get very, very dire for some of these duos, because if that next zone goes all water, which it could, if we're looking at this right now, that could be just so frustrating for so many of these duos that are currently low on mats, such as Vico right now. Really tough situation, but does have the high ground.
Yeah, Kovacs, Refsguard, they were not expecting this to happen We saw Vico go down earlier. The reason they're just so desperate for any type of fight or loot all the way back inside the Storm is that reboot just happened. Jelty picking him up inside Daily Bugle.
Here we go.
This is not up for plan for Ref's Guard. We're once again half and half between water and land. This is such a tough zone to be able to build in. It costs so much to be able to just maintain your spot on that water or in a box fight, as everyone ends up just being, you know, congested on just the outer edge of this. It's so tough.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard, too, because if you look at this, there is just the zone after this zone is just going to cause chaos for one of these teams in such a huge way.
Some of these teams aren't even inside just yet. Vico trying to do his best to maybe rack on any more points. A lot of them do matter. Desperation from the other side, though, is armored walls are coming in from Kovacs and Ref's Guard's POV. Chug Splash is there just to save Kovacs. Spy and Hero, they were trying to get involved in there. That's how that fight ended up getting accelerated so fast within time. Now it's Vico in that clutch spot. I think Bugle might still be active for a reboot. The issue is there's no way to get your loot back. There's no way to get back as an actual player way deep into this game.
Yeah, it does have 3 med kits, though, so if you're going to be in the zone, taking 2 damage every second, you want to be able to have those med kits. That's going to be a beautiful flick coming in from Trippern.
Momentum versus momentum. Trippern versus Sion and King. You give any one of these two duos a little bit of a morsel, they can really take so much control inside the game. Hellfire down, though, so it's just Trippern for now. And once again, we talked about the checklist switching up when you are solo. It's very tough in the 3rd and 2nd zone if your teammate goes down to see all the way the end of the game, that 9th zone. So you want to start focusing maybe on fights. You want to start focusing on maybe being a perfect third party, trying to maybe rat some loot away from other duos. And right now, Trippern's looking for that 1v2 against Sion and King, hoping they might be low on damage, looking at him as a potential target so he can play defense. That's not really the case. It's metal boxes all around. Trippern kind of just in trouble over here. And once again, with no reboot vans in sight, with no chance of it right now either, there's no way he's getting Hellfire back. Keep in mind, once again, Trippern and Hellfire, 5 points, no, 3 points away from first place, catching up to Seti and Cammy. And they're stopped straight in their tracks, quicksand under Trippern's feet, and he's sinking.
And now 58 players still going to be remaining, 30 duos. This one right here is going to get very dicey in this next zone. As you can see, it's still going to be Canada and Janice that are going to have somewhat high ground control right now. They're going to be good to go. There's Cammy right now. Just trying to see exactly what's going to be in that chest. Pull over some ammo. I like to see that.
Really cool tech to be able to use the grappler in that fashion as a harpoon and knock that chest out completely too. Thing is, right now we could be watching the POV roam right here as to why Cammy and Seti win this entire tournament. This 2-day format here at Gamers8 for the classic Battle Royale. These guys are ahead of the competition. They're 2nd place competitors, fragmented, split apart right behind them. And this is their game to really push their lead to maximum length. If they have a banger game, if they even get 1st place in this one, they've already won a game before, no one with repeat wins today. That's going to be huge for Seti and Cammy. It might just be a complete catch-up race then for day 2.
Oh, for sure. And that is the interesting thing, is that today might be the first day of competition where we do not have a repeat winner during the same day. As we've already had Okus and Nut take 1, Seti and Cam take 2, Aqua and Vino take 3, Bizzle and Dubs take 4, Chapix and ZAndy taking number 5, and now it's all up in the air. I have no idea who's going to be walking away with this game number 6.
Chapix and ZAndy should be the villains of Cammy and Seti are the heroes of this lobby. They're the ones who can stop the victory run and Strax, the closest team. Beside him, Kanata trying his best at retaliation, not going to be possible. And that might be foreshadowing for Chapix and ZAndy looking down up at the leaders of the lobby, trying to see what they can do. It's exactly that. Chapix is down. ZAndy, both these players caught fooling around inside the aquatic portion of a bigger circle. Q-Jack and Nator, do not let them get this entire fight for free. Nator now down, ZAndy taking fire from multiple sides inside the box. They fall, and that's 3rd place not having a say now. Cammy, Seti, so happy in this moment watching that feed. Their lead getting even further from everyone else behind them.
Oh, they are going to be feeling fantastic seeing that if they were paying attention, which most of these players are. Lechy is able to get inside the box, take out this player, and get all these mats back. Doesn't have all that many off of that player, but still going to be happy.
Don't get Lechy started. We saw what happened when that was allowed in a previous game. Almost double-digit elims by himself. He's got an entire legendary loadout to be able to work with as well. We got to keep our eyes on Lecce towards the end of this game. Look at Epic and Malabuka though. Talk about people in their home habitat absolutely comfortable. They are just in a big base, beaming everyone. Malabuka not missing any shots. You love to see it. Thomas HD and Tayson, if you want to come back, if you want a chance to be an operating force on day 2, you've got to clutch this game with more than just one elimination. So far, it's been 4, 5, 2 sometimes. Maybe need to strive for double digits in this one. You don't want to have a big tournament without Thomas HD and Tayson in the mix.
Yeah, but they are still currently in 9th, even though they haven't been able to get all too many elims. This duo right here, they still have themselves in position to have an incredible day number 2 and an incredible finish this day number 1 of actual Battle Royale, as Thomas is able to take out Milan. That was a huge, huge pickup on that duo.
Milan Mitro down. That makes me very sad for the moment. But at the same time, super happy as Thomas HD, Tayson, they really set themselves apart from everyone else. If you guys can't see the scores for the moment, these guys are basically tied with 10 teams in their position, above and below them almost. Every elim basically boosts them up 4 different spots. They have 4. They're basically in top 5.
Pretty much they've done their job right now in this game number 6, but is the job finished? No, it's not. You still got 24 duos remaining.
The job got so much harder. Cal on this side with draft. That's Kai, excuse me. At the same time, Thomas HD, a bunch of the people over here, you're talking about job, you're talking about the hours, Rome. They have a max rotate to work with. It's going to be tough for these guys to get into the zone. Tripper's kind of in that position as well. Thomas HD at least has those grapple gloves. He's going to be able to get the zone, no issues whatsoever.
Yeah, the only issue is that you can't share those, so you got to hope that your duo has one as well. Or else you might say, you know what, I got to get out of here. I'll see you later. Find your own way across. As Epic, Malabuka still up, still got a whole lot of HP.
They had a chance to do so much damage before, but it just wasn't enough. Just 64 above right now. That's why they're forced into these fights, and Kai will be the one to go down as they go way past the bridge. Question is it well connected on both sides? No, they have to jump straight into the river. We've got some highwaymen on the other side asking for a toll. Tayson and Thomas HD. What a glorious position to bully the neighbors who were beside them before. It's not a tournament if it's not this duo in there. And a nice armored wall to block off any pressure from Tayson. These guys need to move.
Yeah, that was a surprise. They opened up that and said, oh, whoops, reclose that armor wall. Yeah, that was a mistake. Yeah, didn't want to take that fire whatsoever.
The biggest difference right now in this lobby is no one's really pushing straight over for height. But I just caught 2 frames of information as to who's up top. Mustache taking out Epic Whale. The 6th time going down. And I think it's him and Bad Sniper who have ultimate height right now. Really pushing all potential to get back up into this lobby, to get back up into the status, the conversation of top 5 inside Gamers8. They're coming in at 11th, tied with everyone else right now. After that elim, actually 4 for Mustache after we're tuning in. They're definitely so close to being kind of near Seti and Cammy.
Oh yeah, precisely. Them and Thomas are doing a great job of climbing up the leaderboards in this game number 6 to try and head into tomorrow on as high of a note as possible. As you can see already, the builds are starting to come across for Mustache. They're keeping this high ground.
We know that Seti and Cammy are ultimate low, and we know they're going to be top 5 no matter what this game. If Mustache and Malabuka, or Mustache and Bad Sniper, excuse me, want to make a difference in this game, it's all going to be eliminations. They need to be on this high ground and they need to be active. It's such a pressurizing spot. Meanwhile, Lecce on low ground, trying his best to also get back into business. His entire game revolves around elims. Making top 5 doesn't even matter that much because it's a guarantee for these teams.
Precisely, still have a ton of builds as well up top right now for this duo in Bad Sniper and Mustache, trying to just keep this high ground in their favor. Don't want anyone to come and overtake this, as they can just keep on building on up. So much metal in this duo, but that's going to be it.
5 for Mustache. Cammy and Seti stay ahead with 2 right now. The elims will make the difference. Mustache does want to make this a very competitive race, and he wants to get back inside that top 5. No one challenging height at all. Bravado might be in that position. Meanwhile, on low, all the way towards the front side. Duke alive right now, looking good. Beside him is Clicks there. No, Thomas HD has taken him out. Analyx and Scram also alive for the moment. Big shots from Lecce as he's taking down Regions on his own layers and swapping 2. He wants more, and he's going for it. Wood builds around him. It's all good. It's fine. He's out of juice for now. But that shot, it's not going to disappear just yet.
Whatsoever, and still a duo that's going to be up is going to be Cammy and Seti, but they've got to go up against Mustache and Bad Sniper up top. Swilliam down to literally 1 HP. Gonna need to heal on up extremely quickly. He is able to get one in. He gets the siphon. Beautiful plays coming out, but can you get back in the
melted down. Analex losing Scram. Up to him to keep this type of big, momentous day one force alive. He's going to try to find any type of heal, but it's not going to be possible for now. Bad Sniper, Mustache, all the way up top. They're looking good. Tayson and Thomas, all the way towards the front side. 5 eliminations on both teams. Both looking to make a difference. They're side by side, almost tied, trying to find a way to keep each dream alive. Mustache reinforces height, 120 builds. Seti is going for it. It's going to be the first place team. Looking to take to the clouds. Stop down for now, Cammy. So many mats to work with. They force Bad Sniper and Mustache to use all their reservoir materials. So smart. Meanwhile, Tayson, Thomas HD, way down below, inside the low ground of Sanctuary. They're having a tough time surviving. Mustache, full damage, even more builds forced out. And now Seti is gonna go for the big push all the way up top right. Doesn't see him coming. The armored wall blocks it. The grappler saves him. Seti though, what a cost to be able to take that fight. It might just be up to Cammy now. He's only got 5 mats left. Cammy has that full arsenal. Tayson can't take any more damage. Melted by the storm, and Thomas, he's in that classic clutch position again.
Beautiful plays by Seti and Cammy being able to get up top and get the high ground now. Cammy doing a great job, and that's what I mean. If you get those grapple gloves, you get aggro, catch them off at the right time. They were able to do just that, and now it might be Seti and Cammy raining down all the fire. Game 4 and Game 5 were decided by high ground, and it might come true yet again in game number 6.
Push their lead. This might be the POV we're seeing halfway at the end of the day. That is the reason why this guy and this duo might just win Gamers8. This is a huge point swing for Cammy and Seti. They're looking so good with so many numbers just going up and up for them in placement and elims and everything right now. But it's Thomas HD, a Titan in his own, who's found that natural home below him. Mustache also alive. Thomas HD with a big shot, takes him out. It's huge, and now it's a 1v2, and we've seen them clutch before, but Cammy and Seti, they're in scintillating form for the moment.
They got
Big shot from the right side. Can Cammy take it home is the question. The Game 6 win for the Duels Battle Royale mode.
They're dancing.
It'll come all the way to the storm as Thomas is trying to heal. Huge day for Seti and Cammy. They started this game up in first. They end it on the top spot. Thomas is taking his sweet old time, making them really earn this win. It's a striker pump, so I don't think it's going to be enough to really have a say in this conversation. Cammy, a pixel of damage. It's missed. He's still looking to just completely secure out this game. Thomas HD crying down below.
They're respecting Thomas, though. They understand exactly the situation that they're in. They don't need to try and make the hero play, but here they go. They drop down, and that's going to be it. Seti and Cammy able to get their second victory royale of the day. Big stuff coming out of them. They're going to be walking into day number 2 with a very, very nice lead.
Yeah, the only team that's able to do the 2-time type situation, and we had multiple interviews with them as well. It was asked by Banks to Seti, who are you worried about today? He said, I don't need to answer that question. They have no worries. They have no pressure. All they have is a limited time now and just a free mind for day number 2. Huge for the boys. Look at them smiling at that picture like they knew they'd win this entire tournament, and we're only there halfway.
Yeah, and I mean, as you stated in their interview, they just showed supreme confidence. They said, we ain't worried about anybody whatsoever, proving it time and time again, showing such good composure as well. You could see Seti and Cammy, they tried multiple times to retake that high ground from that duo. Finally were able to do it. Cammy was the one finally able to clutch up, get up top there and secure it for them. That was just absolute beautiful duo play coming out of them at the very end with the grapple gloves to get up there.
Yeah, I feel like they're just like kind of, you know, latched in, hacked into the mainframe. They know exactly how many mats everyone else has. The fact that Cammy overbuilds for Mustache and Bad Sniper to just lose everything in terms of mat resources on height.
Yeah.
And then they take it afterwards in perfect timing. That is not the regular Seti and Cammy type of gameplay. They just wait roam. But this time they took control, and that might be the difference for the overall 12 games.
And now they're going to have so much more confidence going into tomorrow. They're going to feel like they can keep on playing this same game style that has given them a whole lot of success. And I mean, why stop here? Their sights are set very, very high. I'm not exactly sure what they got in the zero build tournament, but hey, if you can walk away top 5 in both, you're good to go.
Hey, you're looking real good. And I called them heroes of the lobby going into this game. With them with this big of a lead, all eyes on them now. Antagonists might be their new role as everyone wants to take them out. 44 duos here, and there's only one that has this big of a lead.
Yeah, go ahead and feel good walking into tomorrow. Pop your collar, you know, because you got the whole world watching you. Like, everyone's watching you guys, and you guys are absolutely putting on an incredible show. So let's go ahead and send it over to the stage.
our final victory royale of the day, claimed by Cami and Seti. Congratulations. Now, a necessary win to alleviate any additional pressure going into tomorrow, but I feel like you don't feel pressure from the way that I stand right here, right now. So, how are you feeling right now? And also, what do you think secured that victory royale for you at the end?
I think like the pressure is off. I mean, we didn't even feel pressure at the beginning, but yeah, going into tomorrow with a lead of points is very comfortable in our situation. And yeah, how did we win the game? We tried to look at height in first moving, second moving, and third moving, and we succeeded at third moving, I think. And we took it, then it was a 2v1 at the end to finish off with a victory.
سيتي وكامي كان الفوز الثاني حقهم في الباتل رويال، والان هم متقدمين ب 35 نقطة عن المركز الثاني، والفارق حقهم هذا جدا كبير. فحبينا نسألهم انه البريشر حقكم واضح انه ما هو موجود، وزيادة على كذا وش المعنى انكم انتم الان في المقدمة، زيادة على كذا داخلين بكرة على المباريات الأخيرة في الباتل رويال تورنمنت. كان جوابهم انه بالعكس البريشر حقنا ابدا ما هو موجود، الاستراتيجية حقتنا ركزنا على الدائرة الثالثة، قدرنا اننا نشوف ايش اللي ممكن نسوي فيها وتوقعنا وش البوزيشن حقها، ومن هنا قدرنا اننا نعرف كيف نفوز الجيم.
Well, you're currently 35 points in the lead. Okay, so now cast your minds back before you came to Riyadh to come here and compete. What were you guys focusing on practicing? Was there any element of the game you were focusing on?
Not really, we just try our best.
السؤال كان متركز على انه هل في شيء معين مركزين عليه قبل ما تدخلون البطوله، قبل ما تجون عندنا في السعوديه في الرياض، هل في شيء معين ممكن انكم تفضلون انكم تسوونه في البطوله؟ لكن كان جوابهم انه لا، احنا بس جايين عشان نفوز وجايين نلعب بكل الاحتمالات وكل الخطط اللي ممكن تكون جاهزه عندهم.
Speaking of confidence, the trophy is going to be sat right here tomorrow on the main stage. Is that trophy going to say Cami and Seti on it by the end of tomorrow?
Of course.
Short and simple answer. That's what I like to hear. Everyone in the arena, please put your hands together for Cami and Seti. Thank you so much for joining us on stage, guys. I'm going to throw it back over to the analyst desk to round out the day.
يعطيكم العافيه اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، وبكذا خلصنا اخر مباراه عندنا في اليوم الاول من بطوله الباتل رويال. خلونا نروح لاستوديو التحليل نتكلم عن ايش صار في الجيم هذا، زياده على كذا ايش ممكن يحدث غدا ان شاء الله.
Welcome back to the analyst desk for the final time of the day. And there we have it, everyone. Cami and Seti, they grabbed the victory royale in game number 2. They took the first place spot in game number 5, and they said, we're not done yet. We're going to grab that final VR of the day, the halfway point. And I just want to say, you know, we always talk about caster curses and everything, but we had Pink on the desk during the 0 builds, doing an interview. They win 0 builds. We just had Seti on the desk as well, so is there a desk bless going on?
Clearly there is. Clearly there is, and if anything is telling me anything, it's that these two are going to continue to be top dogs in this lobby.
They've been hitting the weight room. 6 games, 2 wins. The next closest team down low is number 6, Chapix and Zandy, with only 1 VR so far in this tournament. They clearly have a recipe that's working out.
And what did I say before we entered that last game? What was it that I gave Shyway Jerome? Do you guys remember, if you're in the back there? I gave the 11-2K guarantee that duo was going to make it all the way through to the end of that game, and they did in spectacular fashion.
Eventually, you're going to need to change your name to the 11-250K guarantee, because that's the money that this team is going to be winning. And this desk is brought to you by VOV, everyone, as we wrap up the day and look back on everything that happened over the past 6 games. Thank you, VOV, for being a sponsor of Gamers8. But guys, I mean, this is still just the halfway point. We saw what could happen in 0 builds, and although 0 builds is more volatile than what we see now, there's still some changes that could be made.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's been some teams who have been sneakily rising up the standings, who definitely will be coming into Game 2 much more confident and much more hot as the day goes on.
I think for a lot of the teams in the middle of the pack, it's going to come down to resource management, because so far the trend for Cami and Seti has been usurp the throne up top. Take what is rightfully yours. And for everybody else on the ground, those being like Hellfire and Tripper and all the way down to Thomas HD, they've had to make the most out of those low mat situations, and there hasn't been a lot of middle ground for our middle teams. Now it comes down to those loadouts.
You're right. We see these teams take height around zone 6, and sometimes it works out for them. But Cami and Seti, time and time again now, in that 8th zone, steal height away, but we saw them this time, it almost didn't work out for them.
Yeah, for a moment it wasn't looking too good, but fortunately for them, Bad Sniper and Mustache were very, very scuffed. They didn't have much to work with. And I say fortunately, but that's the reason they went for it. They looked up, they saw only wood being used on height. They saw literally the singular wood ramps with, you know, a couple armored walls here and there. And if you're a height team, that is like literally a team screaming at you, we have nothing, take height from us, right? So clearly, you know, as much as it's lucky, quote unquote, they were aware and they took their chance when necessary.
And they've been timing their pushes really well as well. They've been staying on the high ground and getting those refreshes that keep them from descending upon everybody else who's basically fighting over scraps at the table. And with that, it just makes the end game that much easier, and the opportunities are certainly there in the gaps as well.
End game did come down though to Seti and Cammy versus Thomas and Tayson finally showing up, making into the final two.
Yeah, they're actually one of the teams who I do feel like has just been slowly rising up in the standings, right? I think everybody came into this competition with such high hopes for them. They were a bit quiet, you know, there were talks of, you know, is Tayson really the GOAT? Is he a fraud? Is he an onliner? But certainly not the case here, right? They are starting to find their rhythm, and tomorrow is going to be a very scary day for every other team in the lobby.
And that's the thing, it's scary because second place down to fifth, nobody has a victory royale. You got Chapix and Zandy at 6, but everybody else 6 games in, no wins. It's all been about those eliminations, so there's a lot of room for movement here.
Well, not just eliminations, but making sure you're able to make it into the end game, because there's only a few points that really separate first from second, second from third, third from fourth. So it's not this huge point lead that you get from grabbing a victory royale.
Yeah, for sure. And I think especially once we see the standings, if it wasn't really for the fact that Cammy and Seti have been so abundant in making it deep into games, you know, the lack of eliminations could hurt them if they're not careful.
And 4 is enough to win right now. Looking at first place, they have 40 points at the end of that game. And that's the thing, we've moved away from that trend of double-digit eliminations as today's moved forward. And with that, you're looking at maybe the next closest 8 for Tayson and Thomas, but that's about it. Everybody else kind of sitting neutral.
And this match ranking is brought to you by STC Play. Thank you so much to our sponsor, STC. But what I'm looking at right now is some new names in our top 10 for the match ranking. We have seen Moffin's team before, but Dukes and Clicks jumping up to 5th place. We have Cal's jumping up again into 8th there. Some new teams showing up.
Yeah, for sure. It's always good to see the big clicks in the leaderboards, you know what I mean? Of course, you know, somebody with so many people all around the world supporting him, and alongside Dukes, right, the talent is certainly there, but, you know, of course, we want to see them getting their points up on the leaderboard.
And for a team that has slipped drastically for Okis and Nullify, granted, it's only one day of action, but we are entering the final stretch around the bend for this tournament. And they went from first place for 2-3 games in a row, now down to 17th. They have a lot of ground to make up.
Well, this again is just the match ranking. It's not the overall ranking, so there's so much that can be possibly changed, although that is definitely going to be affecting their probably their final ratings. But I do want to point out again, Si Yoon and King God showing up once again, getting top 12, showing that, you know, this isn't just NA versus EU, this is an international competition.
Yeah, you know, representing for South America for sure. And look, I did highlight it during the Zero Builds. This is something that King did way back in the day during World Cup. You know, it sort of lit the world on fire and really showed his talents.
And something that I'm noticing here are teams that were in 2nd and 4th place before that game, sitting in 22nd and 23rd after that. You know that they're going to be dropping down the top 10.
You can't trip up. You can't afford to trip up when Cammy and Seti are just going to relentlessly make it into these end games. Literally every game, right? You just cannot afford to be having any hiccup.
Now, given that situation, granted, they did walk away with a victory. And again, here are our overall rankings brought to you by STC. The fact that they have 2 wins, do you think that them getting 5 or 6 elims a game and making it to the end game time and time again is enough for them to win this tournament?
Personally, yeah.
I mean,
I've seen them do it. You know, I've seen them do it, and I think that they certainly can do it again.
Look at this, though. We have 35 points that separate first from second place. And even with that not-so-great performance in game number 6, Hellfire and Trippern are standing strong. But, you know, I feel like I kind of underemphasized this team. Tayson and Thomas jumping up into 3rd after being in just 9th place after game 5.
Yeah, like I said, they've been slowly creeping away up. People were sleeping on this team at the start of the day. There were questions about whether or not they have the same ability on LAN as they do online, and clearly they've just needed time to warm up into things.
Yeah, the foot races between them and Trippin and Hellfire. You're only 12 points away from overtaking that, and if you're Seti and Cammy, it just comes down to staying consistent.
That might be the race, but the quick dash right now is between 3rd and 9th place. It's only 17 points that separate them, and I want to emphasize again, yes, first place is great, that's $250,000, but between each placement here is tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, there's a lot of money in the line, a lot of pride on the line, but similar to sort of what we saw yesterday when Hellfire and Trippin came 2nd place in Zero Builds, None of these players care about that, Kenny. All they care about is what they can do to get to first place. If you tell Thomas and Trippin, yeah, you guys got 4th, but you made, 20K more than 5th, they're going to look at you like you're some idiot, bro. They don't care about none of that. They want to get first place and first place only, and a lot of the other teams in this lobby feel the same.
It blows my mind, but it also speaks to just how passionate these players are. And when you have a setting like this, where it is the largest LAN that we have seen since the World Cup, and the first international event on this scale that we've seen since forever, I mean, I can totally understand and appreciate the level of dedication that is coming from these players.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I love personally, just the passion from the players.
And it's been interesting to see how today's evolved, and it's really just become one-note wonders for a lot of these players. Like getting the high ground, that's been the big thing. Yesterday it was like, what do we need to do other than Riftigos and Portaforts? Today it's just get the high ground, and if you have that in the end game, you got like a 90% chance you might walk away with a win.
I mean, we would love to see some adaptions, maybe some change of the meta, but this is the stereotypical Battle Royale mode, and what is the standard is what sets teams apart.
Yeah, for sure. I think there has been room, though, for that, right? Obviously, newer environment, we've seen changes all around the map, and that sort of affected the standings in terms of players moving from different POIs, of course, the different zones and how that plays out as well. The new surge changes have been huge for a lot of these players. But all in all, yeah, I think we do have a solid idea of how these games are going to play out. It's all about being a player and being able to disrupt what the standard should be.
Where Zero Build was all about just getting 1 victory, it feels like this is about can you get 2? Because we've had a couple of teams have gotten 1, but they're lower and lower in the rankings, and now it's down to the eliminations, and those are going to have to carry you to the end game.
I mean, I think it's everything. It's understanding what you need to do at drop and how you need to make those rotations, how you need to handle storm surge tags, how you need to go into the mid game, first zone moving, and then the very end, these teams here that we're seeing, like Cammy and Seti, knowing when exactly to take height and utilize that, as well as grabbing eliminations. It's not just one factor, it's all of the factors here. But everyone, this is just day 1. We have 1 more day, 6 more games before we can crown our kings of Fortnite. But until then, we can't wait to see you on the Battle Bus.